Chapter 1. I'm invincible. Feeling the wonderful changes in his body, Qin Yan thought. Looked at his hands in a daze, clenched and loosened. After so many years of hard work, now the goal has finally been achieved. Traveling to the world of Dragon Ball, his body inexplicably turned into a child, and he was almost starved to death on the side of the road. Fortunately, he was picked up by the master of the Turtle Immortal and the Crane Immortal, the first generation of Grandmaster Wu Taidu, and accepted him as a disciple, and followed him to practice Xi martial arts. Later, the great demon king of Vic was a disaster in the world, and teacher Wu Taidu used his life as a price to seal it with a demon sealing wave. Looked at the teacher who was once invincible in the eyes of the world, and died in front of them in order to save them. Qin Yan, who is neither a scion, nor has he crossed the built-in system plug-in, or is still a child, can't do anything, he can only watch all this happen. From that moment on, I silently made up my mind in my heart that I must become stronger and gain the strongest power. If he lives longer, he definitely doesn't want to die so easily like his teacher. Although under the teaching of teacher Wu Taidu, compared to the vast majority of scum on the earth who have not Xi martial arts, the combat effectiveness is only 5, Qin Yan, who is still a child, has also become a strong man on this planet. But knowing that there are many strong people in the universe, this is far from enough. Since then, while growing up, weight training, gravity room, climbing Karantat, all the ways that can be tried to get stronger have been tried. Although it is still far from being as strong as the powerhouses in the universe, the potential of the Earthlings is not small. Even if you can't get stronger as quickly as a scion, weight training is effective for everyone, it's just a difference in degree. So after years of training, he finally raised his strength to the strength of the Earth Warriors at the time of the attack of the Scion Radids. Although there is no combat power detector, Qin Yan, who understands the future, has a rough estimate in his heart. With the help of weight-bearing training, his combat power is already stronger than that of the two senior brothers, and it should have reached 200 points. At this time, it is different from the two senior brothers who choose to live in seclusion overseas, the Turtle Immortal, and the Crane Immortal, who are greedy for money and pleasure. Qin Yan chose to use force to establish his own power on this planet. In search of Dragon Ball. Soon, like the future great demon king of Vic, under his absolute force at this time, he easily unified the earth and became the sole ruler of this planet. The ruler of the Chinese Empire in another world, His Majesty, the only emperor of the empire. It's just that unlike the reign of terror of the great demon king of Vic, Qin Yan chose to become a Ming Jun. On the one hand, it is because it is necessary to borrow Dragon Balls and fairy beans, and it is not the same as the righteous side on the earth, such as the gods and cat immortals. When someone tears their faces. Another reason is that because I know what the future holds, I am not really interested in the pleasure-seeking and freewheeling rule on earth at this time. The aftermath of the Battle of the Strong in the later stage can easily destroy the universe, and what is the emperor of a mere planet at this time? Pretty fireworks? Therefore, they have no interest in the domination of hedonism, but choose to vigorously develop the productive forces. There are a lot of weird inventions in the world of Dragon Ball, and popularizing them one by one can raise the level of people's lives by more than one level. Subsequently, the implementation of universal old age security, free education, free medical care, and other policies to buy people's hearts. And what the people of this country need to do is to present the Dragon Balls to their ruler. With a good reputation, the people live and work in peace and contentment, so that even if they search for Dragon Balls frequently, they will not cause the gods and others to react too aggressively. However, because no one on Earth at this time could make a Dragon Ball radar as accurate as Bulma, but could only show an approximate direction, it took a long time to find the Dragon Balls every time. After searching with all the national strength, I finally collected the Dragon Balls several times. Qin Yan once tried to make a wish to the Divine Dragon and let himself learn how to make Dragon Balls, but unfortunately failed. So try to get the Dragon Balls quickly. And so on and so forth, but I can't do it. It's not that it can't be realized, but it's a restriction that was set at the time of production, as if to prevent the insatiable greed of the person who made the wish. So I had to settle for the next best. The first wish is immortality. There are many creatures in the world of Dragon Ball that can live forever, but he is different. After all, he is just a human being, and practicing martial arts can prolong his life, but that's all. The second wish, rejuvenation, is rejuvenation. When Qin Yan promised immortality, he was already very old, so he eagerly chose to restore his young 18-year-old body, even if it was not the most cost-effective wish. The third wish is to transform into a scion bloodline. In the world of Dragon Ball, there is a superpower like Kanyu, who can swap bodies. There are also androids like Shuru who use technology to possess scion blood. If it doesn't work, you can rely on the technology of the later doctors on Earth to gain the power of the scions. In Qin Yan's apprehension, this wish was fulfilled. The body is still its own body, but some structures have been changed, and there is an additional scion logo on the back of the butt, the tail. Since then, Qin Yan has lived in seclusion behind the empire, rarely intervening, and most of the time he has been left to his own devices. While concentrating on cultivation, while continuing to look for Dragon Balls to fulfill certain wishes, he is waiting for certain characters to appear, because they have what he must obtain. The years have passed, nearly 300 years have passed, and finally, Qin Yan is waiting, and this world has come to an era close to the beginning of the plot. Then he got his wish, the near-perfect power he had been longing for. That is the ability of the villain who belongs to the future of Dragon Ball, Majin Buu. Chapter 2. Majin Buu, with pink skin all over his body, his upper body is half naked, his lower body is wearing white pants and black and brown shoes, and he wears bracers on his left and right hands, looking stupid and fat. However, the identity is famous in this universe and the strongest villain in the original Dragon Ball manga. It has a powerful regenerative ability that can be fully restored even if there is only one cell left. Powerful enough to fight against the Monkey King of Super Saiyan 3, and is good at all kinds of magical magic, it is a monster handed down from ancient times. Majin Buu was now being sealed as an egg-like thing and placed on the planet Earth. Originally, I wanted to use the dragon to make a wish to find it, but now, more than 200 years later, this storage location has finally been found by the soldiers of the country, which directly saves some trouble. In terms of strength, he may not be the strongest, but his comprehensive growth is the highest. Because it has the skill to absorb this limitless potential. You can detach any part of your body from your body, wrap your opponent, and suck it into your body, using this way of absorbing strong people to strengthen your own strength. It's really an eye-popping ability, no matter how strong the opponent is, as long as he succeeds in being absorbed, then everything about him, memory, moves, and power, will all be turned into Buu things. From the very beginning, Qin Yan targeted him. Buu's power is too strong, and the power of the Divine Dragon, at least the Earth Divine Dragon, is useless to him. So Qin Yan thought of using technology to obtain the power of Majin Buu. There was once an Earth human who did it and turned this power into his own use. This person is Dr. Gro, the creator of the artificial humans in the Dragon Ball series. The androids number 17 and No 18, who were originally just ordinary teenagers, can be transformed into combat power above the former Cosmic Emperor Frieza and Super Saiyan Vegeta. And it still has almost unlimited energy, and there will be no weakness of physical weakness. The androids number 13 and number 16 he made also have great power, and they are purely mechanical, so mass production is not a problem. In Dragon Ball GT, the highest masterpiece he collaborated with another person, Super 17, is a perfect work with more power than the fourth rank of Super Saiyan. And in Dragon Ball FighterZ, the android number 21 he made has the power of Majin Buu, and can become super powerful in a short period of time by devouring life energy. Dr. Gro, this guy's brain is one of the most valuable things on this planet. There is a reincarnation of souls in this world, so Qin Yan is not worried. Under the flapping of his butterfly wings, some people will not be able to appear. As soon as the man who met his target appeared, the soldiers of the Empire found him and arrested him. There are also other scientific research talents who have been brought in, such as: this is the android 21 of an ordinary human teenage researcher, and she has a mind that rivals that of Dr. Gro. Bulma, the heroine of the Dragon Ball world, was still a child who was just 4 years old at this time. But at this time, her clever brain has been revealed, and in the future, she will invent the time machine. It's not going to be useful now, it's purely a mascot. Dr. Brive, Bulma's father, invented a small capsule that could hold motorcycles, cars, airplanes, houses, and more. And Dr. Curry, a biochemical scientist who successfully resurrected Broly with a drop of blood, as well as Dr. Willow and Dr. Kekken. Wait a minute. Once discovered, all of them were brought under their command and became members of the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences. The only thing they need to do is to dedicate their talents to His Majesty the Emperor of this country. Of course, the treatment he received was also very generous, and he was the highest aristocratic class in the empire. However, in fact, of course, Qin Yan would not be so naive, thinking that a little favor and small profit could make these people serve him. After all, although they are relatively easy to master, there are also careerists. Since Qin Yan has obtained the power of scion cultivation, he has been able to achieve the speed when the divine dragon wish is completed, and he is about to turn into 7 beads and fly to various places on the earth, and instantly catch all these Dragon Balls. After all, this is something that the protagonist's son Wukong can do when he is very young, and it is very simple for Qin Yan, who has been cultivating for more than 200 years. The Dragon Balls have been with him ever since. Qin Yan used the superpower of manipulating people's hearts that he later obtained from making a wish from Dragon Ball, and the ability that he named other heavenly gods by his spoof for a while, to control these scientists. The rest of the will is completely unchanged, except for one thing, which is to completely bind the loyalty of these people. This trick may not be effective against the strong, but it is more than enough to deal with some unarmed scientific talents. At this point, all these talents began to do things for their Emperor Majesty wholeheartedly. After Qin Yan becomes strong enough, he may be able to unravel this effect, but not yet. In this way, the egg of the Majin Bu, which is used as the material, becomes the bag. And these top brains on the earth gathered together to start research in order to make Qin Yan the strongest creature. Chapter 3. By focusing the light of the 6 scions with the heart of justice on one of them, they will have the power of the god of super scions. It's a pity that Qin Yan really has nothing to do with the heart of justice, which is a dead end for him. I don't feel sorry for it, because many people have proven that even if there is no god realm, as long as the power is strong enough, it is enough to defeat the god. For example, in the theatrical version, Broly, who angrily beats 2 Super Blue and Golden Frieza, who surpasses the Super Saiyan god. Another example is the Dragon Ball Heroes anime. The normal battle Super Blue plus King Fist combination begets evil Saiyan Kenba. The Kenba in the parallel world of the manga and the game is a little weaker than the anime, but it can still fight Vegeta of the Super Blue King Fist. Wait a minute. With the blessing of the Saiyan bloodline, he has been cultivating continuously for more than 200 years, giving Qin Yan a terrifying basic combat power. To become a Super Saiyan, you need to reach a certain number of S cells in your body, and then make the S cells explode and grow through emotional stimulation to transform. All Scions have a little bit of S cells but not a lot of them, and living on Earth is perfect for getting S cells to increase. In the past 200 years, Qin Yan has already accumulated enough S cells. Although he estimated in his heart that he would definitely not be able to compare to the 2 bugs of Broly and Kenba, he still had the strength to clean up the Demon Bu. But Qin Yan didn't go to the Demon Bu to fight. One is that the demon Bu at this time once absorbed the king god of the great realm, and there is a seed of kindness in his body. As long as he follows the process of the original book, it is easy for him to change his evil and return to the right. And Qin Yan has enough strength to suppress him, and he is not afraid of him making trouble. The second is that it is not necessary, because with the cooperation of the doctors, a magical machine was invented. As mentioned before, the Dragon Ball has almost become Qin Yan's bag, except for the first 3 wishes. Qin Yan has used it several times to make wishes. One superpower similar to farewell gods is one, and the other is the method of creating the House of Time and Spirit. Abbreviated as the Spiritual Time House, it is located in the temple, a special space where the time inside is different from the time outside. There was food, water, and room in it, the air was thin and muggy, the temperature was between 50 degrees Celsius and -40 degrees Celsius, but the gravity was 10 times that of the usual, and there was a space as vast as the earth, and a year there was only 1 day in the outside world. It's simply an artifact of cultivation, and the disadvantage is that you can only have 2 years to go in, but this shortcoming can be overcome. One is to break this space with the power of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, and the other is to simply upgrade. There is no time limit for entering Dragon Ball Super. Although it doesn't matter if you go directly to the gods to borrow it, it's also a hassle to run back and forth frequently. It's okay to take it by force, anyway. The little combat power of the gods is powerless to resist themselves, but because he doesn't want to break his positive character for the time being, he directly asked Shenlong to give him the ability to create this place on his own. After creating his own spiritual time house, Qin Yan was not in a hurry to cultivate, but after lowering the gravity a bit, he used this place as a research place for scientists from the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences. And this amazing machine is one of the results of it. The original source of this thing was Dragon Ball Fighter Z, and its main developers were Dr. Gro and the beautiful researcher who would be called Android 21 in the future. Its function is to suppress this energy called Qi in the warrior's inner body. You must know that the strength of Dragon Ball fighters is almost all determined by Qi. The physical body has its limits, and Qi allows the physical body to break through the limits. But in the same way, once the Qi in the body is suppressed, it may even be smashed by small stones, and even reduced to the extent that ordinary people who are not as good as even the 5 scum of the war can't even speak. And this machine can produce a special kind of fluctuation, within the range, no matter how strong or weak, as long as it is not a god who destroys the god or an angel, the Qi in the body will be suppressed by this machine. Let the 21st continue their research, and finally achieve the precise control of this machine range, and the results of the miniaturization of the machine. Well, although the name number 21 is not yet called, Qin Yan is still excited to call her so. In short, with this machine, after Qin Yan used his energy to resurrect the demon Bu, he immediately retreated and watched from afar. A huge amount of Qi was generated from the sealed egg and gradually condensed into the figure of the demon, but when it wanted to move, the fluctuations generated by the machine easily made Mr. Majin Bu unable to even fly, and he fell to the ground and became immobile. Next, the unaffected cyborg will be brought into the Chrono House's Research Institute for final experimentation. Chapter 4. Come out, the 2 of you. Such a secretive appearance is very inconsistent with the identity of the Realm King God and his attendants. Qin Yan turned around and said with an unhurried smile. With these words, the 2 figures, one tall and one short, simply stopped hiding and walked out of the shadows. Do you know that we can find the breath of God? The white-haired young man, no, the king god of the realm, Xin, was very surprised in his heart. This human in front of him had resurrected the demon for some purpose, and he could actually perceive the god? No, I'm not a god yet, and I can't detect your breath. Qin Yan deliberately emphasized the word temporary, but unfortunately the 2 didn't seem to care about the meaning of the words. Qin Yan was interesting in his heart, and he didn't hide much, and slowly told the 2 the reason for exposure. It was the sudden change in the flow of the air that let me know that there was a guest coming. As for the identities of the two, it is easy to guess, and the only one who will be so interested in this legendary demon must be the Lord of the Realm God. Yes, in today's universe, the God of Destruction is surprisingly lazy and basically doesn't care, and he should still be asleep at this time. However, the demon Bu once killed 4 of the 5 Realm King Gods, leaving a heavy psychological shadow on the Realm King Gods. It's no wonder that after noticing the awakening of the demon Bu, he immediately asked his servant Jebet to use teleportation to bring himself here. And at this time, the attendant of the king god of the realm, Jebet, who looked like a middle-aged and elderly uncle, couldn't help but interject. Earthling, do you know what you just did? You actually woke up that demon Bu. It's a monster that has destroyed hundreds of planets in a matter of years. The more he talked, the more excited he became, but Qin Yan interrupted him, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. I know exactly what I did, Mr. Jebet. I've just woken up Mr. Bu, who has no power to resist in front of me, and can't even stand up. Please understand this fact a little, uncle. His hair color turned blonde in an instant, his muscles skyrocketed, and lightning flashed all around. And, my power is far superior to that of the demons. The strong arrogance almost blew the two of them away, and before the two of them couldn't stand and were about to be blown away by this powerful qi, Qin Yan retracted his anger very facelessly. After hundreds of years of cultivation, Qin Yan's basic strength was already very high. And after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power has far surpassed the level of Majin Bu and Monkey King Super Saiyan 3. After Xi Super Saiyan 2 a long time ago, he did not rush to comprehend Super Saiyan 3 and the changes after that, but practiced martial arts with his senior brother Turtle Immortal. As long as the strength is carried out according to the plan, it will be easy to increase, but the realm can only be improved little by little. The Turtle Immortal once comprehended a trace of the Freedom Extreme skill in the manga of Dragon Ball Super, in case he could comprehend it himself. With that in mind, I went to learn Xi. Although, at present, there is still nothing, maybe the time has not come. Qin Yan, who knew the future, knew that the current strength was enough to deal with what was happening on Earth. And the Super 3 or even the Super 2 have become the form abandoned by the protagonist later, so they don't do useless work. However, now he has only transformed into a Super Saiyan, and he has not even used Super Saiyan 2, which has completely shocked the king of the realm Shen Xian and his servant Jeffet. They couldn't figure it out anyway. The last time they came to Earth, the Earthlings had only just learned to walk, but this time when they came to this planet, humans actually had the power far above themselves. At this time, the gods on the earth also seemed to sense Qin Yan's breath and hurried over from the temple to resolve the embarrassment between the two sides. Above the gods are the kings of the realm, and above the kings of the realm are the gods of the kings of the realm. In terms of status, the realm king god is the chief boss of the heavenly god, and the heavenly god and Qin Yan are also old acquaintances. Although Qin Yan already has the strength to completely ignore them, there is no need to fight evil, and besides, he has to use the Dragon Ball. So under the polite appearance all along, there was no conflict between the parties, and the two have always been peaceful. Seeing that the realm king god had finally digested the shocking fact that a mortal actually possessed the power above the demon Bu, Qin Yan secretly laughed in his heart, but with a smile on his face, he sent an invitation to them. Chapter 5. Qin Yan sent an invitation to the realm king god and his servants, as well as the heavenly god. This is an invitation to watch Majin Bu's experiment, and the three of them have naturally been concerned about it in their hearts. After all, this is a monster that has killed 4 world king gods. In terms of strength, they are far inferior to this earthling, and they actually don't pay attention to them at all, but they invite them very face-saving. Worried, the 3 gods naturally had no choice but to agree. In the following period of time, the 3 of them ate and drank with the emperor's public funds in the new Huaxia Empire, and watched a huge change about the demon together. The script is simple. Under the unknown effect, Mr. Bu lost all his strength and woke up in a very desolate village. It's the most remote place on the planet right now, and it's so inaccessible that even the Empire almost didn't exist here. Just when Majin Buu was at a loss, a single father with his own child's explosive hairstyle approached and accepted him with a dog. This strange combination began to live in a small house in a corner of the village. Majin Buu was very excited to losing his strength at first, and he was also a little resistant. But under the meticulous care of the young man, he quickly adapted. Helping out will be rewarded with sweets, injuries will hurt, and death will be sad. Playing with friends is a joy thing. The days passed, just when Majin Buu had become excited to this peaceful life. A group of village bullies come to the door and clamour for the single father who took in Majin Buu to pay protection money. It turns out that everyone here needs to pay a large sum of money every month if they want to live in this village without being harassed. And now, because of the addition of Majin Buu, the man can't afford this month's protection. The thugs refused to give up, and took away all the valuable things in their house. Majin Buu tried to resist, but because he lost his strength, he was easily subdued by a group of thugs. The little earth dog rushed up to help, and bit the wicked man's leg. The thugs who were in pain grabbed him and fell heavily to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Majin Buu was so anxious that he finally broke through the limit of reason, and streams of smoke kept rising from his body, and he was about to lose control of himself. At this time, Buu suddenly found that the strange fluctuations that had been suppressing his power all this time disappeared, and he could use his ability again. In less than a second, the gang of villains was immediately killed by the Qigong wave, and there was not even dust left, and Buu saved the benefactor who took him in. Later, seeing that the puppy seemed to be breathing, he quickly used healing magic to easily cure it. After doing the last thing, he drove them away with a fierce look. He ran out of dozens of miles uncontrollably, and at this time, the final change finally took place in his body. From the chubby Majin Buu, an extremely evil aura was emanated, forming another emaciated tall Majin Buu. Since then, Majin Buu has been divided into two individuals, pure good and pure evil. The evil new devil, without saying a word, immediately launched a fierce attack on the good Mr. Buu. At the time of the split, the thin Buu got more power, and the fat Buu was not an opponent at all. Qin Yan and the Realm King God, his servant Jeffet, and the Heavenly God were watching all this together in the dark. And at the moment when the fat demon Buu was about to lose, Qin Yan made a move. Instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and stood in the middle of the two. One punch knocks skinny Buu flying, saving fat Buu's life. Immediately after, a move learned from the senior brother, a huge turtle sect Qigong wave engulfed the evil demon. Smiling and exchanging a few words with Mr. Buu, because of the grace of saving lives, the two easily established a good relationship. Then he chatted with his friends and arranged the rest of their lives. The inhabitants of this village are about to be relocated to a nearby wealthy town with the help of the Empire. When he was about to leave, Qin Yan said very frankly to Mr. Buu that he wanted something, and Mr. Buu did not hesitate to take it from himself and hand it to him. This is Qin Yan's purpose, the meat of Mr. Buu, who is pure and kind. Waving goodbye, he came to the gods with a pleasant face. The incident ended successfully. From now on, there will be no more Majin Buu in the world, only the kind Mr. Buu. P.S. New books for collections, flowers, evaluation of all kinds of requests, thank you. Chapter 6. Qin Yan was not in a hurry and used the sky dancing technique to levitate in mid-air, stretching out a finger to tease the birds in the air, while waiting for the Realm King God and them to confirm Mr. Buu's situation. Sure enough, after a while, the three of the Realm Kings and Gods came over. Qin Yan let go of the little cutie in his hand, and asked back to his senses. How is it, Lord Realm God, can you rest assured now? It's unbelievable that Majin Buu would change his ways. The Realm King Shen Xin still felt very unbelievable at the moment, but he finally slowly accepted this fact. For this, I would like to thank the kindness of the great Realm King God who was absorbed. Qin Yan thought in his heart, but didn't gossip more, but after saying a few more polite words, he sent these gods away. The gods are still of great use to him for the time being, at least for now. It is in his interest to build a good relationship between the two sides. After seeing that the realm king god and the heavenly gods were fine, they left separately. Qin Yan finally flew back to the imperial capital with all his strength and came to the Royal Academy of Science. He tried to keep his face calm, but at this time, he couldn't wait to obtain this power that belonged to the demons. 10 days later, in the imperial capital, a group of scientists in white coats and their assistants waited anxiously outside the spirit time room. They are also members of the Royal Academy of Science, and these people are not as high as the top talents personally recruited by Qin Yan. But they were also hinted at by Don't Be a God, and they were extremely loyal to their Emperor Majesty. Now, His Majesty is undergoing experiments inside, and no one knows the situation inside, and they are all worried. Finally, after a long wait, the doors of the Royal Academy of Science, Spirit Time House, were opened. Familiar faces appeared in front of them, and the noisy crowd immediately fell silent. His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire was in the forefront, Researcher 21 was close behind him, and behind him were his other loyal doctors. Okay guys, except for the 21st, let's step down. With a wave of his hand, he sent everyone away, and everyone returned to their respective posts to do their own research. Qin Yan is in a very good mood now, it is simply indescribably wonderful. The experiment was undoubtedly successful, with number 21 as the initial test subject, and after confirming that the technology was mature, Qin Yan was transformed into an artificial human mixed with demon cells. As the Emperor, he couldn't have let someone else manipulate his body without confirming his technical safety. On the other hand, not everyone is qualified to experiment with Magian cells. After all, with the power of the demons, even if the exaggerated power is excluded, it also means that this person has gained immortal life, will never get sick, and can recover from injuries immediately. And so on. I walked to the practice XI of the Imperial Palace, and there was another spiritual time room here, which was different from the one used for experiments. This was a place for cultivation. Opening the door, the two walked in. This space is the same as the time house on the side of the gods, and the gravity is 10 times that of the Earth. But after Dr. Brive's reconstruction, the gravity of one area reached a maximum of 500 times that of Earth. But other than that, the accommodation, food, environment and other conditions are much better, because I don't want to torture myself in these places. However, this time, the two of them did not come here to practice. One after the other, each has its own ideas in their hearts. After walking a long way in the spirit time room, Qin Yan suddenly turned around and stopped, and number 21 immediately stopped his pace, just lowered his head and did not speak. 21st, know what I'm looking for you for. In the dead silence of the space, he suddenly said this, but the android 21 who heard this sentence was only silent. Qin Yan didn't care, and continued to talk about himself. Since the establishment of this country more than 200 years ago, on the one hand, it was to consolidate the rule of the country. He said. On the one hand, they also have their own selfishness. He said. I have gained the power to manipulate people's hearts from the dragon. Then, use that power to control careerists, rebels. As well as you. But now, you should have gotten rid of this control and come to your senses. Saying this, Qin Yan stepped forward and walked in front of the other party, pinched the woman's chin with one hand, and forced the other party to look directly at him. Since it was no longer possible to remain silent, the 21st also raised his head, and the eyes of the two sides met. It's because of the shattering of the idol, Qin Yan can see the misty tears in her eyes. Your Majesty, why did you give me this power? You should be able to guess the outcome. Under the power of the Magian, the divine power of the Dragon Ball will be invalidated. In that case, why? For the sake of safety. No, it's impossible not to know the reliability of your experiments. Dr. Gro, who is loyal to you, will not begin experiments on your body without complete certainty. In that case, why are you going to kill me next? Number 21 said ventingly, and under the excitement, the power of Majin Buu could not be controlled, and gradually emerged. Because I really like you, number 21. Qin Yan ignored the resistance and hugged her, but thought in his heart. Because I really want to penetrate the monster mother, my cute number 21 sauce. P.S. I saw that some readers reacted Shenlong can't change the bloodline. I don't know where the sensitive words are in the comment area, I can't reply, let me say my opinion. In the anime, the dragon is resurrected to create a person's body, and then it is easy to summon the soul from the underworld and stuff it in, and I personally feel that this wish is not a difficult problem. But if you have to say no, this desire can't be done. Then let the dragon help find a drop of scion blood, which can always be done, and then let the scientists modify it. Or clone a body and let the dragon help change it. Or make a wish to learn the superpower of Qian to change the body by yourself. Or in the theatrical version, there is a doctor who wants to snatch the body of Warrior Z, and the power of technology to change his body. Wait, all of the above methods can't all work, right? Method is not the key, nor is it the only one. In short, as long as the protagonist gains the power of the scion, it will be fine. Chapter 7. Android 21 wears long brown hair with a messy shawl, black-rimmed glasses, and huge earrings. Dressed in a white coat, he looks like a scientist who doesn't pay much attention to life. But whether it is the beautiful figure vaguely revealed from the face or clothes, it shows that this is a rare beauty. She used to be an abandoned baby adopted by an official orphanage. Because he showed extraordinary talent when he was a child, he was sent to the Imperial Royal Academy for Xi. Then, with the excellent results during this period, he was personally received by His Majesty the legendary Emperor, and then, as expected, became one of the strongest brains of the Royal Academy of Sciences. After all, it's a mind that can rival Dr. Gro. And unlike other scholars, Android 21 is also one of the Emperor's concubines. Because Qin Yan is neither an ascetic nor an ascetic, it is impossible not to start when he encounters such a beauty. After all, in this world called Dragon Ball, in the degree of a model worker, she is the only woman with the potential to surpass the 18th. The name was also changed under Qin Yan's forced request, although she didn't care, the title was just a code name for others to use, nothing more. Under the dual status, the 21st can be said to be the highest-ranking person in the country after the emperor. From the beginning, all that changed was loyalty that would never be betrayed, and feelings were cultivated in daily life after that. Hand over for the first time, and there is no compulsion. However, after all, it was cheating, and Qin Yan's greed also wanted him to get more. And now, with deliberate laissez-faire, this ability to control people's hearts has been eliminated. The loyalty bind dissipates under the power of Majin Buu, but the accumulated feelings are still there. Now this kind of scene can only be a simple husband and wife quarrel. Originally, after she was transformed into an artificial human, she was unwilling to prey on life to obtain energy, so she was mainly opposed by gluttonous demon cells. In the end, even because he wanted to eliminate this evil side, he died with it without hesitation. What a hopelessly kind woman! Because I know the nature of the 21st, I made a countermeasure. This is a privilege to stand in the position of a traverser and understand the character traits of the characters. From the perspective of being outside the world, you can learn everything about the characters in the original book from above, and formulate different countermeasures accordingly. That's the biggest cheat. So after coaxing the 21st, soon, there was a quarrel at the end of the bed end. It's so convenient to use Majin Buu's magic to create matter very easily. Next, he even made number 21 become a demon form to add fun, and then I got this long-coveted one, Nianghua version of the demon Buu. The clothes changed to the same style as the other Buu, except that a black bandeau was added to the chest. The fact that the skin turns pudding-like pink is not a metaphor, but a beauty that can only be achieved by a real demon constitution that can be transformed into a liquid. The original brown hair has been changed to a white base, and a faint vermicelli shine appears. If you are angry, the whites of your eyes will turn black and your pupils will glow red, giving you a strange charm. Android 21 gets this time it's real, both physically and mentally. Grabbing the big tail of the Nianghua demon with one hand, Qin Yan was very proud in his heart. "What are you doing?" Number 21 said coquettishly, pulling his big tail back. In the original history, Number 21 eventually split into two entities, good and evil, just like the real Majin Buu. That's why Qin Yan deliberately acted in a play by Mr. Buu, in order to completely eliminate the evil thoughts in the experimental materials. And now it seems that the experiment was successful, and after the evil demon was eliminated, Mr. Buu's cells became very pure, at least for now, there seems to be no hidden danger. But now was not the time to think about this. Qin Yan was very excited because he had discovered some interesting facts. Could it be? Talking a little gossip to attract attention, he suddenly began to sneak up and pinched the pink tail. Chapter 8. Sure enough, the tail looks very dense. Qin Yan discovered this remarkable fact, and snickered in his heart full of a sense of accomplishment. Go play with your own, soulless. Number 21 pulled his tail and held it in his arms vigilantly. Qin Yan pretended not to care, and continued to stare at the thing with the rest of his eyes, wanting to continue to drag it over to play, and said casually at the same time. What's so fun about scion monkeys? It's a pity that he was caught twice in a row, and Number 21 has not given him this chance. A white light emitted from her body, and in the blink of an eye, she changed back to the appearance of an ordinary human woman. How is this? TT. Qin Yan's whole person looked like he had been hit hard. I now suspect that you have transformed me into this way, for reasons that are not at all what you say, but simply for your own pleasure. Number 21 is very clever to discover the facts, and shows a serious distrust of the people around him. Qin Yan naturally wouldn't admit it, but because it was a fact, he absolutely couldn't admit it, so he pretended to change the topic inadvertently. However, this little trick was also seen and seen through by the other party. After all, he is one of the smartest people in this world. But what could she say? She had to sigh helplessly. Seeing that the other party had no intention of pursuing it, Qin Yan also relaxed and took advantage of the situation to chat and joke. Speaking of which, why didn't your majesty turn into a demon form? The experiment should be very successful, there is no way there can be a problem. This is Number 21, who was entangled by Qin Yan and turned into a demon form, while lying on his stomach and holding his forehead, he said in a helpless tone. This one? Well, instead of using what I said, it's more convenient to show you directly. Saying this, Qin Yan let go of the pink tail in his mouth. A carp stood up and jumped lightly to a place half a kilometer away. 10 times the weight of gravity was on the body. Because of the cultivation of more than 200 years, it was almost the same as not feeling it. Qin Yan turned around and confirmed. You can see it here, right? Of course. Cyborg 21 half sat up and replied weakly. Although she hadn't experienced any cultivation before, after transplanting Majin Buu's cells, her combat power at the moment was at least more than 100 million. As a biochemical android, unlike a purely mechanical type, it can become stronger through cultivation. Next, if you exercise a little bit and give full play to the potential of the Majin cells in your body, you can easily have stronger strength. It's just that she is different from Qin Yan and is not interested in becoming stronger. It was enough for her to have eternal life, not to get sick, not to be hurt, and to have almost unlimited time and energy to do the research she loved. After Qin Yan in the distance heard the response, he started a new action at this time. The original height was 1.8 meters, but after making a wish to become a scion with the dragon, under the influence of the bloodline, he grew a little taller, reaching about 1.87 meters. He didn't wear an outerwear, his body directly exposed his streamlined muscles, and the whole person looked very lean and strong. However, the only viewer, Cyborg21, said that he had seen it I don't know how many times. So there was no shy reaction that a girl should have, but he continued to stare generously. In an instant, Qin Yan's black hair turned golden, exuding a golden aura all over his body. Because the process of transforming into a Super Saiyan is already very proficient, under the deliberate control, it does not cause much damage to the surroundings. Then, the muscles of his body swelled again, lightning flashed around the golden aura, and his hair stood even more upside down. It was Super Saiyan 2. Is the energy intensity recorded, number 21? Qin Yan asked. Seeing the woman on the other side, she was half lying and lazily made an OK gesture. Qin Yan then gathered his qi again on the basis of Super Saiyan 2, but it was different from the trick of transforming into a Super Saiyan. This time he began to mobilize the power that belonged to the demon Bu in his body. Drink, roared, maintaining the posture of Super Saiyan 2, his original blonde hair turned silver, and bursts of pale pink arrogance appeared on his body. The whites of the eyes are swallowed by black, and the pupils glow red, which is the newly acquired power like Android 21, the Majin form. At this time, a set of numbers appeared on the black-framed glasses on the bridge of the woman's nose half a kilometer away, and at the same time, the situation on Qin Yan's body was instantly understood. I see. Chapter 9. I see. While muttering to himself compared the two sets of data, Qin Yan also came over at this time and asked unhurriedly. Do you understand what's going on? Well, that's probably clear. 21st looked at the data and fiddled with a microcomputer that he had taken out of nowhere, and after a while came to a conclusion. It seems that the S cells of the Saiyan transformation will conflict with the Majin cells, causing you to be unable to exert all your powers. This is also expected. After all, the way the android boss Shailu in the original book reached Super Saiyan 2 was also because he was resurrected in a near-death state, which stimulated the potential of Saions, not through the transformation of Super Saiyan. Qin Yan's current situation is like this: if he becomes a demon form, his ability to belong to the nature of this form will be greatly improved. For example, the black magic that can turn enemies into snacks, the white magic that can instantly heal injuries, and the strong recovery ability of oneself will be greatly improved. However, in terms of pure strength, it is weaker than Super Saiyan 2, and even slightly inferior to the normal Super Saiyan form. If you don't change into the Majin form, but choose to transform into the Super Race series, the pure power will be stronger. But in the same way, the nature of the demon is weakened, although it can also use magic, recover quickly, etc., but the strength of the ability is far less than that of the other transformation. The two transformation methods have their own emphasis, and the choice depends on the user. So, the next thing to do is to find a way to eliminate this defect. Number 21 whispered, falling into thought, but Qin Yan took the opportunity to pinch the tail dangling in front of her and interrupted her. Ah! Looking at No 21's anxious blushing face, Qin Yan leaned on his body and said happily. Okay, don't think about it so much, it seems to me that you guys are doing a good job. And that's enough to make my plans come true. Shailu, the perfect android who once gathered the cells of the major warriors, has not completed the transformation that can enhance people by 50 times while evolving into a complete body, and superimposing Super Saiyan. Then it shows that there must be unexpected difficulties in this, and since this is the case, I will not let my precious scientific research team drill this bull's horn for the time being. As he spoke, feeling the slippery feel of the tail on his hand, Qin Yan began to move. For me, there are more important things to do right now. A few months later, Qin Yan was familiar with this body, and the team of the Royal Academy of Sciences was responsible for checking whether the various data were normal. At this time, I received a message from afar. The apprentice of his senior brother, the Turtle Immortal, the nephew Sun Gohan, adopted a little boy with a tail on his butt a year ago. This news made Qin Yan feel very excited, and the protagonist had come unconsciously. It's not that they want to go up and join in the fun, but this spaceship, which represents the advanced technology of the Legion of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, is now on this planet. This is what Qin Yan has always wanted. Bulma's father, Dr. Brive, developed a spaceship with the world's first engine. However, it is far from the speed of the Frisia Army's spaceship. And the direction of the technology bonus is different. As for making a wish like a dragon, it's a good way to do it. However, Qin Yan had already made a lot of wishes. There were many parallel universes in the world of Dragon Ball, and at this time, he didn't know which universe he was in. If the direction of the Dragon Ball world you are in is Dragon Ball GT, it will be a bit bad. The premise in Dragon Ball GT is that an evil dragon will be born if the Dragon Ball is overused, and the power of the strongest and final boss Super One-Star Dragon is far from being comparable to the current Qin Yan. So after fulfilling the necessary wishes, try not to use it without using the Dragon Balls. Since there were ready-made spaceships that could be used for research, Qin Yan immediately said that he would laugh unceremoniously. But no matter how you say it, you can't empty the gloves of the White Wolf. After all, he and the Turtle Immortal are both disciples of Wu Taidu, and now the protagonist Kakarot is actually equivalent to the grandson of his master and nephew. I don't bring anything, and it feels a bit embarrassing to grab people's things directly. As far as the elders are concerned. Thinking like this, he got up and walked around the treasury of the empire, picking out some things that were considered valuable. Qin Yan used the dancing technique and quickly flew towards the place where his nephew Son Gohan lived. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for reviews, ask for comments, all kinds of requests. During the new book, these data are important for the author and the book. Thank you for your support. Chapter 10. Although they did not fly at full strength, their speed was still well above the speed of sound, and the sound of the air bursting dispersed the migratory birds along the way. It didn't take much longer. Soon, the Chinese-style hut of Son Gohan, who had been here several times in his memory, appeared in front of him. This is it, fortunately, I remember correctly. Thinking like this, although he looks like a young man who is only 18 years old, after all, Qin Yan is already about to be in his 300s. The surrounding green water and green mountains are pleasant, and even the 5A level scenic spot in the previous life is also very inferior. No wonder the elderly Gohan chose to live in seclusion in this place. His footsteps landed lightly in the dirt and stopped, and he was wearing a light martial arts uniform, which was very similar to the Gaixian Liu Dao costume of later generations, except that the words printed on it were not turtles but Qin. Stepped forward and knocked on the door, and could sense that the chi of the two people inside was here. Qin Yan waited patiently. Speaking of which, it really has the atmosphere of hometown, and there are indeed a lot of shadows of Journey to the West in the first part of Dragon Ball, and these elements sometimes make him fall into a nostalgic atmosphere. No, I always think about the past, as if I am very old. He patted his cheeks, and the door to the hut opened. Yo, Gohan. Qin Yan took the initiative to say hello. Teacher, uncle. Son Gohan, who looked like an old man, looked at the young man in front of him and recognized his identity at a glance. Hurriedly invited Qin Yan into the house and sat down, and brought a cup of tea up. Qin Yan took it unceremoniously. How can you come to me when you're free? I heard that you adopted a child with a tail, so I came to see you. Pointing to his tail, Qin Yan did not hide it, and said his intention directly. Only then did Son Gohan remember that his uncle, who looked much younger than him at his age, also had a tail like the grandson he picked up. Where's the child? Where is it? Where is it? Looking left and right, Qin Yan spun around in this room, acting as if he was really looking for someone. In fact, Qin Yan had already felt the Monkey King's anger that belonged to the Scions, but because he suddenly found that he seemed to be very old, he now wanted to show himself in front of his juniors, indicating that he was still young and It's just that this kind of behavior looks like Sun Wuhan has a broken string in his uncle's brain. Quickly stopped his uncle's strange behavior, asked the old man to sit down, and walked into the bedroom by himself. Grandpa. Oh, Gaku, I'm awake. From the outside, you can hear the conversation between the old and the young inside, and after a while, Gohan tears open the curtain and takes out a child with crab hair from the back room. This is my grandson, Monkey King. Oh, Wukong, it's so cute. Qin Yan let out a grandfather-like sigh and reached out to pinch his little face. Children's skin is very tender and very interesting to the touch. There aren't many opportunities to tease the protagonist like this, and he certainly won't miss it. At this time, Son Gohan also said to Gaku at the right time. Wukong, call Uncle Shizu. Division. Uncle. They. Of the grandmother makes a milky sound from the child's mouth. Qin Yan squinted his eyes and looked very useful. Is worthy of being a scion, and he can already speak at such a young age. And with such an honest look, it seems that he has successfully broken his brain, which is gratifying. Since then, this fall has turned the scion Kakarot into the Monkey King, a warrior of the earth. Qin Yan was thinking like this, and at the same time he said to Sun Wuhan. That's right, Gohan. Don't let Gaku see the full moon. Okay, but... Why? The old grandfather's son Gohan agreed, but he looked like he didn't know why. It's going to turn into a gorilla, and of course you can choose to break your tail and you'll be fine. Qin Yan pointed to his scion tail and personally admonished. No, even if you break the tail, it may grow. Qin Yan pretended to be distressed and said to himself, and suddenly said simply. Otherwise, you can move to the imperial capital together, Gohan. The soldiers of the royal family are a group of ordinary people with strong bodies, and they have been a little lax lately, so you can teach them XI martial arts. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for reviews, ask for comments, all kinds of requests. Chapter 11. Qin Yan asked Gohan to move to the imperial capital to train his guards, but it was just a whim and it was not planned at all. Killing his own grandfather with his own hands / killed by his own grandson after losing his mind. This kind of thing, no matter how you think about it, is not a beautiful thing. I saw Gohan respect his cheap uncle so much, so he saved his life, that's all. By the way, you can also get the future protagonist into the palm of your hand and grasp it. As for the so-called maintenance plot, Qin Yan said that anyway, the history of this world has long been a mess, and even all the Dragon Balls are still in his study at this moment. The story of a boy and girl who meet because of the Dragon Balls and embark on a search for the 7 Dragon Balls has come to an end from the beginning. So you don't have to worry about that change at all. Son Gohan also learned from Qin Yan about his grandson's extraordinary place, although he likes the quiet environment in the mountains, but for the sake of his grandson, it didn't take much effort to agree with his uncle's opinion. Qin Yan drank tea leisurely, staring at the tea stalk standing up in the cup. Lucky. While watching Son Gohan pack his luggage, after a long time, he asked the purpose of his coming. Wait a minute, Gohan, where did you find the Monkey King? Just below the valley in front. Elderly Gohan said as he hunched over and pointed in the direction of the door. Qin Yan looked at it, and felt that the place was quite big, and he didn't want to look for it alone at all, so he would directly order the soldiers of the Empire to search for it later. I also feel that for Sun Wukong, who has lost his memory at this time, there is no hidden meaning of his life experience. Anyway, he couldn't have thought about continuing the Scion mission with his brain, and with his own presence, he couldn't do this at all. So he continued to explain it directly to Sun Wuhan and little Wukong. Did you know, Gohan, in fact, this tale represents that the Monkey King is supposed to be an alien race called the Scions. In other words, there should be the spaceship he took to come to Earth here. I'm going to find it and take it back for the scholars of the Royal Academy of Sciences to study. That's one of the purposes I'm here. Without reservations, there is no need to keep them, Qin Yan told his nephew everything in one go. Although Sun Wukong has learned to speak at this time, on the one hand, he is still too young, and on the other hand, his brain has obviously become very difficult in the short term after the fall, and he just listened to some terms that he didn't understand at all. As for Sun Gohan, he is not shocked, no matter what the child's background is, even if he is an alien, he has already regarded him as his own grandson. Because neither of them knew how to dance the void, Qin Yan took out one of the things he brought this time, which was originally intended as a gift to little Wukong Somersault Cloud. This thing is something that Qin Yan asked for from the cat immortal, although his mind is not very pure, but he has not done anything bad that is too annoying and resentful for so many years. On the contrary, since the establishment of the new country, the lives of the people have generally improved a lot. So the relationship between the two sides is okay. And occasionally going over there to exchange things for some fairy beans or something, it's not a big problem. The somersault cloud is also something that came from there, and for those who can't fly, it can be said to be an artifact. This pair of grandparents and grandchildren are relatively pure people, and they are suitable for them. As for Qin Yan himself, the speed of Mach 1.5 of the somersault cloud is too slow to be used at all, that's all. It's definitely not because he can't do it himself that he thinks of using waste as a gift to others, it's definitely true. While using telekinetic induction, he ordered the army to search for the spaceship that Sun Wukong was riding. He was like this with the two of them, flying slowly, one after the other to the capital of the empire. Recruit an official nearby and arrange the next thing for them. He personally handed over the small gift he picked out from the treasury to little Wukong, as a thank you gift for taking away his spaceship. Don't worry, just borrow and analyze, it will be done quickly, and it won't break. When you're a little older, I'll give you back the spaceship and let you go out into the universe to fight Vegeta and Frieza, ha ha ha. Qin Yan touched little Wukong's hair and said with a wicked smile, the others had no idea what their Emperor Majesty was talking about. Inexplicably wonderful. Swaggering away, searching for and researching the spaceship is in charge of his subordinates, this is the advantage of having his own power, and he can save me an unknown amount of trouble. The matter came to an end for the time being, and then Qin Yan came to the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences again. At this time, another experiment of great importance to him was being carried out here. Chapter 12. If you want to ask what is the most terrifying thing about Majin Buu, then Qin Yan's answer is only one, and that is the bug-like absorption ability. The power is strong, but it is much worse than Super Saiyan 3 of the protagonist Monkey King's full strength. According to his words, if you use all your strength, you can completely destroy it. Dark magic that can turn creatures into food, and can change the appearance of opponents who are too strong. But it can't erase its will, even if it turns the opponent into a jelly bean, it will be beaten by this jelly bean. White magic, which can heal injuries instantly, is also useless against the dead, which is far inferior to the divine power of the divine dragon. The recovery ability has an advantage in the same level of combat, but it is not good against stronger opponents. It will be destroyed in one go before it has time to reply. In terms of performance, it is far inferior to the villain named Zama's in the future, and it is an immortal body that can be completely wiped out only if it is at least a few levels stronger. Absorption is different. Buu shows an absorption ability that can grow almost infinitely. Even the Invincible combined human Super Veget in the original comics will be absorbed by it if it is not protected by a protective shield in advance. And now that the demon cells that were finally obtained, how could Qin Yan not make good use of them? In a factory under the Royal Academy of Sciences, a scholar named Dr. Curry is standing in front of a row of one-person tall petri dishes, accompanying His Majesty the Emperor to review the results of his experiments. Dr. Curry is a genius in biology and chemistry, and once cloned the legendary Super Saiyan Broly almost perfectly with a single drop of blood. Now, of course, its mission is to conduct the same research, but this time the goal of the research has been replaced. This time, it was not Broly who needed him and his team to replicate, but Qin Yan himself. That's right, in order to use replicants to strengthen yourself. Why didn't Qin Yan choose another target? There was really no one to choose. First of all, Broly doesn't know on which planet he is going to be a wild man with his father. Besides, even if the spaceship studies and finds him, he is now just a child about the same age as Kakarot, so he can only be ruled out. The Emperor of the Universe, Frisheta Gokvala, and their father, King Kurd, now have the highest combat strength of 470 million among the three. And Qin Yan's current strength is enough to kill the complete Fat Bu in seconds, and according to his own estimates, it is estimated that he is about the same as Son Gohan, who will be let out of his potential by the king god of the old world in the future. Of course, the Frisha clan could be transformed into Golden Frisia through cultivation, but this form was too strong, and it was an invincible opponent for Qin Yan now. Come to think of it, the only one who can be used as the target of the experiment is yourself. So Qin Yan let these scientists obtain their own cells, and in the laboratory, they used the power of science and technology to create this army of replicants, and tried to mass-produce them. In order to be food for yourself to become stronger. Now, it's almost time for the first test subjects to be completed. Qin Yan held one hand on the outside of the transparent super-strengthened glass. Looked through the culture medium, looked at the appearance of the same as himself, and suddenly asked in an incomprehensible way. Finally, let's make sure, none of these androids are self-conscious, right? Dr. Curry was also one of the people who was personally ordered to don't be a god, and when he heard the Emperor's question, he guessed his thoughts, and he quickly explained loyally. Your Majesty doesn't need to be pressured, all of them are the lowest level artificial souls created by Research 21. All of them will only obey the lowest mechanical orders, far less intelligent than Dr. Gro's purely mechanical androids. That's fine. Qin Yan stared at his replicant and replied in a low voice. Artificial souls are one of the research results of Wife Cyborg 21, and in the original plot of Dragon Ball FighterZ, the Z fighters who represent the righteous side are merciless in dealing with these people. Since this is the case, Qin Yan, who thinks that he is not a good person, has no pressure. The only thing that was a little uncomfortable was the face that looked almost exactly like himself. So get started, let me see what you can do. Qin Yan took 2 steps back and stared at the huge petri dish and ordered. Yes. When Dr. Curry heard this, he immediately gave instructions to his assistant, a big sister researcher with a good figure. Nain, drain the biochemical fluid. In the operation of a beautiful assistant named Nain, the culture medium is extracted little by little. The replicant who was originally curled up in the liquid with Qin Yan, who was floating in the liquid, had to fall to the ground with both feet and stand up for the first time in his life. I opened my eyes, and then I came out of it and came to me. Qin Yan ordered. Hearing the command, the cyborg opened his eyes without saying a word, revealing a stunned red light in his pupils. After looking at it for a while, Qin Yan made a protective shield with his hand to wrap his replicant and levitate it in mid-air. Now, then, let's become a Super Saiyan. Chapter 13. With Qin Yan's order, the clone gathered the qi in his body, and some things had become instincts in his cells. His hair turned blonde and stood upside down, and his whole body was wrapped with golden aura, and his energy was a full 50 times higher than that of Fang Cai, who was a Super Saiyan. Yes, can the transformation be one step closer? Qin Yan looked at the copy, complimenting him with satisfaction, and asked at the cyborg. Cyborgs looked unresponsive and didn't say a word. Can't even speak. Forget it, it's better for me that way. While maintaining the protective shield to prevent the cyborgs from being unable to control their energy and causing damage to the surrounding buildings, Qin Yan directly gave an order. It becomes Super Saiyan 2. Hearing the order, the cyborg moved again, his hair stood even more upside down, and bursts of lightning appeared around his body, and the cyborg had completed a further transformation in the blink of an eye. The strength of Qi has increased twice on the basis of Super Saiyan, reaching as much as 100 times the normal, which is the second of Super Saiyan's. After observing for a while, Qin Yan immediately removed the protective shield. I'm also worried that these newcomers won't be able to control the overflow of transformation energy, and it seems that I'm too worried. Well done, Dr. Curry, the energy intensity has been replicated almost perfectly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment. The white-haired and bald old man was not modest, but happily accepted the emperor's praise, which was the highest honor for him. Qin Yan didn't care about his thoughts, anyway. Their loyalty had already been bound, but they instantly turned into a demon form, and said to his replicant at the same time, "Now, it's time for me to taste you." Cyborgs are naturally unable to respond. Qin Yan stretched out a finger, and a magic that could turn people into snacks was immediately used. Boom! The replicant was turned into a cake without resistance, and without resistance. Use telekinesis to control it to prevent it from falling to the ground, then swallow it in one gulp. The life energy contained in it was immediately absorbed by the Majin cells and turned into the purest energy belonging to this body. Ooh! The strength has increased dramatically, and it deserves to be my replicant. Excited in his heart, Qin Yan ordered all the remaining replicants to be opened. These clones were only the first test subjects, so they were not mass-produced, with only 50 instances in existence. And Qin Yan unceremoniously turned them into various snacks one by one and devoured them. The demon's physique absorbed it all without any pressure, and with just 1 cup of tea, this body had become more than 10 times stronger than just now. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful, that's the power of technology. I was so happy that I couldn't help but laugh wildly. Anyway, I was surrounded by loyal slaves, and there was no need to suppress myself. The 3 bosses of the original Dragon Ball manga, led by Sion and Frieza, are naturally powerful cosmic creatures. The second boss Shuru is a masterpiece of technology, and the enemy of the final chapter, Majin Buu, is a product of magic. And now that the power of these 3 parties is all owned by Qin Yan, with the existence of this factory that replicates the production of the powerhouse in batches, he will become stronger at an incredible speed. But is it because of the replicants? The amount of life energy that can be absorbed is not too much compared to the actual power. Or is it because of the mutilation of the soul, the lack of spirit and only the cause of physical energy? Qin Yan put away the joy in Fang Cai's heart, felt the energy in his body, analyzed the situation little by little and asked the workers around him to record it, and then thought of something, and commented with a somewhat bad face. It's a little unpalatable. This strange smell, the growth promotion liquid is too much. It can't be helped, it's also to let them mature as soon as possible. It's expressionless. Cyborg 21 has just arrived here, and the growth booster is her masterpiece. Well, in fact, the taste is acceptable. Seeing his wife coming, Qin Yan added curtly. Not wanting to continue this topic, Qin Yan hurriedly gave a new order. Dr. Curry, please continue with the work of the replicants, only this is the only time to use this. As he spoke, he cut off a portion of the flesh from his body. It's more than 10 times stronger than the previous material, so I can copy it. Of course, Your Majesty. Dr. Curry replied without hesitation. Ha 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 ha, then I'll leave it to you next. Number 21, accompany me to the training hut, I'm going to get acquainted with this force. Although I haven't comprehended the realm of gods yet, let's let my basic combat power surpass Broly, surpass the scion of evil and the likes of Kamba. Well, set a small goal first. 1 finger is enough to defeat Beerus, the god of destruction in this universe, to that extent. Chapter 14. Because it's a replicant, the energy that can be absorbed is slightly worse than that of the deity, and the life energy is about 1/5 of it, and the taste is also very poor. Endure the inside of the mouth, this terrible taste that is full of my wife's number 21 masterpiece, growth promotion liquid. On the other hand, he tried to use the absorbed energy to carry out quantitative changes to trigger the strengthening of qualitative changes. After the production of a batch of replicants is absorbed, the energy-upgraded cells are immediately used as a springboard to replace the original materials and clone again. In this way, the energy strength of the newly produced replicants can theoretically be increased by more than 10 times in one go compared to the previous products using old materials. In fact, even the ripening results can have a large energy boost. And the location of the factory for the production of replicant energy is still built inside the spiritual time house, and it only takes 1 day from the outside world to produce the inside for a whole year. Quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. The most important thing Qin Yan lacks is time, and by taking advantage of the time difference in the spiritual time house, Qin Yan can accumulate a terrifying amount of quantity. Even if the realm is much worse, as long as the pure strength is strong enough, you can ignore the gap in this realm. As for worrying about the problem of poor foundation, Qin Yan, who has a certain understanding of the future, just wants to burst into foul language. What is the basis of poi? People like Broly and Frieza have a poi basis. Goku and Vegeta have been exercising for 10 years, are the foundations good enough? It's all super racing gods, not even by Frieza's 4 months of training, and rubbed on the ground by Broly's progress in less than a day. There is nothing fair in the world if it doesn't come, like scions are born to be strong in the universe, and Frieza's talent kills most of the scions except Broly. It's just strong enough. As for the so-called heart nature, as soon as Daoxin said it, Qin Yan directly ignored it. Is like the Zhuangti and the primitive saints in the Floodstream Xiangxia novel, and there is a Poi Dao heart to speak of. The battle for the seat between Zhuangti and Hongyun Kunpeng is too many slots to spit out. Primordial Tianzun, this guy is even more superb, attracting outsiders to beat a group of brothers who have beaten him for hundreds of millions of years. The weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. That's right, if you can win in the end. But don't brag about any Dao heart, or anything like that, backstabbing your brothers. The moral level of these torrent saints is only below the average of 1.4 billion people in China. Having finally obtained this body that could be infinitely improved, Qin Yan now had only one thing to do, and that was to try to absorb more energy. The only flaw in this method is the uniqueness of the realm and power. The level of the realm is still very important when the strength is not much different, and Qin Yan is only because he has the means to quickly improve his pure strength, so he has postponed this order of ascension to the realm a little, not giving it up. The latter one is more fatal, and that is the uniqueness of power. As long as others know his way of ascension, then as long as they follow the path that Qin Yan has walked, they can copy his successful experience without difficulty and gain strength as strong as him. Even he himself. Cloning technology gives him the possibility to become stronger in the short term, but once his cells leak out, then it is easy for others to steal the same level of power as him. In order to solve this problem, he already had a plan in mind. It's just that for now, it's more important to boost your energy. The immortals of all walks of life in the later stage have not yet reached the time to appear, and now all the participants on the earth have been given other gods, which is a state of absolute secrecy. So there is no need to worry about these for the time being. Besides, Qin Yan has enough confidence in his plan. With the speed of improvement he planned, he must not need to worry about this soon. The road has to be walked step by step, and you can't become fat in one bite. Qin Yan has been lurking on the earth for almost 300 years, and he doesn't care about this time. And now, feeling the energy intensity in the body, after getting used to it in the mental time room. After estimating his current strength, Qin Yan took out the Dragon Ball again after a long absence. After completing the necessary wishes before, he stopped using the dragon to make a wish, because he was worried that the overuse of the Dragon Balls would give birth to an evil dragon, and the strength of the strongest and final boss Super One-Star Dragon was stronger than he was at the time. And now there is no such psychological burden, because Qin Yan is very sure. With his current energy intensity, like Beerus, the god of destruction, and the super one-star dragon, it would be easy to destroy the entire universe with one move. As for who is strong and who is weak, it is really difficult to say without a single reference. But in any case, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if it's the final boss of God of Destruction and Dragon Ball GT, whoever is strong and who is weak, it will be. See you under the hands. Chapter 15. Come out, Shenlong. With Qin Yan's summons, the sky darkened again after a long absence, and the 7 dragon balls marked with red stars shone with flickering light. When the brightness of the dragon ball's light reached a limit, a huge oriental dragon suddenly appeared from it. Make a wish, I'll grant you any wish. As soon as the dragon appeared, before he could see the wisher clearly, he couldn't wait to say in a tone that exuded a strong majesty. Yo, Shenlong, long time no see. Qin Yan was not in a hurry, saluted jokingly with his hand, and said hello first. Why are you again? Shenlong found out that he had summoned his acquaintance, even if it was a simple tool, he had his own will, and he was a little speechless in his heart at the moment. However, he didn't know that while Qin Yan smiled and said hello, he was thinking about whether to absorb it in his heart. Do you want to absorb it? If you eat it, then you can just do it once and for all. There will be no need for Dragon Ball in the future, and if you think about it, you can save a lot of trouble. Hurry up and say your wishes. The poor Shenlong didn't know Qin Yan's thoughts, and was still urging. Forget it, I still have to maintain my image for now, and it is not appropriate to blacken prematurely for the time being. Moreover, the performance of the Earth Divine Dragon is average, so if you want to absorb it, you should absorb a stronger one, such as the Namek Divine Dragon Polenga, or Super Dragon. The thoughts in his heart changed rapidly, and he quickly made a decision. Qin Yan raised his head and looked directly at Shenlong, and said to him. Then Shenlong, let me learn how to teleport. I thought it was an easy wish to achieve, but when Shenlong heard Qin Yan's wish, he directly and simply refused. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your wish. For the unattainable wish, Shenlong was not like Fang Cai, but explained patiently. Your energy is too strong, it's beyond my interference. Even if I use my divine powers to make you learn to teleport, there will be some strange problems that prevent you from using it normally. If it was you before, I could do it. Shenlong felt aggrieved in his heart. Qin Yan thought of the fact that in the original book, someone had made a wish to turn androids 17 and 18 into ordinary humans, and they were also rejected, and it was also because the 2 artificial humans were also beyond the energy range of the Divine Dragon. I also thought that in Dragon Ball GT, Monkey King has become smaller in his body, so there is a bug in the use of teleportation. Maybe if Shenlong forcibly fulfills his wish, it will also become like this. Dragon Balls cannot destroy a powerful enemy, but they can easily resurrect a strong player with the same strength, or restore their physical strength. It's really a wishing machine. He complained like this in his heart, but Qin Yan had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way to learn how to teleport. Called the 21st, Qin Yan gave her some instructions, and then made a new wish to Shenlong. Then Shenlong, please send me to the Star of Adraith. The Adraith Star is the place where the Monkey King learned to teleport Xi in the original book, and the Adraith Star people live on it, although they do not have strong combat power, but they have magical abilities. The wish is simple. Although Qin Yan was far stronger than Shenlong. As long as he himself did not refuse, Shenlong could still do such a thing as being teleported away. It didn't take long for Shenlong to quickly find the location of the Adraith Star and teleport Qin Yan over. Your wish has come true, goodbye, Shenlong said, breathing a sigh of relief in his heart. Since this person is not on this planet now, the Dragon Balls should scatter next, and they should see new faces next time, Shenlong thought. At the same time, the huge body disappeared, and 7 Dragon Balls flew into the sky, but just as it was about to fly to the world, the android 21, which had been here since then, moved. Transforming into a demon form, he stretched out a hand to aim at the target, and then used his telekinesis to fix it, easily cutting off the dragon ball. The sky returned to its original day, and the stone that the 7 beads had turned into was now bored in her hands and floated around with mental power. The crowd of onlookers from afar in the imperial capital also dispersed at this time, and she was the only one who changed back into her human form and waited in place. It didn't make people wait too long, and about 5 minutes later, Qin Yan put 2 fingers on his forehead and reappeared in front of number 21. "Done?" asked 21 intriguedly. "Well, teleportation, I'll take it." Qin Yan's mouth rose slightly, and he replied satisfied. Chapter 16. I learned to teleport in a matter of minutes. After all, Majin Buu's characteristics are: once you absorb a creature, you can learn all the moves that the absorbed person has mastered. But this time, instead of using absorption, I learned it at a glance. In Adrit, Qin Yan spent 4 minutes, gesturing with teleportation gestures, and negotiated with a certain alien in sign language in a good temper. In exchange for a universal capsule, the Adrits were able to teleport twice. And just these 2 performances, Qin Yan learned this trick. There is nothing surprising to be surprised. In terms of the performance of the android, Shailu, who is weaker than Qin Yan, has also easily mastered this trick after seeing Sun Wukong perform a few teleportations. The original Fat Demon Bu took a look at Vegeta and Son Goku's moves, and learned their tricks as well. After that, Bu glanced at Gebet's actual combat teleportation, and also mastered this move. There is also the evil side of Android 21 in Dragon Ball Fighter Z, which also easily learned to teleport. This is Majin Buu's talent for learning Xi. Now, Qin Yan, who has the Demon Bu cell, naturally also inherits this ability to learn Xi quickly. The moves that Sun Wukong once took a whole year to learn were easily obtained by him. The only pity is that the teleportation of the Adrath star is based on the premise that you must feel the chi of the person at the target location, which means that this move cannot go to a place where there is no one. Compared to this, Qin Yan actually wanted Gebet's teleportation more. His teleportation can directly reach any planet in the nether realm of the universe, and he doesn't need to find chi. The latter can be cast faster than the former, and there is no restriction on how much you have to concentrate to use it. However, Qin Yan was already very satisfied with this, so he put this issue behind him for the time being. The current situation is that for him, who has mastered teleportation, the entire universe can be said to be left to its own devices. Because Qin Yan is not a pure scion after all, the demon cells in his body can allow him to survive in the universe for a long time. Even if the enemy wanted to threaten him by blowing up the planet, it would have no effect on him. Put away the dragon balls that turned into stone after explaining to the 21st let her stay and watch the house. And now he's going to do something interesting. Close your eyes and focus your fingers together in front of your forehead. Qin Yan concentrated his energy, searching for targets throughout the universe. After a while, a particularly conspicuous chi appeared in the perception. Found it. The teleportation was activated, and the whole person disappeared directly from the imperial capital. At the same time, somewhere in the world, in the spaceship of the cosmic emperor Frisia, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. What person? A handsome man with green skin found the comer, and a cold sweat broke out in his heart. At this time, the other 2 people beside him finally discovered Qin Yan's arrival after being reminded. This person is the senior general of the Frisia Legion named Shanbo, and the other pink-skinned fat man next to him is Dodoria, and the seat between the 2 is naturally their master, King Frisia. Frisia's combat power of 530,000 at this time was really conspicuous in the universe. So he was found at once. And these people rely heavily on combat detectors, so they can't even find out if they don't even see with their eyes or remind them by machines. Now they really didn't bother to mention how much interest Qin Yan had, and directly and unceremoniously ordered. "Frisia, come with me." Bold, I don't know how you got in, but you dare to speak in such a tone to Lord Frisia. Look at his tail, this intruder is a Scion survivor. Shangbo and Dodoria were dutifully vigilant, and at this time they suddenly found the tail behind Qin Yan's buttocks. I see, the survivor of the Scion monkey has come to take revenge after discovering that planet Vegeta was destroyed not by a meteorite but by my Frisia. Frisia seemed to have misunderstood something, and guessed with interest, but then looked at the numbers of the combat detector and suddenly lost interest. Why, the combat power is only 5, it's really boring. Mr. Shambo, Mr. Dodoria, destroy him. When Qin Yan heard this, he just stared at these people with a playful expression unhurriedly, until Frisia's 2 dog legs were ready to act, and he also made a move. With the speed of the 3 people on the other side, they appeared in front of Frisia in an instant. Then, he stretched out a hand and pinched the neck of the opposite side, like catching a little chicken, and lifted the legendary Emperor of the Universe and carried it in mid-air. Chapter 17. Frisia, who has been crisscrossing the universe for many years, was caught without resistance like catching a chick. The neck was firmly pinched by the big hand, and the whole person almost suffocated to death. Unable to care about anything else, his body changed 3 times in a row in an instant, from the initial form of 530,000 to the ultimate form with a combat power of up to 120 million in one breath. Resisted with a heavy blow with both hands and feet on the lost youth in front of him, and even used all his qigong to unfold it, directly submerging the opponent's body, and bombarding a huge hole in the rear of the spaceship. But it didn't even play a role in dealing with the people in front of him, and even the enemy's clothes were not torn, all of them were protected by qi. No, there is a slight effect. As if bored by this action, Qin Yan held his other hand, carefully avoiding accidentally beating Frisia to death, and gently tapped the knuckles of his fingers on Frisia's smooth head. Suddenly, the eyes of the Universe Emperor turned white, and his mouth foamed at the... Well, the white foam was pinched hard and swallowed back, and he lost his ability to resist and passed out honestly. Maybe in his dream, he would treat these as a nightmare and have a very beautiful dream, Qin Yan thought happily. Ferd. Mistress Frisia. How is that possible? The 2 useless subordinates were so frightened by what was happening in front of them that they didn't dare to move, but Qin Yan looked at the honest Frisia and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't look at Shangbo and Dodoria who were not far away, and he didn't choose to kill Shangbo and Dosha with his own hands. Instead, Frisia the Emperor of the Universe was exposed to the 2 of them, and his face was lost. Although they usually seem to be very open-minded, they also use the suffix sir as an honorific title for the 2. For some enemies who have offended him, he will try to recruit the other party first, and when he is really stubborn, he will choose to kill the killer. But that was based on Frisia's own absolute force. In fact, Frisia had always looked down on everyone except himself, and now that he had let others see his ugliness, there was no way he would allow these 2 to still be alive. Therefore, Qin Yan really didn't need to waste his strength on 2 insects that could be easily crushed to death. In this way, he clamped Frisia with one hand, and Qin Yan continued to search for the target with 2 fingers and in front of his forehead. After a while, he found a qi that was very similar to the nature of the Refrigerator King. Finding the target, the combat power is much stronger than Frisia, it should be you. With Frisia with him, he left the stunned Shambit and Dodoria behind, and their bodies disappeared from the spaceship. An unknown planet, the same routine, and after a while, Qin Yan's hand had another creature that looked very similar to Frisia. It was Frisia's older brother, Kvala. Mistress Kvala. No way, it's a nightmare. Compared with Frisia's army, Quira usually only has 3 direct subordinates around Shaviza, Dre, and Nez. Their combat effectiveness is very high, almost all of them are more than 150,000, all of which are above the 120,000 battles of Frieza's strongest man, Kainu, and they are also much more loyal than Frisia's subordinates. One by one. Even if they didn't know that it was their opponent, they still tried their best to rush up and fight. These people didn't all submit to Kuvra because of his force, and they had built up a lot of bonds over the years. If one of them dies in battle, the other companion will do his best to avenge him. Although it is still useless, this courage has already exploded the two waists of Shangbo and Dodoria. However, they were all seriously injured one by Qin Yan's inadvertent explosive counterattack, and no matter how much courage he had, he was still powerless in the face of absolute power. Looking at Shaviza, the captain of the three who could only move in front of him, Qin Yan had no intention of killing the three, but told him with a smile. "I will not kill you. It's up to you to tell the Kurdish king all this, and tell the idiot that his two precious sons are in my hands," he said. "I'm going to go to a planet called Earth next. If you want to take revenge and have the courage to take revenge, please remember to bring enough troops here." Ha 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 ha. In Qin Yan's opinion, the Kurdish king belongs to a worthless category. Although he is the father of the two, his combat effectiveness has long been surpassed by his sons. Now that the better materials have arrived, Qin Yan naturally has no need to pursue more inferior food. Smiling in a good mood, he carried a two Frisia brothers in his hand, and used teleportation to leave the planet. Chapter 18. Back on Earth, I went straight to the research institute located inside the spiritual time house. He threw the Frisia and Kvara brothers at his feet. Sitting in the middle of the chair, he gave the order to gather all the busy doctors. Dr. Willow, who was bald and had a big head, looked at His Majesty the Emperor, who had just returned from an unknown planet, and suddenly appeared in front of him, and went up and pinched the two strange creatures that he casually threw on the ground. "This is the Emperor of the universe. The strength is not as good as the mass-produced mechanical android I made. Are these two guys really the Emperor of the universe?" that His Majesty said. After being hypnotized by other gods, the loyal Dr. Gro couldn't help but confirm with his master. "It looks like it's androgynous, and it's funny. Unlike humans, they are creatures with a high level of evolution." Dr. Brive stroked his beard and affirmed Brother Friazakvala. "But it doesn't feel like it's very smart," Bulma said as she poked a finger at Frisia's slick head. Because she often stays in the spiritual time house, she is actually a 16-year-old girl at this time, and she is also one of the top researchers in the Empire. Its current achievements include the highly accurate Dragon Ball radar, which has been successfully developed. For the sake of His Majesty the Emperor, research is now underway on a time machine that can go back in time. Well, all in all, so material. Number 21 lifted his black-rimmed glasses and summed up. "Okay, don't talk about it." Seeing that his subordinates looked disgusted, Qin Yan couldn't help but express sympathy for Frisia and Quilla, and then quickly stopped them. "Nain, activate the machine and suppress their chi." With that, he ordered a beautiful assistant named Nain to suppress the power of the two brothers with a machine that could suppress the chi in the warrior's body. Rather than mass-producing this machine, it was downsized, and only a few units were built, and further development was stopped. This machine is extremely dangerous. At the moment, even Qin Yan himself was not immune to its effects. If you want to overcome it, you must reach the realm above the gods, otherwise you will be killed by it in seconds, no matter how strong or weak. However, now there are almost all researchers here who have been locked up by Qin Yan and loyal, so there is no need to worry about these for the time being. Transcending the gods is a plan that must be accomplished. The gods have nothing to fear, but the strength of Jilian as a human in later generations has reached the realm above the god of destruction. The genius of the Scion, Broly, also achieved the great cause of surpassing the god of destruction in just half a day, with the power of the transformation of the Super Scion at this stage, without any so-called god realm bonus. Now, relying on the crazy devouring of life energy, although Qin Yan does not have the realm of a god, he is also confident that his current pure strength has the confidence that he is not weak with Beerus, the god of destruction in this universe. After all, even he couldn't remember how much replicant life energy he had devoured above Super Saiyan 3. And now in the factory, there is still a steady stream of replicating humans. If you continue to devour, it must be very soon, although the realm still has not reached the level of a god. But you can also use pure power to crush and destroy the god head-on, right? After all, the factory is inside the spirit time house, and the outside is 1 day, but the inside has been producing 365 days. But things don't go so well, and the god of destruction is often followed by attendants known as the angels. Although it is nominally an attendant, it is actually a duty to guard the gods, and its strength is extremely powerful. Qin Yan estimated that the god of destruction that he could deal with now was not the enemy of one of his moves. Although the angels are absolutely neutral, they generally do not participate in the struggle of mortals. But his own family knows best. Qin Yan is doing something unusual. His goal has never been to destroy the gods, but to be the only throne in the Dragon Ball world and even in all the worlds beyond. For this, conflict with these people can be determined to be inevitable. From the moment he obtained Majin Buu's cells, the plan had already begun. But the time is not yet ripe for more planning. Pure power can overwhelm the god of destruction, but it is too difficult to overwhelm the angels. At least for Qin Yan today, the strength of the angels is unfathomable. Now it is the case that the strength can be strengthened without any pressure by continuing to devour the energy. Then, let's start and let him get close to God in the realm. The strength closes the gap between the two sides, and the deficiencies are supplemented with realms. As long as the strength is much stronger than that of the angel clan, then even if the realm is slightly weaker, theoretically the comprehensive strength will have the capital to compete with the other party. Thinking in his heart, he ordered his subordinates to imprison the Flay brothers who had been weakened and used them as the body for extracting cells for research. Qin Yan himself used teleportation to leave the Earth again. This time he targets the surviving scions in the universe. Chapter 19. In the world of Dragon Ball. If two people are related, then the nature of their chi will be relatively close. And if they belong to the same race, the same chi will be very similar. The world view of Dragon Ball had 18 universes a long time ago, and 6 of them were erased by the supreme god of the entire universe, the king. There are only 12 universes that still exist. The universe where Qin Yan is located is the 7th universe, and its organizational structure is roughly divided into such as the human world, the underworld, the realm of kings and gods, and the demon realm. And each universe may have parallel universes with different directions due to the confusion of the timeline. The gods cannot be independent of the timeline, so manipulating time is listed as a major sin. If Qin Yan now burst out all the chi in his body without any scruples, the entire 7th universe, even if it is the underworld, the realm king god realm, the demon realm, and so on, will also be shaken by this force. If you concentrate your efforts, it will not be difficult to search for the chi of the entire universe. The premise is, the target of the search cannot be too weak. If the strength is too weak, just like humans don't care if they inadvertently step on an ant, it is difficult for Qin Yan to detect whether some weak life has been missed. The more conspicuous the target, the easier it is to find. Fortunately, most of the scions at this time do not hide their powers. And the scions, no matter how weak the low-level fighters, are still a fighting nation after all. Except for the strange ones with a newborn combat power of only 2, most of them are still easy to find. Using Kakarote's chi as a comparison, Qin Yan began to search in the entire universe. Soon he found a target of a very similar nature. That's right, this feeling is scion anger. Is it Vegeta them? No, Vegeta isn't that weak, so it's probably Raditz. The scion thought as his tail flicked around. The teleportation was activated, and the next moment, Qin Yan had already arrived on a strange planet. It turned out that I guessed wrong. What appeared in front of him was a crab head with the same hairstyle as Sun Wukong, and the appearance was also extremely similar, except that the skin was darker and he was wearing a scion battle uniform. With all these characteristics gathered together, Qin Yan finally remembered a character in the theatrical version that he had almost forgotten. One of the survivors of the seance, Dales. A low-level warrior like Sun Wukong, he has a despicable personality and is one of the bosses who enhances his combat effectiveness by eating the fruits of the spiritual tree that absorbs the vitality of the planet. In Qin Yan's impression, there are only two characteristics: the spirit tree fruit, the long, and the protagonist are similar. Other than that, a character with no bright spots. Dragon Ball Z, Earth Wars is a theatrical version of Dragon Ball, which is not a timeline of official history, but belongs to a parallel universe. The story follows Dales, a scion who looks very similar to Goku, wandering the universe and looking everywhere for a planet suitable for planting the divine tree. The fruit of the spirit tree can greatly increase a person's combat power, but this tree will also absorb and deplete all the life force of the planet. In order to stop Dales's plot, the warriors unite and face the enemy. In this battle, Darius's combat power at the beginning was not as good as Sun Wukong, who had a combat power of 30,000 at that time. But after eating the fruit of a spirit fruit tree, even if Wukong used the tenfold Realm King Fist, his combat power skyrocketed to 300,000. Dales still easily defeated Wukong, and in terms of degree, his strength is at least 500,000 or more. Just like the mythical elixir of immortality that can make people soar in the day, a spirit fruit can make a person's combat power skyrocket from less than 30,000 to more than 500,000, and with just one bite, they can have the power to smash the stars. However, the spirit fruit tree was useless to Qin Yan at this time. After all, although only one spiritual fruit tree on the earth has produced hundreds or thousands of fruits, it is only one fruit equals 500,000 combat power fruits. And the worldview of the Earth in Dragon Ball is the planet with the best environment in the whole universe, and ordinary planets can't grow such delicious fruits. In addition, not to mention Qin Yan's own, controlled by artificial souls, the cloned army of replicants whose combat power is above that of Majin Buu can not only be used as a simple snack, but also can be manipulated and used as combat power. Dr. Gro's purely mechanical artificial humans have also been prototyped and are currently in the process of mass production. The strength of these artificial people, each individual, is far above that of ordinary super scions. However, with the idea of collecting, Qin Yan still decided to go to the gods on this planet to look for it. The spirit fruit tree is a thing that only the gods can eat, and if the fruit is a collection of the gods on this planet, then find a way to get it to fill the treasury. If it's something that Darius got on another planet during his subsequent wanderings, it's not a big deal. Chapter 20. After threatening the gods on this planet, and even using the mind-reading technique, he still didn't find the target Qin Yan wanted. Don't be curious about when Qin Yan learned the art of mind-reading, this thing is not difficult to learn. When Sun Wukong first came to Namek, he only had to gently touch the opponent's head with his hand to read the target's memory. And Vic's mind-reading technique is even more powerful. After you later merge with the gods, with the power of the gods, he can now read the other party's minds in the air, provided that this person's strength is not stronger than him. And supreme gods such as the king of the realm god, like Vegeta, who is stronger than him, can also read the mind. Qin Yan is not a god, his mind-reading technique is only the lowest level of mind-reading technique, and he needs to touch the other party's brain with his hand. Finding that the other party was not lying, there was indeed no such thing as a spirit fruit tree on this planet, and Qin Yan could only give up. Think about it, if Dales had obtained the seeds of the spirit fruit tree when he was very young, then even if other planets were not suitable for the growth of this kind of tree, he would not have been beaten by Sun Wukong, who only had 30,000 combat power. If not, there will be no one. Anyway, the spirit fruit tree is of little use to him now, but there is one less collection in the imperial treasury. Carrying Dales's tail in his hand, this scion little ghost head is only a little bigger than Sun Wukong, and he has not even overcome the weakness that if his tail is held by others, he will lose his strength. Qin Yan stared at this face that looked exactly like Sun Wukong, thinking in his heart whether to kill him. After thinking about it, I gave up, although there is no shortage of scion cells, so let's think of it as a collection of species diversity. After coming to this world, maybe it's old. Qin Yan has a special interest, and he especially likes to collect some things for fun. What dinosaurs, orcs, and demons? Strange creatures like that. In addition to cultivation, occasionally Qin Yan would be like coming to the Colosseum in ancient Rome, and he could watch these monsters fighting for fun. In his eyes, these people can't be considered humans, they don't look very cute, and they can only be used as pets in the zoo. Like the scenes in the original Dragon Ball books, various orcs and humans live together, but in the Chinese Empire, which has ruled another world for nearly 300 years, there is no such thing at all. There are many such creatures in the imperial gardens of the empire, and he is not afraid that these strange creatures will be able to make trouble. Because of the mechanical androids 13, 14, and 15 developed by Drive Gro Indiana the early stage, they are constantly guarding these pets day and night as guards. As Qin Yan himself and the Cyborg 21's biochemical androids were different from the purely mechanical androids, their programs were planted with instructions of absolute loyalty. Although it is only an early model, its strength is only slightly weaker than that of ordinary super scions. If measured in terms of combat effectiveness, each of them also has more than 100 million combat power, and it is really useless to take care of some rare beasts. But after all, it is only the early model, and in the Research Institute in the Spirit Time House. The new model Cyborg 16 has been successfully developed and started mass production, and its combat capability has been greatly enhanced. Therefore, these experimental products in the early stage can only be used to do this kind of scrap work. In this way, while the god of the planet who was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, he carried Darius's tail and shook it a few times in boredom. Qin Yan didn't feel sorry for this god, Dales, this guy's scion cruel nature, it can be said that it was brought into full play in his body. If Qin Yan hadn't come to this trip boringly, this planet would have been destroyed by it. Therefore, it should be this planet, and all the inhabitants of this planet, who owe him a favor and a life-saving grace. Thinking about it like this, in a good mood, Qin Yan was very proud, and his movements in his hand were faster when he shook Dales. In a circle. Poor Dales had already been knocked unconscious, and now he was dizzy in his dreams. In the dream, it was as if the old driver called Fujiwara Takumiya was driving AE86 and taking him with him to race on MT Akina, and it was as if his whole brain was about to drift out. Just when Dales felt in his dream that the two of them were about to overturn and fall off the cliff. In the real world, fortunately, Qin Yan's happiness came and went quickly, and soon he had a new idea and stopped what he was doing. Success allowed Dales to avoid becoming the first scion in history to be stunned to death by his tail. After a while, he decided to move on to his next target. Put your fingers together in front of your forehead, close your eyes, and continue to search the universe for the chi that belongs to the scions. After a long time, I found it, I can't be wrong, I definitely can't be wrong this time. It's Scion's anger. There are also two people around him who are also scions, probably his henchmen Raditz and Nappa, right? With this kind of combat power of about thousands, it is definitely a young Vegeta. He said. Tragedy Tower Birgitta-chan, ah, big brother, I'm coming to you. Talking to himself like this, with Dales, who had already rolled his eyes, Qin Yan left the planet. Only the gods of this planet, who were stunned by the horror, were left alone. Chapter 21. Somewhere in the North Milky Way, on a terrestrial planet with a 3-star system. The surviving scions gathered around the campfire and enjoyed their lunch. The bonfire was filled with the severed limbs of some strange creatures, and without any spices, it was just barbarizing. The smoke curled up, and the scion nature kept them from waiting too long. Prince Vegeta put his hand directly into the fire, picked up a hand-like thing, stuffed it into his mouth and gnawed it. Seeing that their heads were all moving, the muscular man who was more than 2 meters tall also began to eat, and he was the Nappa of Vegeta in combat power, second only to Vegeta in the small group of 3. Finally, Sun Wukong's brother Raditz is just a child at this time, with long hair directly under his buttocks. As the weakest of the 3, he could only enjoy the food last. The scions had a great appetite and ate very quickly, and after a full meal, the 3 of them lay down in the land and began to chat. This mission has been completed well, all intelligent life should have been killed, the degree of environmental damage is not too great, and this planet has been captured by us. Shall we go back to our lives, Vegeta? Raditz asked with a flattering look on his face. Hearing this, Vegeta stopped his question, and his eyes motioned to the 3 of them, and they all took down the combat power detector on their heads. In addition to detecting the strength of the air, this machine can also be used for communication and monitoring. Vegeta has always been disobedient to Frieza, and naturally she will not continue to wear this thing when the 3 of them talk in private at this time. No, let's rest on this planet again, there seems to be something unexpected on the Frieza army's liaison. Speaking of which, I've heard some strange news from some friends. The big man, who was not yet bald, continued to speak. Although he is tall, he has a bullying personality and is afraid of hardness, and he is a good-looking dog for Vegeta. At the same time, what does not match the appearance is that the communication skills are good, and the ability to see the wind makes the rudder extremely strong. Unlike Vegeta, who has a very high vision and a small social circle, he knows a lot of fox friends and has a wider range of sources. Oh, Nappa, tell me about it. Vegeta has always used Nappa as a simple combat tool, and he looks down on him in his heart. This time it came in handy unexpectedly, and he ordered him to tell himself everything he knew. Yes, said Nappa, first showing some respect for Vegeta, and then thinking back with his uneasy head before becoming. I heard, Frieza. Seeing Vegeta's unhappy eyes, Nappa quickly swallowed the word king back. Frieza, it seems to have disappeared suddenly. Missing? Be specific. Vegeta said impatiently. Even if he saw Vegeta's unhappy appearance, he quickly added the details. I heard about this from a pilot friend, and it is said that in King Frieza's spaceship, a scion suddenly broke in. Scions, you mean survivors other than us? Raditz interjected. Nappa glanced at him, and seeing that Vegeta was also interested, he reluctantly began to explain. Yes, definitely a scion, this mysterious man has the scion logo tail behind his ass. Frieza was defeated and captured by this scion. Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? No way. The legendary Super Saiyan must be me, there can't be anyone else. Vegeta's unhappiness was revealed on the surface. And then? Raditz continued. No, the pilot friend was killed by Lord Champo soon after. Nappa usually looked down on Raditz, but this time he unexpectedly explained his good nature. Probably, I was surprised by the information of this new scion in my heart, and I was in no mood to despise him. Raditz was about to continue talking when the young man's voice suddenly sounded in front of them. Grabbing the tail with one hand, he carried the fainting Dales, and greeted them with the other. Yo, you 3 seem to be talking about me. Without noticing, it suddenly appeared in front of him as if it was teleporting, and there was a tail belonging to a scion flicking back and forth behind his buttocks. Who are you? The 3 of them hurriedly got up when they saw this. At the same time, Raditz picked up the combat power detector and put it on his head, and pressed the middle button with his left index finger. The sound of Diddy sounded, and a value quickly appeared on the machine, which immediately relieved him. The combat effectiveness is only 5. Before the next word could be spoken, the corners of Qin Yan's mouth raised wickedly. Boom sounded, and in an instant, the machine exploded on top of its head. Chapter 22. What's going on? Is the machine broken? Nappa also brought a combat power detector, but no matter how he pressed it, the value on it was still 5. Vegeta, on the other hand, walked out with an arrogant look and said to the youth. Judging by the tail, you're also a scion, I don't think I've seen you before. Qin Yan ignored him, but after glancing at the three of them, he said a little helplessly. No, what a wretched bunch of fellows, who can't even feel the strength of the enemy's qi without relying on machines. As he spoke, he casually threw Dales to the ground. All right, don't pretend, your anger tells me you've woken up, little ghost. Hearing this, Dales remained motionless on the ground. Just when Vegeta and the others thought that the young man in front of them was talking nonsense, Darius took advantage of this moment to suddenly use the sky dance technique to flee into the distance. Hey! Raditz and Nappa were shocked that they had really been deceived by him. As for Vegeta, he had some guesses in his mind, but he wasn't sure. It's really fast, hee. Qin Yan quipped. Will not hide his anger, even if he flies farther, Qin Yan can easily pull him out. But this kind of cunning character, you really have to train and train well. Seeing Dari's figure completely disappear from his field of vision, Qin Yan grinned and also used the sky dance technique to catch up. Then in the next second, in the eyes of the three Vegeta, this person seemed to have never left the same place, but there was an extra scion tail in his hand, and he easily caught Dales again. While poking Dales with his fingers, Qin Yan turned his head and suddenly asked the other side. Hey, do you want to become a super scion? What do you mean? Hearing the information of interest, Vegeta really took the bait. It's not a big deal, it's just that. Said so. Close your eyes, then open them. In the process, the pupils had been replaced by blue, and the hair color had changed from black to golden yellow, exuding a golden aura all over his body, and the powerful chi wave generated almost swept the three of them away. The transformation of the Super Saiyan was completed almost instantly. Although they couldn't sense chi, Qin Yan gave them the feeling that was countless times more terrifying than Friesha. This is Super Saiyan, the legendary warrior. Nappa's combat power detector also exploded directly. Raditz and him were already scared stupid, and Darius, who was in contact with this power at zero distance, was even more frightened and cried. As for Vegeta, his heart was full of shock and unwillingness. I don't think you have a choice. Looking at the three of them, Qin Yan smiled with satisfaction. After getting Vegeta and them, Qin Yan finally started the ultimate goal of this trip. That's Broly. Broly, a true genius among the Scions. The terrifying combat power is roughly divided into two versions in different time and space. The first is a character who appeared in the theatrical version of Dragon Ball Z, who was born with 10,000 points of combat power, and unlike Goku and Vegeta, who mastered the transformation of the super race the day after tomorrow, they are born Super Scions that happen once in 1,000 years. It's very polite when it's normal. Will greet Vegeta and be nice to your father. However, after becoming a Super Saiyan, his personality began to become brutal. And he began to like destruction, destroying the southern galaxy, and even inadvertently blinded one of his father's eyes. At the same time, his physique has become completely different from that of ordinary Scions. When he was a baby, he could make a protective shield, wander and survive in the universe with his father, and carry the explosion of the planet, which is not inferior to Frieza. After being defeated by Sun Wukong, who concentrated the chi of all the warriors, he fled under the ice of the earth and was frozen for 7 years. I didn't eat or drink for 7 years, and after I woke up, I didn't have anything at all, and I didn't feel like a scion. Even if it becomes a final state, there is no problem communicating with each other, and I still keep my sanity. The above is the old version of Broly, and the new version of him appears in Dragon Ball Super. He likes to communicate with people, is filial, values friendship, and does not like to fight. Because of his great potential, he was sent to the border planet Wampa by the jealous King Vegeta. Trapped on this planet for decades, he seems to have lost the ability to wander between planets, and at the same time needs food and water, and his survival ability is not as good as that of him in parallel worlds. However, in terms of pure combat effectiveness, its highest achievement is far above it. In one day, the combat power of Vegeta, who was not as good as the Super Saiyan, improved to the point where he could beat 2 Super Blue who surpassed the Super Saiyan team. It was evaluated by Goku as perhaps more powerful than the God of Destruction, Beerus. It's just that unlike the previous one, the old version can still talk after the transformation, but his nature has become like to destroy. In the new version, he will completely lose his mind and will only scream. I don't like destruction and fighting, it's just that I can't control the power and the rampage is generated. At the same time, the reason for the transformation is also different. The old version of the strength is based on its own super physique, hardly feel pain. It's a legendary Super Saiyan mode unique to Broly. The strength of the new version is based on the strong basic combat power and the wonderful changes caused by the power of the Saiyan ape in the humanoid state. No matter which Broly it is, Qin Yan is now want to gain his power. Chapter 23. The border planet Wampa, a paradise of behemoths, is filled with all kinds of strange flora and fauna. Beasts can barely be used for food, but pure fresh water is hardly to be found here. The only drinks that can be drunk are the bodily fluids of the monsters, as well as various unpleasant liquids with strange ingredients. Looking at Broly, who was sleeping soundly, the middle-aged uncle like Paragus was expressionless, but his heart was almost desperate. His own son was exiled to this desolate planet by the jealous King Vegeta because of his talent beyond that of Prince Vegeta. The spaceship is broken, there are no tools for timing it, and it is not clear how long it will take for the planet to make one revolution. The only thing that can give him a sense of time is Broly's growth. The fresh water and food they brought with them have long been exhausted, and life today can be said to be worse than that of a wild man. Paragus was originally King Vegeta's right-hand man, and he was also a highly intelligent group among the Saiyans, but his current life can be said to have brought him to the brink of madness. What supports him now is the hatred of King Vegeta in his heart. Revenge, I must live with Broly, and then take revenge on King Vegeta and the prince. However, the sad Avengers do not know that King Vegeta has already been destroyed by Frieza along with the Saiyans' home planet. Just when he was simulating the scene of King Vegeta's body being broken into thousands of pieces in his mind countless times, a young man's voice suddenly came out of his mind. Want to leave this planet? You. Who are you? Are you alive? Said Paragus, shouting excitedly, waking up the sleeping Broly. However, no one answered, and there was a long silence in the hollow cave. In his son's eyes, Paragus looked like a madman looking for the source of the sound, but found nothing. After a long time, he finally gave up hope, returned to his calm, and muttered to himself. Delusion. Looks like I've really gone crazy. No, you're not crazy, but I think it's almost there. A figure came from the direction of their cave, and against the background of the morning sun, it seemed like a god who had come to save the father and son. No exaggeration, in the eyes of Paragus, who was already on the verge of madness, was so. Step by step, as if in disbelief, Paragus approached the entrance of the cave alone. Seeing his father's strange behavior, the child Broly also followed with a short step. What appeared in front of them was a Saiyan with the same tail as them. Qin Yan is now close to 1.9 meters tall, which is much taller than today's Paragus and Broly. After approaching, he looked at the two condescendingly, and asked the two in a magnetic voice. Now it's time to tell me the answer, are you willing to leave this planet? Go back, Planet Vegeta, asked Paragus, trying to maintain his sanity. No, Planet Vegeta and most of the Saiyans, including King Vegeta, have been destroyed by Frieza, Mr. Paragus. If you father and son are willing to pay a price, I can take you to my planet. Qin Yan smiled and extended his olive branch to the two. Destroyed. Hearing the news of the destruction of his hometown, Paragus was silent for a while, and then responded excitedly. I'm willing, please take me and Broly out of here. Qin Yan didn't pay attention to him immediately, but walked to little Broly's side. Can I harvest the cells now? Forget it, it's too early. After quickly thinking about these, Qin Yan then bent down to make a kind appearance and touched Broly's head. Touch your head, good boy, good boy. This Scion Broly who appeared in Dragon Ball Super, unlike his pure evil demon Broly, is a good boy who can't control his power. Training, and then brainwashing the lecturers in charge of ideological education in the Imperial Royal Academy, should be of use to me. Thinking like this, Qin Yan said softly with a smile. What about little Broly, do you want to leave this planet with your father? Broly gave a confused expression. Seeing this, Qin Yan pretended to be suddenly enlightened, and took out a universal capsule from his pocket. Bang! Thrown from the small capsule to the ground, a pile of food and drink suddenly appeared in the clearing. Mr. Paragus, please don't be polite, it's not too late to fill your stomach before leaving. After casually greeting the two of them for a while, Qin Yan took out 2 more puddings from them, one of which he ate himself, and the other handed it to little Broly. Try it. Demonstrating himself, Bro took it with his 2 small hands and ate it carefully. Good. Eating seems to be due to his young age and the fact that he has not communicated with outsiders for a long time, so he does not speak fluently. But from his expression, Qin Yan could see the child's joy. Hehe, the abduction is successful, and the subordinates above the destruction god +1. Chapter 24. Earth, the capital of the empire. Behind him were Paragus and Broly, who had changed their clothes. The two followed Qin Yan to a special area of the imperial capital. This is an area dedicated to these scions, and is guarded by a new model of androids developed by Dr. Gro. These robots each have a combat power of about 300 million, which is more than enough to be a nanny for these children, or it is overkill. Oh, Goku and little Vegeta, come here, my brother has brought you new playmates. Qin Yan opened his voice and shouted from afar. He really didn't want Sun Wukong to continue to call himself Uncle Ancestor, it felt like he was very old, so he forced him to change his younger name and call him Big Brother. However, this is a complete shame for Vegeta, who has a high self-esteem. Sun Wukong was originally younger than Vegeta, but in the days that followed, Qin Yan once took him to the Spirit Time House for some training. So now the actual age is just as old as Vegeta. Vegeta, as a prince, disdained to play with inferior warriors, and Nappa was already an adult. Sun Wukong was spinning around behind Dale's and his brother Raditz butts at this time. Well, being bullied by the two. Prince Vegeta saw the familiar face, Paragus couldn't help but blurt out. For him, King Vegeta and his son were his enemies. However, Qin Yan didn't care so much, took 2 steps forward, slapped Dale's away, and slapped Raditz away in turn. How can you two work together to bully little Wukong? Especially you, Raditz actually bullied his younger brother with outsiders, you don't want to eat dinner. Dales wanted to quibble, but glanced at Qin Yan, knowing the nature of this person's dark belly, he didn't dare to continue to speak, and swallowed the words back. The two of them each covered half of their swollen faces and blushed, daring to be angry but not daring to speak. For scions, this kind of battle game that starts at a young age is a normal thing. Qin Yan could probably guess it, but he knew this, so he still had to slap the two of them. It's not for little Wukong, but because of itchy hands, so just find a reason. Vegeta-chan, are you having a good time at your eldest brother's house? Qin Yan asked with a smile. Vegeta dared to say that he was not happy, and all of these robots around him could ignore their attacks one by one and subdue himself with one move. And I don't know the severity of the attack, and even in a conflict just now, I accidentally almost killed Nappa. After being taught a few lessons, even the arrogant Scion Prince understood the current situation with great interest. It's hard to believe, but the Scion of unknown origin in front of him is ridiculously strong. And just these guards under him are stronger than their own fathers. Now they are nominally allowed to play here, but in fact they are under house arrest. This is a matter of course, and of course Qin Yan will not allow them to run around. In order to prevent the scientists of the Empire from breaking free from the shackles of the other gods, Qin Yan did not allow them to gain power. Therefore, one by one is still very fragile, and if one is accidentally injured, it is a great loss for the Empire. Although even if they die, they can use Dragon Ball Resurrection to continue exploiting them to work for the Empire. But in the end, it is also a troublesome thing, and less can be less. And there are also many secrets in the imperial capital, which cannot be known to outsiders, such as Qin Yan's replicant army. All in all, most of the surviving scions have all been subsumed under Qin Yan's command. It's time to start acquiring the next stage of power, the power of the god called Super Scion. Although it is still a little worse than the god of destruction, it is said that it only has about 6 success power. Judging from the performance in the later stages, even if it is the Super Blue transformation that surpasses the Super Race God, it is still far from Beerus's opponent. But there is no doubt that this is the realm of the gods. For Qin Yan, who relied on devouring life energy, it was already possible for pure power to reach side by side, or even surpass the god of destruction. Trying his best to obtain the realm of a god will undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat ability. According to his own estimates, his current strength is at full strength, and it is also very easy to destroy a universe, no worse than Beerus. In this case, if you add the realm bonus of the gods, you must be able to defeat the god of destruction Beerus easily, right? However, there is no doubt that it is a way to comprehend it on its own, but the synthesis needs of the Super Psi God require the so-called righteous heart. Qin Yan really didn't have much confidence in himself in this regard, so he had to hit the Scion and Frisia brothers with his idea. Find a way to quickly cultivate Son Goku and Vegeta into Super Saiyan gods, and then obtain this power. Or strengthen the Frisia brothers and let them break through to the realm of Golden Forli and Golden Kvra. The golden form of these two people also belongs to the realm of gods, and if they can absorb it, it must be of great benefit to Qin Yan. Scion and Frisia clan, these are the two parts of Qin Yan's next strengthening plan. It's better if we all succeed, and the more the merrier. Whichever side is the first to achieve the results can then be used, and the other party is the backup. The realm of the gods, this is an absolute force in the plan. Chapter 25. In the Dragon Ball world, if you ask for the best recipe to improve the strength of the scions, it must be the gravity room plus fairy beans. There are still certain conditions to achieve the transformation of the Super Scion, but the near-death resurrection is something that every scion can do. Sun Wukong once used a gravity chamber with 100 times the gravity to increase his combat power from a maximum of 2,200 to more than 180,000 in just a few days. The last time was to use the bug of desperate resurrection to increase to 3 million in one go. Vegeta has also taken advantage of this bug to greatly improve his combat effectiveness. Although later, according to them, after training to the extreme, it is no longer possible to use this bug to improve again. But 3 million, that's enough for these people. There are two conditions that must be met for the Super Saiyan transformation. One is that there must be enough S cells in the body, and the other is a certain level of basic combat power. The combat power of 3 million has already satisfied one of the two. As for S cells, the Earth's environment is a good place for scions to grow S cells. Broly, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong, the three Qin Yan are not worried, they have proven themselves to have this potential in their original history. There were a few people left, including Paragus, Nappa, Dales, and Raditz. If you can't do it yourself, you can ask the research institutes of the Royal Academy of Sciences to help clone these cells and then transplant them. Qin Yan's own clones are made up of a large number of them, each of which has the ability to transform into a Super Scion, and it is not difficult to extract some special cells from them. Using anger to raise the S cells in the body in one go should be no different from the increase in transplantation. Probably. Anyway, these people are just making up a few numbers, just some diverse materials about the research on S cells in science. It is Qin Yan's own substitute. He didn't want his cells to flow out unless he had to, because it means that the power has the potential to be stolen by others. When these people grow up and have a new way of life energy, stop cloning their replicants. Qin Yan thought so. During this period, Qin Yan himself was not idle. With the help of the doctors, he made a very big version upgrade of himself. The first is to join the bloodline of the Frisia brothers. After all, unlike the Magian cells who are good at magic, the Frisia clan is very good at telekinesis, which is a practical ability. Secondly, Frisia's talent is very high. Although Broly also surpassed the power of God, he relied on pure talent and pure power to transcend, and the realm did not improve much. Unlike Broly, Frisia can train to reach the realm of God in 4 months. This ability was the main reason why Qin Yan wanted to obtain it. The cells of the Frisia clan would not cause Qin Yan's appearance to change strangely. Perhaps because of the small amount used, the original historical Android 21 also contained Frisia's cells, but it also did not show any of the Frisia's physical characteristics. So save yourself the hassle of boredom and don't need to worry about these special things. Secondly, and the focus of this transformation, that is, the power that belongs to the legendary Super Saiyan that must not be let go. Unlike the old version, the new version of Broly does not seem to have the title of Chuan Chao. Unlike the Saiyans of the parallel world, all the Super Saiyan transformations in this world, whether they are born or acquired, are called the legendary Super Saiyans. After seeing Vegeta transform into a super game, Paragus once sighed, "It's the legendary." But Qin Yan himself is still XI to distinguishing between the two, so let's continue to call him that way for the time being. To get back to the point, this time is a rare acquisition of Broly's precious material. This is a super warrior cell with great potential to surpass the great cause of destruction in one day. Compared to Qin Yan himself, I don't know where Shenlong found the Saiyan bloodline, it is much stronger. Although little Broly's current strength is not valued by his own eyes, the talent and potential hidden in his cells are still worth seizing. Updated unknown Saiyan bloodline to the bloodline of the legendary Ultra Warrior. Qin Yan found that his body had grown taller again, and it had reached the point of 1.93 meters under measurement. If you use the super race transformation, the muscles of the body will expand, and it will become even taller. With the original body as the main body, using the scientific and technological means of the doctors, he has captured the power of the Frisia clan who rule the universe, the legendary Super Saiyan, and the Majin Buu who once caused trouble in the universe. The cells of the Frisia clan can be quickly trained to the realm of gods. The potential of the legendary Super Saiyan can make his strength grow all the time. The bloodline of Majin Buu can devour life energy in a general way, and use this unconventional means to quickly become stronger. Qin Yan himself is the so-called ultimate artificial human being. Chapter 26. 2 days later, the Imperial Training Ground. 50 times gravity, start. The artificial people, the emotionless voice sounded, and the training plan formulated by Qin Yan's foreknowledge of the plot ravaged these Saiyan monkeys all the time. To help them get stronger. 2 days have passed, and 2 full years have passed inside the training ground. Qin Yan yawned and came to the interior of the spiritual time house dedicated to training to take a look. After cultivating for 4 months, Frisia successfully touched the realm of the gods. Now, by the spirit of the time house. Using this cell, Qin Yan also successfully awakened the realm of gods. The world is so unfair. Following teacher Wu Taidu and following his senior brother Turtle Immortal, he has been training for more than 300 years, and he has no clue at all. In this way, a few months after obtaining the Frisia cells, it was easily mastered. He can finally understand something. Tianjin Rice, Bic. These protagonists' former rivals were thrown away step by their old rivals. Until you can't even reach the back of the other party. What kind of mood is this? Races are inherently unequal, and the disparities in talent are hopelessly large. And Qin Yan is now enjoying the benefits of this inequality. In fact, he had no intention of starting his divine cultivation right now. Because of Majin Buu's physique, he can turn all the moves, memories, etc., of the absorbed person into his own things. The original plan was to let Frisha and Carrot cultivate to a golden state, and then absorb the two, so that Qin Yan could easily learn Xi transformation to the God realm. However, the Frisia brothers are now being used as material, together with Scion cells. A new project is underway, which is to develop the latest model of the android, Shiru's experiment. It is intended to be used as a replacement for the latest combat power of the mechanical android 16. Shailu's research was very time-consuming, and even if he took advantage of the time difference inside the spirit time house, it would take more than 10 days to complete it outside. Qin Yan really couldn't hold back during these days. After all, almost 300 years had passed, and he was really curious about what kind of thing the realm of gods was. The consequence was that Qin Yan became stronger and became more powerful than the specifications. Originally, the basic combat power became extremely powerful because of the continuous devouring of life energy, whether it was killing the demon Bu with one finger in seconds, or destroying the universe with one move, he could easily do it. With pure strength, Qin Yan already had the confidence to challenge the god of destruction. Coupled with the bonus of the god's realm to combat power. It's hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker than Weiss. After all, these angel people have never shown their full strength. But now he is confident enough to be like Ves, and kill a master of the level of the god of destruction Beerus in one move. However, the downside is that it is a joint report from the biochemical scientist Dr. Curry and his wife Lord 21. Ever since Qin Yan had obtained the power of the god realm, their cloning technology had been extremely unable to completely replicate cells of this strength. The realm of the gods could not be replicated. This was something that Qin Yan had predicted as early as possible. In the original Dragon Ball Fighter Z, the army of android clones of the 21st can replicate super scions without stress, and the strength is exactly the same as that of the deity. Whether it is the quantity and nature of qi, or the structure and ability of the body, it is perfectly reproduced. But at that time, Sun Wukong and Frisia had actually comprehended the realm of God. Replicators can't use the transformation of the level of Super Saiyan and Golden Buddha. The use of machines that can suppress qi to make them fall is also because these warriors are different from the real gods, and they are not using the power of the gods all the time. Now, after Qin Yan has obtained the realm of gods, the copying people are also facing this dilemma. The life energy they can provide for Qin Yan is still somewhat useful to his current strength, but in fact it is nothing at all. After all, cloning also costs money and resources. That is, the centralized regime of today's Chinese Empire can provide these services exclusively for their Royal Highness the Emperor. After thinking about it, Qin Yan temporarily suspended his clone project after absorbing all the remaining replicating humans. At the same time, he destroyed all his cell backups, in order to avoid the outflow of power. And, there are better options anyway. Thinking so, Qin Yan glanced at the scions who were still training on the field. Although he obtained Broly's cells, he didn't try to get a Super Scion transformation that belonged to Broly's only for the time being. This transformation mode has too much impact on his emotions, he may lose his mind, and his uncontrollable power. No matter how strong he is, it is not what Qin Yan wants. Broly went on a rampage, and there was someone who could stop it. Once Qin Yan himself went berserk, in the current 7th universe, except for Weiss, he really couldn't think of a way for anyone else to stop him. There is only one way to destroy the universe. However, if you make a powerful creature into pure life energy and devour it, it must be no problem. Qin Yan looked at the clumsy and cute little Broly on the training ground, licked the corners of his mouth with his tongue, and his heart was full of anticipation. Chapter 27. Broly's potential is really big. Just after controlling the giant ape, using an ordinary Super Saiyan level transformation, the combined combat power of the two is enough to beat two Super Blue level masters together. After that, although it was not as good as the combined person Super Blue Gogeta, it also improved several levels of strength in the battle. And that's just his progress in one day. You know, at the beginning, he couldn't even beat Vegeta in the ordinary Super Saiyan state. And the best part is that he didn't rely on God at all. Instead, he simply relied on his own combat power plus the power of the humanoid giant ape and the transformation of the Super Saiyan to reach such a point. The realm of gods, this is an ability that the researchers under Qin Yan's command have no way to replicate for the time being. But if it weren't for the gods, but for the pure physical power, the geniuses of the Royal Academy of Sciences would have enough strength to make this miracle happen. A Broly has surpassed the god of destruction in strength. So if you absorb 1,000, 10,000, how strong will countless Broly's words be? Without seeing it with his own eyes, Qin Yan didn't know the answer. It is really unpredictable to deal with the powerhouses of the whole king and the great god level, because I have never seen the full strength of such a master ranked in the top 5 in the whole universe. However, even if you ignore the impression of the strength of the super race god Goku 6, Beerus 10, and Ves 15 in memory, Qin Yan really didn't think that ordinary angels could destroy the strength of the gods 10,000 times. Broly God of Destruction, if it absorbs thousands of Broly God of Destruction / Broly, even if it is inferior in the realm, but with the blessing of strong basic combat power. In terms of overall strength, it must be possible to defeat the angels, right? Qin Yan is really looking forward to that day. Can't be in a hurry, can't be in a hurry, there is a spiritual time house, it doesn't take much time, the fruit is enough to ripen, but... ah, it looks really delicious, grow up quickly, cute little Broly. With such a entanglement in his heart, Qin Yan couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth again, and at this time, Android 21 came over at some point. How? The expression just now looked so strange, were you thinking of something evil? Leaning on Qin Yan's back from behind, he fiddled with Qin Yan's face with two beautiful and cold soft twipes, trying to reproduce the expression just now. Feeling the pair of full European pies of his wife behind him, Qin Yan enjoyed it in his heart, but his face was silent, and he was serious. Why, I'm just urging the training of the juniors. Hearing these words, number 21 playfully curled up into Qin Yan's arms. Raising his head, he stared at Qin Yan's face from below and upward, making a skeptical expression. Oh, is that so? Today's Qin Yan's height is still undergoing secondary growth under the action of the cells of the legendary Super Saiyan. The difference in height between the two makes her body look very delicate and small. Of course, Qin Yan replied without hesitation. Number 21 didn't dwell on it either, but continued. However, little Goku and Vegeta don't talk about it for the time being, and the other Saiyans seem to be forced to train. It's just a make-up anyway. Paragus, Nappa, Dales, Raditz. In fact, Qin Yan himself is not optimistic about the future of these people. Unlike the two of them, these people don't have the heart to chase the strong. Raditz, in particular, was sent to the Saiyan Prince to participate in battles because of his outstanding potential when he was young. As a result, when he became an adult, his combat effectiveness was only 1,500 points. What has this guy been doing for decades? The reason I can think of is that I'm afraid that he has been holding Vegeta's thigh, but he doesn't want to make progress. Even if this kind of person is retrained, with Qin Yan's help, it is estimated that he will be an ordinary Super Saiyan. Not even the value of food as His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire. That is, in order to maintain the genetic diversity of the Saiyan species, Qin Yan reluctantly left these people. In any case, they inherited the excellent bloodlines of their father Bardock. It's a little valuable, for example, to give some loyal combatants subordinates, reward their Saiyan cells, and let them have the capital to become stronger. After all, cells that are too good can't be used by cats and dogs. Even if these people become Super Saiyan gods and want to completely absorb this realm and become their own, the chances are probably very small. In Qin Yan's eyes, except for Broly, only the two of them have this possibility. Although he has obtained the god-level evolution of the Frisia clan, Qin Yan also has Scion blood. He is also interested in the power of the Super Scion God. Chapter 28. Because of the arrival of his wife, Qin Yan was no longer in the mood to watch the boring training of a group of Scion monkeys. It was a princess hug, and together with number 21, she left this spiritual time house. Then, at the normal rate of time, he spent a happy night in the bed of the imperial palace. Sure enough, the monster girl is high. For the Scions in the training room, it was another half a year of bitter time. Little Vegeta must have started trying to transform into a Super Scion by now, right? No, with the gravity chamber plus immortal beans and the characteristics of near-death resurrection, the basic combat power is about enough, but the content of S cells should be worse. The peaceful environment on Earth is more suitable for this kind of cell growth, but since little Vegeta was forced to come to the planet, he has barely had a few good days. It's still impossible. Forget it, whatever, let's talk about the Scion monkeys later. Leaving number 21 alone to continue to sleep soundly, when the sky was just dawning, Qin Yan got up early in the morning and walked around the harem. Although it is a harem, there are actually few people except for the servants. It's not because Qin Yan doesn't have this mind. Eat and wipe the 21st early, so that he can't even regret it. He is naturally not Yanagishita Megami. The reason for all this is actually Qin Yan's traverser thinking in the final analysis. As a time traveler who knows everything, even when he is still weak, it is difficult for him to truly regard these people as an existence equal to himself. Although he treats his senior brother Turtle immortal on the face, he looks very good with his nephew Son Gohan and others. But in fact, Qin Yan didn't care about them at all in his heart. Even if these people died tragically in front of him, although they may have made some expressions on their faces, there was no fluctuation in their hearts. Anyway, there's a Dragon Ball, wouldn't it be nice to resurrect it? This is knowing the impact of everything, feeling numb to life and death, to the past and the future. As for whether or not to use the Dragon Ball to resurrect them, it depends on whether these people are still useful, as well as Qin Yan's mood at the time. The gods of this world are not omnipotent, and although they are powerful, they do not understand many things if they do not pay special attention. As a mortal, Qin Yan is very clear about the direction of this world and all kinds of secrets. In a way, he is already above the supreme god of this world. Even people who have never been in contact with each other can make absolutely correct judgments about each person's temperament. This is a sense of superiority from the traverser. The only thing that can move him a little is these cute girls who have been very fond of since his previous life. The paper man's wife finally became real. How could he continue to pretend to be high and indifferent? Loyal to himself and extremely honest, Qin Yan does not shy away from this. But even on the 21st, they don't interact with them as equals. He himself knows very well how bad it is to use something like the will-changing hypnotism of other gods to the people around him. But it was still used unwaveringly, without a trace of hesitation. How much emotion was instilled in it, only he himself knows. I never thought that one-on-one would get a sincere and beautiful love. In the early days of the empire, Qin Yan directly and imperceptibly changed the monogamous tradition of the Chinese empire in another world. A large part of the three views of human beings are determined by nurture. Just like Qin Yan's former hometown, many things that seemed to the ancients to be rebellious are just ordinary in the eyes of modern people. In just a few hundred years, human beings have not evolved much. What has changed is the environment around them. Did not use the other gods to distort the three views, but under Qin Yan's instructions for so many years, his dear wife. 1. Android 21 wouldn't even feel that something was wrong with Qin Yan messing with flowers and grass outside. Because the people of the empire have received such an influence from their surroundings since childhood, and it is this kind of education that they have received. Go to your meows and to choose one elementary school students make a choice. You're all my wings. Buy Shwet, the stock market, and the shura field? Labor and management are to open the harem in a bright way. That being said, it's like this deserted harem. It has been almost 300 years since Qin Yan came to this world, but the number of experiencers is still only a pitiful single digit. It's not as good as brothers Heshan. It's not because of how innocent he is, but because of the reservedness of the traverser. Even if it's a collectible, it's not just something that you have to stuff in. You're right. Looking at the back of the long-haired blue beauty dressed as an English maid in front of me who was watering flowers. Qin Yan had a strange smile on his face, and whispered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Chapter 29. Without making a sound, he sneakily approached from behind and hugged the beautiful vase hidden in the harem. Maid clothes are a hobby, and the apron style on the body looks plain, but it is actually a high-quality fabric that feels very good. The long blue hair with slightly curly hair gives off a nice smell. The attack seemed to startle her, but she quickly realized who it was. Because of his character, the whole person is soft and no longer resists. Ranky is a character from the first part of Dragon Ball. It's a girl with a dual personality who will become a grumpy blonde hottie if she sneezes. The last appearance in memory was a very short line from Bulma in Dragon Ball Z. The information is that after the 23rd martial arts meeting, she left the Gaixian house and went to find Tianjin Rice. However, this is just one-sided wishful thinking. From his memory, in the parallel time and space of the anime Dragon Ball Z, Lanky's ending is to finally give up. In the battle between Monkey King and Majin Buu, there is a flashing shot of her. Raising his hands high, he contributed his own small strength in order to help Goku create a vitality bomb to defeat Buu. She looks a lot older, no longer as beautiful as she was younger, and seems to have worked for a courier company and worked as a truck driver to make a living. Judging from the plot in the comics, Lan Chi and Tianjin Fan are also not together, and they have not even appeared again. Tianjin Fan only has martial arts in his heart, and he is a martial artist who is purer than Sun Wukong. I have to say that he only has dumplings for his junior brother in his heart. When Qin Yan traveled through his previous life, the sequel Dragon Ball Super was still on the air, so he didn't know if this drama would make up for this poor woman with a happy ending. After all, even the future Tenunks can be hard pulled out and make a CP_ with a villain ant in the first part. Who knows if the production team will continue to sell feelings and consume this old man. Sun Wukong and Klin have been playmates since childhood, so on Namek, they are angry because of Klin's death and become legendary warriors. But thinking about it, the time Lan Chi and Kling spent together was not much less than that. The treatment is very different. Lan Chi's whole person was forgotten by everyone, including the protagonist. But Qin Yan did not forget. For him, although he doesn't like this role much, he can't even be regarded as one of the paper wives he changes every few months. Never bought her figurines. However, after all, it is a role that has a certain weight in memory. Although it was later upgraded to a fighting manga, it was the real fire of this work. But the first part of Dragon Ball, which has been shown countless times on TV, is the childhood memories that belong to him. The so-called childhood memories are something that will have a beautiful filter as a bonus. For this woman who dares to love and hate, Qin Yan has a certain impression and good impression. Pity her end. So in this era near the beginning of the plot, Qin Yan ordered his subordinates to deal with confidential information and pay special attention to the situation in the country. Ranky is one of those targets. She was finally found in the police station. Ahem, one of the dual personalities is a gentle, innocent, and hard-working personality. And the other is a blonde haughty personality who is a robber wanted by the Empire. 233. With the high-ranking personnel of the Imperial Secret Department as a guarantee, the robbed merchants were fully compensated by His Majesty's small treasury, and there was also a certain amount of tax reduction compensation afterwards. Naturally, Lanky's wanted warrant was also cancelled. But the crimes committed before must be punished, in other words, they must apologize. The price is that the total arrears are more than 2 billion, and the creditor, Qin Yan. The blonde haughty Lan Qi said on the spot, if you want the old lady to pay back, you emperor's doglegs are dreaming. Then he failed to escape from prison and accepted a year-long dungeon training from the creditor. Seeing that he was imprisoned for a whole year, and that there was no hope of escape. Even if he is a strong personality, he can't help but cry out and surrender in the end, and he has no choice but to choose another way to repay the arrears. It was washed and tied up and sent directly to His Majesty the Emperor's palace. And then it was logical that something indescribable happened. It can even be stimulated by the outside world, so that Lan Qi two personalities can switch instantaneously, and Qin Yan can feel the difference between the two in his body. The cute blue-haired Lan Qi often doesn't know what's going on, and when she just comes out in a daze, she is eaten dry and wiped clean countless times and ascends to heaven. Honestly, it's not like that. Holding Lan Qi, who was dressed as a maid, thinking about what happened at the beginning, Qin Yan's appetite was greatly increased. Among the flowers in the harem of the empire, this whole day, spring is overflowing. Chapter 30. I'm in a good mood. There are some things that Qin Yan at this moment, the time has not yet come, and he is not in a hurry. I had nothing to do, so I spent these days in the waste. Although number 21 is a demon physique, he has almost unlimited physical strength. But if you don't change your body, magic, recovery ability, etc., although they also have good power, they are not so terrifying at all. And she hated Qin Yan for playing with her tail, so when she applauded, she insisted on refusing to transform. Qin Yan didn't show mercy to his subordinates, and even used the Super Saiyan transformation. The body, which was originally more than 1.9 meters tall, suddenly skyrocketed to more than 2 meters tall. So on the 21st, in the next time, he could only look like a defeated man without any suspense, quietly waiting for his physical strength to recover. As for Lan Qi, not to mention, she easily defeated and won the double kill. Seeing the two of them like this, Qin Yan thought about whether to change Lan Qi's sister into an android. It's not to get stronger, but to increase your physical fitness a little bit, so that you don't have to be as vulnerable as you are now, and you can't have fun at all. And you can also gain unlimited physical strength, as well as near-eternal life. Thinking of the end of Dragon Ball Z and Lan Qi's old appearance, Qin Yan made a decision immediately. When the two of them are finished manufacturing biochemical robot 17 and 18 in the future, let's transform her by the way. Made up his mind, and after a few days, he left the beautiful harem. Stretching his waist greatly, the first thing is to go to the training ground, and he has to supervise the training results of the scions. After all, although Qin Yan had already obtained the realm of a god belonging to the Frisha clan, he was still quite interested in the transformation of the Super Sai god. Maybe you can get some inspiration from the two different transformations. Thinking like this, the young man walked into the training ground. Well, it's been years for them. The first thing that catches your eye is the striking adults Nappa and Paragus. The two who have no value directly ignore it. Then he looked at Vegeta, Monkey King, Broly, Raditz, and Dales next to him. These few people. The height has grown a little bit, and other than that, there have been few major changes. As a fighting people, the scions not only have a particularly long adolescence, but they will also age in one breath when they are dying. Because babies will be sent to conquer other planets, the process of entering the growth period will be slower. In order to show their harmlessness as young children, they are characterized by entering adulthood in one breath. Is like the former Monkey King, who has changed from a dwarf who is about the same height as Clint to a handsome guy with an average figure. At this time, an artificial man who was more than 2 meters 5 tall and looked like a Terminator submitted the latest report to Qin Yan. Basically, whether it's a training ground or an institute, these reports are issued with a high frequency. But because of the time difference between the spirit time house and the outside, it is often not so timely. After checking the latest information, except for Broly, All scions, including lower-level fighters, have reached more than 3 million in combat power. But this fashion and no one has completed the transformation of Super Scion. Because of the targeted training carried out by knowing the characteristics of the scion, this cultivation speed can be said to be not fast, and it can even be said to be a very slow speed. The reason why it is so slow is another reason. In order to train them and cultivate the S cells in their bodies, a large number of pastimes on Earth were prepared for these scions. For example, tons of anime, games, novels. What is good at the top will be very bad at the bottom. As the strongest, highest status, and only lifelong leader, Qin Yan casually showed a little joy and dislike in front of his subordinates. As politically sensitive officials and businessmen, it is natural to lean on the head of the head. Even if they don't know anything and start from scratch, these people have to create and support a new industrial chain. After all, they've seen it with their own eyes. His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire can grant money, status, power, and even approaching eternal life. Therefore, when Qin Yan went out on a private visit a few decades ago, he showed interest in the subordinates around him in something similar to a comic-like form of expression. This country has been running out of control in the direction of the anime empire. The citizens of the new Chinese Empire, with the promotion of new technologies from the Royal Academy of Sciences, have long since gotten rid of the pursuit of basic food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The rise of ACT coincided with the people's desire for spiritual entertainment at this time, and created a large amount of GDP for the empire every year. Even a certain area of the imperial capital has been completely spontaneously occupied by anime and game theme parks, idle-live dedicated guild halls, and cat-made cafes. And so on. As early as 10 years ago, private companies in the private sector even had a VR game like Sword Art Online in public beta. In terms of scale, both in terms of quality and quantity, it is hundreds of times more exaggerated than the anime mecha called Akihabara in the previous life. Even Qin Yan sometimes felt worried about the current situation of his increasingly corrupt people. Is this really a big husband? _Beacon. Chapter 31. Today's Vegeta and they are also being tested by these things. Scions produce a large number of S cells in a peaceful environment on Earth. Touching AK and other things all day long, this is not ordinary peace, it can be called super peace. Judging from the recent physical examination report, the so-called S cell content has indeed increased significantly. It's just that, watching Vegeta and Broly compete for the remote control to chase the new one from a distance, and Paraga secretly looking at the photo magazine alone, Sun Wukong mixed with Dales with a wicked smile. Qin Yan always felt that something was wrong. There is always a strong desire to complain. Governor, what's going on with that little Wukong's expression? The robot was not called the governor, but his algorithm knew that the emperor in front of him was talking to him, so he answered the question honestly. Your Majesty, during a sparring training not long ago, a scion named Monkey King was hit the head by Darius. Judging from the symptoms, it seems that this is the awakening of the original memories that belonged to the scions that were once lost, and the awakening of the personality called Kakarot as a result. The original Monkey King personality has not disappeared, and there is no pattern in the frequency of alternating between the two. Every personality, no matter how much time they have, will come out at least once a day. For more detailed data, there is a detailed record on page 2, line 3 of the report on the Monkey King in your hand. Qin Yan was stunned when he heard this, and hurriedly flipped through the report in his hand to take a look, and sure enough, he recorded the matter clearly. Glanced at Sun Wukong, who was fooling around with Dales. No. The current personality should be called Kakarot. I suddenly felt that my head was big, and this was a completely unplanned emergency. But it didn't take long for these messy thoughts to be put away. Anyway, the plot has already collapsed, and with his own strength, the simple combat power is already enough to match the god of destruction, and not long ago, the realm belonging to the gods was superimposed on this power. The comprehensive strength is definitely not inferior to the strongest form of Sun Wukong, who has comprehended the freedom and extreme intention in memory. So even if something goes wrong with the protagonist, it has nothing to do with the overall situation. Nothing to worry about. Instantly analyzed the gains and losses, knowing that it had no impact on his plan, but he couldn't help but feel strange in his heart. Returning the report in his hand to the governor, Qin Yan walked in the direction where Cockroach was. Don't look at the name of this place as a training ground, but the pursuit of your own quality of life is still quite high. There is no shortage of haute cuisine and entertainment, and if you don't have one, you can always call the guards outside to bring it in. If you have to say what is missing, it's probably the smell of people. Inside this spirit time house, which is the size of a medium-sized city, is filled with only scions and androids. For a whole few years, it was fine for these little kids. It's normal for children to stay up late playing games together, even for scion children. But for the two adults, Nappa and Paragus, it is really 3 years of being soldiers, and the sow is a sable. Paragus doesn't even mention his feud with Vegeta and his son lately, and often makes a weird laugh of Rodden at a photo magazine. In the past few years, Nappa finally boiled until his hair fell out and became the appearance in Qin Yan's memory. Ignoring these two guys, Qin Yan quietly continued to approach Cockroach and Dales, who were gathered together not far away. At this time, Dales was smiling evilly, whispering something to Cockroach, and Qin Yan leaned over curiously. Cockroach, ditch Raditz and follow me. Although it can't compare to the scrap iron robots guarding here, as long as you find a way to escape from here, with the combat power of you and me, it is enough to live freely in this universe. You can do whatever you want in the universe and destroy your favorite planet. Eating delicious food and indulging in good wine every day doesn't get any happier than that. We're the only scion buddies left, so let's get along. Listening to what the other party said, Sun Wukong. No, it should be Cockroach, touching his head and laughing. I'm hungry when you say that, Dareth. I'm going to eat first, bye-bye. Then he ran away without looking back, leaving Dales alone and scolding in an unhappy whisper. Cut, this low-level soldier who only eats and eats all day long. Yes, I think Cockroach is a lot more shrewd than you are, Dareth. No longer hiding his breath, appearing behind him, Qin Yan said slowly to Dales. Hearing the voice of this demon, which he will never forget in his life, D'Arston remembered the experience of being flung around in shame like a yo-yo by the tail and almost dying. Bastard Cockroach, didn't even notify me and ran away by himself. Scolded in his heart, although he has become much stronger these days, he still can't even beat the other party's robots. But he didn't think he would be the opponent of this legendary Super Scion at all. Chapter 32. Before Dales took the initiative to beg for mercy, Qin Yan had already stepped forward and grabbed his tail again. Familiar tails, familiar postures, familiar landscapes, familiar dreams. Once again, I enjoyed the feeling of drifting in the 5 hairpin bends on Mt. Akina, with the old driver Fujiwara Takamai in my dream. Darius is then knocked unconscious by a punch in the head, ending with both eyes turning into mosquito coils. After teaching this disobedient little bastard a lesson, this movement woke up the other scions who were doing accumulation S-cell training. Don't worry, just keep doing your own thing. There was no order to assemble, Qin Yan said to everyone. The scions then did what they had to do one by one, but their actions were much more restrained. Looking at Paragus and Nappa, who hurriedly hid the photo magazine, and Vegeta, who continued to watch TV with nothing to lose his mind on the other side, even though there was such a big commotion. Qin Yan felt bored for a while. Grabbed Cockroach and checked it, and found that this scion's personality had actually been hiding, and now it was the Earthling Monkey King who was behind it. Casually greeted Xiao Wukong and comforted him, but the culprit was not there, so Qin Yan let him go first and let him do his own thing. Then I went to see little Broly. Broly was the only one of these scions to have his tail removed. The scion's tail is very useful, and can be changed to increase the combat power of the giant ape by 10 times in the early stage. In the later stage, you can also choose to evolve in the direction of Super Saiyan 4, also known as the transformation of Super Saiyan Ape. But Broly is different, he doesn't need a tail to get the most out of his body. In order for him to reach the height of his previous life completely, Qin Yan chose to cut off his tail. In his memory a long time ago, it was common to see polemical posts on the forums about who was more powerful, Super 4 or Super Blue. At that time, I was also interested, but after I traveled to this world in person, I was not interested in this issue anymore. Anyway, it all depends on the basic combat effectiveness, and if the foundation is strong, the transformation will be powerful. Otherwise, no matter how much the increase after the transformation is, the basic combat power will not work. It didn't work. It's better to say that there is a faint sense of urgency. After all, relying on the plug-in that comes with transformation, it has been strengthened hundreds or thousands of times, and it is as strong as other people's immutable bodies. Just imagine, if Broly also absorbed the God Realm, wouldn't even the empty Bay combination be an opponent? The evil Saiyan Kampa is even more exaggerated, and the normal can fight with the Super Blue combination man who uses the Realm King Fist. Sure enough, basic combat effectiveness is more important. Although there is already little interest in arguing about which transformation is stronger. But now, he is very interested in how strong he can be after superimposing the God Realm of the Super 4 with the transformation of pure strength. After all, he had also gained the power of a Saiyan. So you Saiyans must work hard, hurry up and evolve me into Super 4 plus Super Blue, and then let me eat you all one by one. With a bad idea in his heart, he touched little Broly's head with a smile on his face and praised his training results. This good boy has always remembered Qin Yan's kindness to their father and son to escape from the border planet Wampa, and trained very hard, wanting to grow up and become an excellent warrior to serve the Empire and repay him for saving his life. He treats this kind of naive child, and is still thinking about things that are not good for them all day long. To be honest, even a scumbag like Qin Yan feels a little unhappy in his heart. It's just a tiny fraction of it. At this time, Paragus also took the initiative to step forward. Your Majesty Qin Yan, Guiyan. Mr. Paragus, too, looks very good. Qin Yan said with a very generous attitude. Not only is it good, this guy is simply energetic and has nowhere to vent. It's all thanks to your care. Paragus complained in his heart, but he couldn't express his dissatisfaction with Qin Yan. On the one hand, it is because of the saving grace, and on the other hand, it is based on the information received from the robot over the years. Among the Saiyans, he was considered a smart person with a brain, and he knew very well that Qin Yan's strength was far above them. After all, they can't even win against these guards. These purely mechanical androids are all the latest models developed by Dr. Gro, and their combat systems have been greatly upgraded. By the standards of the Frisia army, the combat effectiveness of individuals is more than 1 billion. And it has been perfectly mass-produced, and it is not a problem to kill a Frisia with one punch at all. At the moment, their number has exceeded 1 million. Chapter 33. However, that's the upper limit for these people. And Qin Yan himself, android number 21, android number 18. And so on, they are all biochemical androids who can become stronger through cultivation. These robots, if they want to become stronger, can only increase their strength by changing parts and upgrading. However, the cost is not as cheap as directly manufacturing new machines. So, in general, it can only be used as a consumable. It's just a consumable item that is stronger than the Emperor of the Universe at this time. Frisia laughs. At present, even Dr. Gro himself has stopped the development of these purely mechanical androids. Instead, he changed careers and continued to study biochemical androids. This was an order given by Qin Yan personally. After all, he knew that among the cyborg androids, there was a Super 17 and a Super Scion level 4 combat power. So directly help your subordinates to avoid some detours. The prospects are much better than those of these broken copper and iron. Of course, Qin Yan, an artificial human with demon cells, has much better potential than Super 17. But not everyone is qualified to use demon cells. After all, this is the foundation of Qin Yan's own existence. If it weren't for the fact that he really likes the character design of the Cao Qi Nianghua Demon Bu of Android 21 very much. Even if it is his own pillow person, Qin Yan will not share this cell with others to use. Even Mr. Bu, as the source of Majin cells, is still closely monitored. After all, it is a precious material original, with uniqueness and precious value, so it is not easy to destroy it casually. But in order to prevent outsiders from stealing the power of the demons, they had to monitor it secretly. In fact, even if it is obtained by others, there is a high probability that it will not be able to be used reasonably like Qin Yan. After all, not everyone has such a high-level scientific research team as the Empire. To get back to the point, these 1 million robots are now cooperating with the mass-produced version of the Frisia Army spaceship that Qin Yan obtained from Xiao Wukong. They were sent to planets all over the universe one by one to colonize and transform. The ones who take care of these scions now are just retirees. The combat power of 530,000 in the first stage of Frisia is enough to rule a large area of the universe, and even the Galactic Criminal Police dare not confront it. And among these 1 million units, each of them has a combat power of more than 1 billion robots to create people. It won't take much time to expand the borders of the Empire to the entire universe. The core code guarantees absolute loyalty, and there is a powerful bomb in the body as insurance. While continuing to chat with Paragas about life and training, Qin Yan looked at the loyal governor who was following him, and the more he looked at it, the more pleasing it became. It's the perfect tool. That's it. The survivors of this batch of scions have all reached more than 3 million in combat. But he still didn't even have the slightest idea of resisting him. According to the arrogant character of the scion, he could be so honest. I have to thank the governors, it really saved him a lot of effort. Just like now. Your Majesty, your kindness really makes me and Broly unable to repay it. As Paragas spoke, he suddenly became agitated. Pressed Broly's head and kept giving Qin Yan a big salute. And at the same time wept bitterly with tears in his eyes. I will definitely urge Broly to become a useful warrior for the Empire. As he spoke, he cried even more, and when Qin Yan saw this, he motioned to the governor to send a tissue. This is also a drama spirit. Qin Yan looked at his performance and thought to himself, but this sycophancy made Qin Yan very useful. Poor Paragas had no idea what he relied on, the formidable talent of his son Broly. It has already been taken by Qin Yan and integrated into his body. I want to grow up with my son, get rid of the shackles of the Empire, and use this power to realize my ambitions. It's a joke. With the same attitude as a clown, on the surface, Qin Yan comforted them with a very concerned tone, and then encouraged them with a righteous face. Hopefully, I'm also very optimistic about the future of Broly's child. As he spoke, he rubbed little Broly's head with concern, and then changed his voice. But, Mr. Paragas, please don't let me down on what I expect of you. As long as you continue to train according to the curriculum set by the Empire, you will definitely be able to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. Before, you couldn't have imagined that your combat power could reach the level of millions as high as it is now, right? Difficulties are temporary, don't give up, please keep trying. Idle is also idle. Qin Yan poured a bunch of poor-quality chicken soup for a few people by the way, continued to supervise the training of the scions, and let them leave. Smiled and waved away from time to turn back, seemingly very fond of his little Broly. Qin Yan then came to the side of little Vegeta-chan, who didn't listen to what was going on outside the window and was concentrating on chasing the new one, and watched the progress here. I took a look at the TV, and what was being broadcast on it was the new episode of this season air. Chapter 34. The head is wearing a wireless headset from another world DAFA company, and the excellent performance allows Vegeta to be completely free from external interference when chasing new ones. Was engrossed in the plot, and he didn't notice Qin Yan's arrival at all. Sit with your legs cross-legged on the floor, your face almost touching the top of the TV screen. Shenwei Guanling, don't die. Calling out the names of the female characters in the anime loudly, the strong emotional fluctuations made his eyes begin to faintly emit a turquoise light. Oh! Things are going well. Looks like I came at the right time. Gathering the breath all over his body, Qin Yan picked up another pair of headphones and put them on. Sitting next to Vegeta, they simply watched the animation on TV together, and after a while, they were immersed in it. Little Goten and Trunks easily became Super Saiyans because they inherited a large number of S cells from their parents. Was complained by Vegeta as a Super Saiyan sale. And now, judging by the medical report submitted by the governor. After this peaceful edification, the surviving Saiyans have enough S cells in their bodies. Qin Yan's own cells couldn't be used by them, so the doctors extracted some S cells from them, cloned and cultivated them, and then artificially transplanted a large number of S cells back to them. Now, this kind of cell in their bodies has long been far beyond the level of normal Saiyans. Measured by the amount of cells after Qin Yan's own transformation into a super race, Vegeta and their S cells in their bodies had already reached a critical value with the help of technology. It is estimated that the content in the body of the mixed-race Saiyans in later generations is just that, right? All they need now is a small introduction. Through mood fluctuations, the S cells in the body of a breath can increase again, so as to achieve the final transformation. In that case, the rest will be easy. How did Son Gohan become Super Saiyan? Most people only remember his classic Super Saiyan 2 because of the death of the 16th and the successful evolution of anger, but what about the ordinary Super Saiyan? The answer is by imagination. Sun Wukong gave Gohan an idea and asked him to imagine himself and Vic and the others being killed by Shailu, Frieza, and others. Son Gohan then relied on imagining the scene of his relatives and friends being killed by Frieza and others, and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan in the Spirit Time House. Since false experiences are fine, things are much easier. If there is no bond, let's create a bond days with our own hands. So next, a bunch of animated graphic novel games of sadistic hearts, literary youth, green hats, white studies, and the stock market were sent to these Saiyans in large numbers. Qin Yan probably glanced at it. What were the pure wheel dance, Bullhead Man 2, transformation, and so on. It's definitely an excellent piece of work that can fully channel people's anger into the mood. If you want to see it, you have to see it. If you don't want to see it, you are forced to watch it. And fast forward is not allowed, you must watch all episodes in one episode. Broly wasn't forced to see that, his qualifications were high enough. All the other Saiyans, including Kakarot, Dales, Lottes, Nappa, and Paragus, were asked to stop the training at hand and get out of the way. If you don't look at it, you will be cared for by the governor's iron fist, and there will be no dinner. Vegeta is different from them, and belongs to the category that actively chooses to watch. Although the dignity of the prince is important, he is the one who once cried and begged Sun Wukong to avenge him and the Saiyans. He has a very big obsession with his identity. From the governor's reliable face, saying that he could become a Super Saiyan in this way, although he still didn't necessarily believe it in his heart, Vegeta chose to try and persevered. And so Vegeta suffered the worst torture of her life. While others were absent-mindedly grinding foreign workers to express their dissatisfaction and not cooperate, Vegeta absorbed and digested these scum at an astonishing speed. Swearing to the planet Vegeta, which had been destroyed by Frieza, it was the hardest time of his life. It was much more uncomfortable than the period when he endured humiliation and was under Frieza. Contrary to expectations, despite such efforts, they did not receive the rewards they deserved. Months passed, and he still didn't succeed in transforming. Probably because he has experienced a lot since he was a child. For the scions who have killed countless people, it is only a black and deep dead woman or something. He said that he is a god and has no pressure. So the governor changed his approach and stopped showing him the works that were abused for the sake of abuse in the first place. Instead, he chose something that can make people feel from the bottom of his heart and move people to tears: God. Unlike the appearance of the wicked, Vegeta is a typical knife-mouthed tofu heart. So, the plan passed. With the heroine disappearing in the touching BGM, the end song of the cartoon is played on a black screen. Took off the headphones and threw them on the ground. Vegeta was already blonde at this time, and he couldn't help but exude golden aura all over his body. While greeting the screenwriter's relatives in his mouth, he smashed the TV with a punch. Chapter 35. Congratulations, little Vegeta. Congratulations on completing the first phase of your training course, Mr. Vegeta. Qin Yan and the governor applauded together and congratulated. After all the hardships, Vegeta's makeup in the past few months has finally paid off. In this time and space, he achieved what Vegeta did not achieve in the original book, surpassed his rival, and became a legendary warrior before Sun Wukong. Congratulations, congratulations! However, for Vegeta at this time, although he has become a Super Saiyan who thinks about it day and night, he has no joy in his heart. Still immersed in the world of animation, it took a long time to come back to my senses. Then he couldn't help but raise his head and howl into the sky with a twisted face. The voice of grief and indignation soothed everyone's eardrums, and its heart-rending degree was simply sad for those who heard it, and tears for those who saw it. The scions, who discovered that Vegeta had undergone strange changes, also rushed over one after another. Golden arrogance, golden hair, turquoise eyes, a completely different transformation from the great ape. Isn't this the Super Saiyan transformation they think about day and night? Nappa and Raditz were the quickest. You've made it, Vegeta. Could it be? This is the legend. Paragus thought to himself. He was originally very confident in his son Broly, but at this time, Vegeta actually transformed into a legendary super soldier, and his desire for revenge was half-cooled all of a sudden. In this parallel world, all Super Saions, whether they are congenital or acquired XI transformations, are called legendary Super Saions. At this time, little Broly looked at a loss for what to do, and although he was brought over by his father, he didn't feel anything at all. His usual personality is very introverted, and his training performance is also very average, and his combat effectiveness is only about the same as everyone else. Only Qin Yan knew that in fact, his true strength was already above Vegeta, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan at this time. It's not much worse than the governor's 1 billion combat power, and if he fights, the energy in his body will continue to increase, and he will definitely be the one who wins in the end. It's just that little Broly really doesn't like fighting, so he hasn't been full of anger. It's completely different from the theatrical version of the demon Broly, it's like two ends of the scales. The matter here is not over yet, and the two of Dales and Kakarot are already arguing. So what this robot uncle said is all true. Darius looked at Vegeta in a daze and said with a look of disbelief. Hearing him say this, Kakarot grabbed Darius by the collar. It's all because you said you were playing with us, bastard Darius, otherwise I should have transformed into a Super Saiyan first. Since the reappearance of Sun Wukong's Saiyan personality, Kakarot and Dales have the best relationship among several people. The two look alike and smell the same. They all think that Uncle Robot is deliberately playing tricks on them, so they usually don't take the basic class seriously. As a result, seeing Vegeta's successful transformation, he immediately expressed regret. Kakarot, you stinky little devil, don't put the blame on me alone, it's you who thought so yourself, that's why you believe it. Do you want to fight? In a few simple words. A few Saiyan little ghosts have a tendency to make trouble. Seeing that His Majesty the Emperor frowned slightly and showed a hint of displeasure at this, the governor's eyes flashed red, and he called the angry module represented in the system. He opened the Qigong cannon in his hand and fired a shot at the ground in front of the two of them, and at the same time, he roared majestically to stop the noisy wild monkeys. "Shut up! Little bastards!" Vegeta, with her unremitting efforts, has finally succeeded in completing the transformation of Super Saiyan, and let's see what each of you looks like. What an unorthodox! I'm not working at all, and I use taxpayers' money for your training, and I usually grind one by one. Are the Saiyans a people who don't even have the slightest sense of shame? His Majesty the Emperor is an artificial human like these people, not a Saiyan in the strict sense of the word. The governor then reprimanded the Saiyan monkeys unceremoniously. A big fist is the truth, no matter whether it makes sense or not, his combat effectiveness really makes these people dare not say anything. Seeing that everyone was quiet, the governor took out the universal capsule again and took out a large number of Blu-ray lossless animation works from it. "Now, you scumbags, hurry up and make up for me," he said. "At least 10,000 words of reading should be handed in every day, and those who are not qualified and have not finished will not have dinner." "Excuse me, what is the passing standard?" Dales asked cautiously with a flattering expression. "It touches me from the bottom of my heart." "You're a robot!" Dales cursed in his heart. Supplement: the mission starts today. So, in order to transform into a Super Saiyan, for today's dinner for himself. The Saiyan monkeys each picked up a large stack of pieces and began to make up for it. Chapter 36. Little Vegeta has returned to normal, but she still looks immersed in her own world, and it seems that she can't recover her spirit for the time being. The other Saiyans, when they found out that what the governor had said before, were true, did not deceive them. Seeing that he also has the hope of becoming a Super Saiyan, one by one he changed his previous lazy state, and hid in his dormitory and began to make up for it. "Well, there are 10,000 words a day. If you don't write this, you can't do it, and if you don't write it, you won't have anything to eat." For the Saiyans, the lack of food was even worse than killing them. At this time, Qin Yan comforted little Vegeta with the appearance of an empathetic and good senior. He also watched some anime in his previous life, and he also had a lot of common topics with little Vegeta at this time, and after a while, the two successfully chatted about it. These bastards who kill 1,000 knives, screenwriters, supervisors, directors, why do they bear to treat Guanling-chan like this? When Uncle Ben goes out, he must execute them all one by one. Guanling, who? Qin Yan was stunned for a moment before reacting. Oh, the name of the heroine of this anime. Vegeta was still so angry that his face was bruised, and the so-called desire to send the blade was in this state. It's not right. Most of the Dead House's so-called sending blades to the animation production team are just lip service. There are very few people who have the ability to act, and Vegeta is different. He is a character who really has the ability and dares to come to the door to execute them. Vegeta, calm down. Even if you kill them, you won't be able to save Guanling-chan. After thinking about it, after all, it is also a legal and compliant excellent tax-paying enterprise in his own country, so Qin Yan persuaded. However, it was these people who killed Guanling-chan. Clenching her fists, Vegeta said angrily. Seeing him like this, Qin Yan felt interesting in his heart, and continued to persuade at the moment. That's why I told you to calm down. A story is a story after all, it's not true. If it weren't for these people, your favorite cameo Kansuzu wouldn't have appeared at all, would it? No, I can't calm down. Vegeta simply refused, and at the same time made a plea in a proper manner. I've become a Super Saiyan, please let me out, I must let them rewrite the plot of Guanling. He really wanted to go out and teach these people a lesson, not something else. After all, if you don't really give your feelings, you can't succeed in becoming a Super Saiyan. Is different from the arrogant man in the original book, who thought he was invincible in the world when he turned into a super scion and was slapped in the face. After this period of study, he has a somewhat understanding XI of the transformation and advancement of the scions. Knowing that with more than 3 million combat power, even if you become a super scion and increase by 50 times, it will be about 150 million. Although it is already stronger than the 120 million in the data, it is far from being the opponent of the governor with 1 billion combat power. And he also got a general understanding of Qin Yan's level from the governor. According to what he said, Qin Yan's current strength was even much stronger than the god of destruction Beerus, who made Vegeta feel scared from the bottom of his heart. The governor is much stronger than Vegeta at this time and can easily kill him in an instant, so there is no need to deceive himself. Vegeta dared to rebel against his immediate boss Frieza behind his back when his combat strength was less than 20,000, but he was always respectful in the face of Beerus. Now Vegeta's attitude towards Qin Yan is even more modest than his attitude towards Beerus in Dragon Ball Super. There is no other way, force will not work, so you can only impress the other party with a sincere attitude. The governor, however, told him bluntly, "I have to remind you that it's too late to get out." Vegeta had a question mark on his face, and Qin Yan was also very curious, motioning for him to continue. The governor was very understanding, and continued to explain with a serious face. "Because it's over, Mr. Vegeta. Then let them have a sequel to change the ending." Vegeta had a quick idea and came up with another solution. Just use a sequel to turn a tragedy into a comedy, and in this way, it completely changes the fate of the character of Kamio Kansazu. The governor heard Vegeta's approach, but still rejected the offer. "I'm afraid that can't be done, Mr. Vegeta." "Why?" Vegeta was already very impatient, and asked as she clenched her fists and held back the anger in her heart. "Because it wasn't long after the work was shown on TV. The production company of this work, Kyoto Animation, has closed down due to bad management." The robot governor had an embarrassed smile on his face that was not smiling at the skin of a Terminator. Chapter 37. Hearing the news that the animation production team had run away, Vegeta was still indignant. But now that the production company has gone bankrupt, even he has nothing to do. Leaving the training ground, Qin Yan decided in his heart that he would not come here again in the short term. Seeing a group of big men making up animations and indulging in this way is a little spicy. Let these people become super scions under the training of the governor first. After all, even if he becomes a super scion, it doesn't mean much to him, and he is not even weak as a consumable. The only valuable Broly does not rely on his transformation, but also on the high basic combat power that has grown over time by controlling the power of the giant ape in his body. In this case, at least let these people subtly have the so-called righteous heart, and then transform into a super race god through the combined transmission of Gong. Only in this way can he have a little bit of value to him. Vegeta, an executioner who has committed genocide on an unknown number of planets, can be successfully transformed into a righteous party. Qin Yan believes that under the education of love supported by the absolute force of the governors, even scumbags such as Dales and Kakarot will definitely become good children. With the expectation of the god realm of the Scions, who were different from the Frieza clan, Qin Yan left here. Unhurriedly, he came to the research institute and teleported directly to the busy place of the doctors. First, I went to Dr. Gro to see the progress of research on Chiru and Android 17. Looking through the transparent petri dish, you can see a small embryo floating in the culture medium. This is Boss 2 in the Dragon Ball manga, the, formerly, ultimate android Chiru. "Doctor, how is Shailu's research going?" For His Majesty the Emperor's teleportation, everyone has changed from the original novelty to becoming strange. Seeing the appearance of the young man suddenly appearing in the clearing, Dr. Gro immediately reacted and began to explain seriously. This world's Android 21 does not possess scion cells. Qin Yan is the only person with the abilities of the demons, scions, and Frieza clans, and Chiru has the potential to grow second only to him. Instead of using the cells of terrestrial humans, they are based on extremely survivable insects, and most of the cells are provided by scions and freesia who have been clones and cultured ones. Except for the Magian cell, everything that can be given to it is given. It's just that, unlike the historical Shalu, the scion cells used by this android are not collected from Monkey King, Vegeta, and others. The computer screen below the petri dish displays an image of its composition, and the source of the scion cells in its body is none other than Broly. The fact that it can shock the eyes of ordinary people. Such a precious legendary super scion cell was casually used by another android. And it seems that Qin Yan's plan is not only that, but also to mass produce it. It's surprising, but it's also expected. After all, for him now, a mere complete body Shalu, even if he reaches the strength of Super Saiyan 2, it is nothing more than that. Eat tastelessly, discard it. It's not a pity either. Qin Yan is now only pure power, and he is not afraid of the god of destruction, and the life energy of the Super Saiyan level 2 is not even qualified as an after-dinner snack. If little Broly wants to grow up, it will take dozens of days to spend outside the Spirit Time House, which is enough time to research a new model of android. It's just that, after all, it's a supercell with terrifying growth potential. Although the possibility of a rebellion is so small that it is impossible to count, Qin Yan still has some necessary precautions just in case. The first is that after the growth and development is completed, although Shalu's evolution will not stop, he can continue to become stronger by exercising. But his absorptive organs will degenerate and fall off after successful evolution. This was to prevent him from taking a large amount of life energy devouring this method to eventually go beyond his control, like Qin Yan himself. Moreover, in a short period of time, these future Shuru will be the same as Qin Yan's former replicants, and all the souls that control the body will be absolutely loyal artificial souls. Even though the lack of soul makes it difficult for them to train to reach the realm of gods, as long as the Broly cells in their body play their due role, their growth potential cannot be underestimated. It is also qualified enough as food. And when Qin Yan devoured enough Shalu and grew to the most powerful enough to not worry about this, at that time, he will give these artificial people a true soul. Then, he will force the Shuru to use the talent of the cells in their bodies that belong to the Frish's share to train to the realm of gods, which should be called the Golden Shuru. Countless Golden Shuru with the realm of golden blessing and the power of the super physical body must be delicious, right? The name Salu is derived from the cell. And this fashion is growing, and it is undoubtedly an artificial human that has surpassed the original history, and its name is Super Shuru. Chapter 38. In the past, Dr. Gro could only rely on the remaining underground research institute after being destroyed by Sun Wukong to carry out various research. The situation now is that they have the inexhaustible resources of the entire empire behind them to conduct various experiments. And if it is not enough, the 1 million governors who have been launched to all parts of the universe before will follow the orders from the empire, according to demand. Search the universe for the doctors for all the rare resources they need on Earth. Even if the price comes at the cost of waging war to destroy countless planets, it is worth it. In a universe where 530,000 can dominate one side at this time, the average combat power of the governors of more than 1 billion is simply devastating. Grabbing Dr. Gro, dominating and using his brain, is simply one of the most correct things that Qin Yan has done when he came to this world. After that, I asked about the progress of Salu's experiment, and because it was not ripened with growth promoters, it would take some time to fully stabilize. It's only 10 days outside the Spirit Time House, and you can eat fresh saru soon. Qin Yan then shifted his attention to the other side, facing the two-body biochemical transformation artificial man soaked in the culture liquid at the end of the direction. The two of them are the prototypes of Project Super Cyborg 17. But instead of the 17th in the original history, the two are just a pair of loyal twin soldiers selected from the Empire. Because the two cyborg androids in history, number 17 and number 18, actually have no particularity, and they were originally just ordinary bad teenagers and girls. In that case, there is no need to wait for these people to show up before starting this experiment. And Qin Yan was a little cautious about Dragon Ball's world-famous model worker number 18, and the identity of number 17 was her biological brother. Therefore, it is not good to do something too much to number 17, who is a brother-in-law. And the two people who are now chosen are the two guards who are loyal to His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire without using the brainwashing of the other gods. No matter what era it is, there will always be many people with such good conduct. It is also the credit of the teachers of the ideological and political class of the Royal Academy. At this time, the two of them were implanted with ultra-small permanent energy furnaces. With almost unlimited energy, cells also age slowly and are not easy to age. At the same time, there is no need to eat, the only thing to do is to drink some water when needed. It has a very high potential, and although it has not transplanted scion cells, it has been modified with reference to some characteristics of scions. In this way, the racial restrictions of the Earthlings were broken, and the martial arts qualifications were not inferior to the scions. In the parallel universe of the Dragon Ball Super manga, Android 17 has reached a height comparable to that of Super 3 Goku after training. The potential of these two can be said to be also not small, and if they cultivate, their speed will not be weaker than that of scions. Not only that, but unlike other artificial people, their bodies were also implanted with the cells of the great demon king of Bik that Qin Yan ordered people to secretly collect. The purpose is, of course, the characteristic of the Nameeks, assimilation. Qin Yan himself really didn't want to stuff more things into his body, he just had to wait to absorb it. So Dr. Gro then gave these cultivated Namek cells to the next androids. There is no need to use earring items, nor does it require the time-limited fusion technique, the Nameeks come with their own assimilation skills. This is a very buggy trait, and Vic can surpass the super scions of the time by merging with the Celestials, who have no more than a few hundred combat power. And there is not much limit to this assimilation. As long as the conditions are met, Vic can theoretically continue to be strengthened. Shailu also has this kind of cell in his body, but unfortunately he doesn't understand this trait and can't use this bug to improve his combat effectiveness. You know, even the fact that he can regenerate his limbs, he only knew about it after seeing Vic's performance. When the two Nameeks are combined, their combat power can be increased by several times or even dozens of times in an instant without side effects. The question is, if the strength of these two people is equal to the level of the Super 3 Wukong, how much strength will become after assimilation? The answer is several times or dozens of times more than the Super 3 Wukong. And if you continue to assimilate 2 times, n times, after how many times? Can you reach the level of destroying the god Beerus by relying only on strength without comprehending the divine realm? This is a wonderful question, and Qin Yan is very much looking forward to this answer. There is no limit to the assimilation of the Nameeks, and it is not theoretically difficult to use cloning technology to replicate hundreds or thousands of troops and fuse them until one remains. Originally, there were 2 reasons that historically constrained the terrible ascension of assimilation. One is that the basic combat effectiveness of the assimilated object is not high, and the combat power of the gods like the gods is only hundreds. The other is people who are willing to assimilate, and there are not many people who meet the conditions for assimilation. And here in Qin Yan, both of these problems have been solved. The biochemical android that has been transformed by Dr. Gro has a basic combat power of at least 1 billion or more. As for the quantity, the cells of the Nameeks are not high-end things like the realm of the gods, and they can also be copied through cloning. Like Super Saru, I'm looking forward to the growth of Super 17 today, laughs. Chapter 39. Super Shrew with Broly and Frisia bloodlines, Super 17 with Namek assimilation abilities. Qin Yan expressed great expectations for their growth, so he praised Dr. Gro for his excellent performance. Waiting for the day when the plan was completed, he went to Bulma's side. Although Dr. Gro's research is important, it is really only a secondary position for him today. After he successfully obtained Majin Buu's cells, the importance of android research was actually not so high in his mind. Whether it is Super Shalo or Super 17, the role is actually only to provide Qin Yan with enough life energy for himself, or simply to use it as a combat power unit. That's all. The role is actually the same as Qin Yan's former replicant. It's just because Qin Yan doesn't want to let his cells flow out of the backup plan anymore. If there is any great use, it is that the youth brought by the android technology is eternal. It's still a bit useful for ordinary human girls like Bulma and Lanky. But there's only one thing he really values in his heart now, and that's Bulma's time machine. The time machine is the most important point for Qin Yan now, and it is also the most important thing in the plan that can really help him rise completely. Take the elevator to the second floor of the research institute, and the huge research institute is crammed with all kinds of strange machine parts. Centered on an incredibly young girl, his father, Dr. Brive, Dr. Willow, Kei Kinbo, and other genius researchers. They all stopped their research and came here to help with the development. Even if it can be a little help, it is good. It can be seen that Qin Yan attaches great importance to this. Observing the unhurried walking around, Bulma and the others naturally discovered the arrival of the elusive Emperor His Majesty through the infrared sensing device of the Research Institute. Miss Bulma, Guiyin Qin Yan took the initiative to greet. Guiyin, Your Majesty. Bulma also gave a gentle salute. The Empire did not have any strict requirements in this regard. After all, it was not a feudal society. Although it is nominally a lifetime monarchy, it is just an ordinary capitalist country, except for the addition of a supreme leader with real power. At this time, Bulma looked very young. But the behavior is not as frivolous as a girl, but a very gentle and steady look. Gently combing the broken hair around his ears with his little finger, he is wearing a standard researcher's white coat, and the cashmere sweater and trousers inside are also very plain. The long hair tied together and hung down on the chest is exactly the hairstyle that the so-called wife is very dangerous. It's not like the in the first part of Dragon Ball at all. It's a very good female charm. Although not all the time, she has often traveled between the spiritual time house since she was a child. The exact time is impossible to calculate, but according to the real speed of time, her actual physical age at this time should have exceeded 30 years old. However, she still looks as beautiful as a girl, which is all due to Dr. Gro's artificial human technology. When the technology of the biochemical artificial human matures, it can allow the computer to carry out convenient modifications on its own. Many researchers have made this transformation on their own initiative in order to live longer or live longer. And Bulma is just one of the ordinary people who has made the choice. In order to prevent them from breaking free from the hint of other gods, Qin Yan did not give them much strength, and only gave them longevity and youth. But in the essence of life, she is no longer a pure earthling. I'm afraid that even if his father died of old age, Bulma would still look a little older than he does now. In this way, Dr. Gro's invention is simply a friend of women. I haven't seen him for a long time, and to be honest, Qin Yan at this time also regrets it a little bit in his heart. Although Bulma's appearance is not bad, and even her appearance can be said to be very beautiful, after all, she is the heroine in the original book. But Qin Yan never attacked her. Except for being interested in her brain, which has enough use value, she doesn't have the slightest idea of pushing this woman's body. Just look back at the first part of Dragon Ball. Being looked at, touched by the light, watery poplar flowers, seeing one and loving one, taking the initiative to seduce Zhengtai little Wukong. All of the above really didn't leave Qin Yan with any positive impression. However, that was only a matter of the ignorant girlhood. Today, Bulma has gone through those green years and has become very feminine. It is not a low-level sense of surname, but an intellectual and gentle maternal atmosphere brought by the deposition of the years, which can be described as extremely lethal. For example, the temperament is very close to the mother of Trunks in the future chapter of Dragon Ball, but she has the appearance of a girl. In front of the machine, which Qin Yan didn't understand at all, Bulma explained on the electronic screen with a serious expression on the strings of numbers and letters. It looks like it has knowledge in its hands, and it is both beautiful and handsome. Originally, Qin Yan came here simply to check the progress of the time machine, but after seeing this situation, he suddenly had a new idea at this moment. Gotta find a way to marry this woman. Chapter 40. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Qin Yan gathered his chaotic thoughts, and continued to inquire about the progress of Bulma's experiment in a serious manner. Miss Bulma, tell me the conclusion, how is the time machine research going? Hearing the Emperor's order, Bulma did not doubt him, carefully waited in his heart for a while, and then said cautiously. Your Majesty, the design of the time machine has been largely completed, it's just. Hearing Bulma's answer, Qin Yan smiled and motioned for her to relax a little and not have to be stressed, and then asked. Is there any difficulty? There's something wrong. Bulma replied. At the same time, he took Qin Yan and walked towards an area further inside, which was the location of the Empire's latest energy research and development. In fact, it is not difficult to develop a simple time machine, but the current project has encountered some obstacles in terms of the energy required. The energy used by the time machine, the Cyan number 15 electrohydraulic, contains a certain component in very rare amounts on the Earth, and it is difficult to synthesize it with the current technology. Based on the current situation, even if all the energy on the Earth were used to fill the time machine, it would only be enough to go back and forth once in the past 50 years. Bulma tried to explain the situation to the Emperor in a way that ordinary people could understand. On the more than 100-inch interest-free projection, the distribution of resources in each stratum of the Earth is easily analyzed. Qin Yan also looked at the ingredients needed for the so-called Cyan number 15 electrofluid on it to be marked, and the content on this planet was indeed very rare. But even if the environment is like this, the time machine is too important for his next plan after all, so Qin Yan directly denied it. No, 50 years is too short, a one-way trip must be at least more than 300 years, and just one round trip is not enough. After a pause, it seemed that his tone was not very good, and Qin Yan then eased up. He thought for a moment, then continued to Bulma. For the difficulty of energy synthesis, I will order all first-level researchers, including number 21, except for Dr. Gro, to be temporarily transferred to your project, under your full command. As for the resources, some of the millions of robots that have been launched across the universe have already reached their destination planets. A portion of the probe report has also been uploaded to the supercomputer, and the doctors have enough access to it. Next, I will also hand over their temporary command to you. If there is something you need on the target planet, you have the right to give direct orders. While speaking, Qin Yan assigned tasks to Bulma, and at the same time directly gave the woman the permissions in the supercomputer without any reservations. Although 1 million androids can be wiped out by Qin Yan, the easy handing over of this legion that is enough to shake most of the universe to her shows Qin Yan's trust in Bulma. It seemed that this was too serious, and then smiled and comforted him afterwards. There's no need to worry too much, it's just some energy issues. The Empire still has the power of the Dragon Balls to use. But the Dragon Ball should still be a stone now, and there is still about a year before the end of the CD of the Dragon Ball. The principle of the realization of the Dragon Ball's wish is to consume the positive energy of the universe, so even if the Dragon Ball is placed inside the Spirit Time House, it will not be able to shorten the recovery speed of the positive energy of the outer universe, so you can only wait honestly for a year. It's only been a year, nothing happens. Qin Yan has been waiting for almost 300 years, and now it is only a year, so she has to wait. At the same time, this period of time can also allow him to absorb more life energy, and he will have a fuller grasp of what will happen next. Thinking about it like this, Qin Yan also let go of the urgency in his heart, and in his opinion, 1 year was enough to solve the problem of output. 1 year on the outside, 365 years on the inside of the Spirit Time House. Although whether it is a training ground or a research institute, the personnel inside are not all inside 24 hours a day. After all, such a monotonous life is too terrifying. However, with the cooperation of all the doctors, it will not take so long to solve the synthesis problem of cyan number 15 electrohydraulic. And the governors of the universe should be able to transport enough resources from the planets. If it weren't for the fact that most scientists have achieved cell transformation and have a long lifespan and youth, they really don't have the ability to play like this. Put aside the time machine thing for a while and take it slowly, and now there are more important things to do. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Qin Yan smiled and took advantage of the asymmetry in his identity, and half forced to make an invitation. So, Miss Bulma, let's go have a cup of coffee together in the afternoon after a long absence. Chapter 41. Hiding his identity, in an old shop full of nostalgia in an alley in the imperial capital, spend a pleasant afternoon tea time with Bulma. Subsequently, Qin Yan personally went to deal with some situations from his subordinates. Bulma, on the other hand, first set a small goal for her, so that he could prepare the energy for more than 300 years one way. However, even if it is more than 300 years of energy in a single trip, it will take a lot of time to collect it at present. During this time, Qin Yan planned to increase his strength as much as possible to ensure his future plans. So, now he's in a place. In the world of Dragon Ball, a main universe is roughly divided into two parts, the human world and the underworld, and there are many smaller spaces behind it. For example, the realm King God realm, and another example, the Dark Demon realm. The oxygen levels were extremely low, and the air was filled with the smell of a mixture of the stench produced by the decomposing corpses and the fishy smell of the blood. Because it doesn't belong to the human world, it's a very difficult place to find. But just like the Monkey King's chi when he fought against the demon Bu before, it once shocked the realm of the king of the realm. With Qin Yan's chi now far exceeding the third level of the Super Saiyan, it is already enough to sense this place. After all, it is still a secret realm within this seventh universe, not in another universe. The surrounding hellish scene, Qin Yan expressed no interest in it. After searching for it, Qin Yan found the strongest chi and flew towards it. There are two sharp horns on the head, and the ears are equally sharp and erect backwards. Dapra, who looked like a devil, was suspended in his palace at this time, and was in the process of cultivating his mental power. As the king of the demon realm, he naturally has his own goals and ambitions, and these require enough strength to achieve. According to his information, it is the Frisia of the Frozen Demon clan who now rules the universe. In his infancy, he surpassed his father, King Kurdish, in combat effectiveness, and his strength was so strong that even the Galactic Patrol did not dare to provoke him. Dapra, however, doesn't take him seriously. As the king of the demon realm, his age was more than 10 million years old, and he had experienced that special period. He was well aware of what a powerful man was hidden in this superficially calm universe. Even the king god of the Wastewood realm, who was despised by him, could kill Frisia with one punch. Not to mention the god of destruction who is powerful enough to destroy the entire universe in an instant. Finally, there is the existence behind him, who has been sealed, the real master of the dark demon world. Shaking his head, Dapra tried to calm his heart. After going through that period, his strength has dropped a lot compared to his peak, not even 1,000th, like a cloud of mud. However, impatience will not solve any problems. All that can be done now is to carefully avoid the god of destruction and complete his plan. As long as the plan succeeds and the adult is released, then I can regain the power of my prime. Dapra thought to himself. At this time, he sensed the person behind him, and asked without looking back. Tova, why don't you have time to come to my side if you don't fiddle with your android? Hee. My brother seems to be very good. The woman standing behind Dapra said with a smile. Pale cyan skin with long silvery white slightly curly hair. The woman with a surname Feeling who wears tight-fitting clothes and shows her beautiful body completely is the sister of the king of the demon world Tova. No kidding, I'm here to inform you that there seems to be a little mouse mixed in with the demon realm. Although it looks like a loose appearance, it is unexpectedly different from this appearance, and it is actually a scientist in the dark demon world. Most of the locations in the dark demon realm were under his surveillance, and he didn't deliberately hide his identity, so he was discovered at once. Oh, to break through the seal and come to this dark realm. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Dapra turned around and said to his sister with some interest. Well, in that case, let me meet him. Seeing this scene, Tova stopped him for the time being. Wait, brother, I'll go too. Hey? When did you first get interested in such a thing as fighting? I'm interested in the corpse of the enemy who is about to be killed by you, brother, and maybe you can use him on Myra. Tova isn't good at fighting, she's also a brain. Myra is an artificial human that Tova is researching to replace herself in fighting the enemy. You're still working on this useless thing, you should almost give up. Dapra lectured her sister disdainfully, but Tova just replied nonchalantly. Let my brother see the joke. Chapter 42. It's almost time for the enemy to arrive, so let me take my brother and elder brother to meet him with dimensional movement. Unlike the warrior type Dapra, her sister is more adept at all kinds of magic. Out of thin air, a slender scepter is conjured from the palm of his hand, a staff made of rare and precious materials in the universe that can enhance magical power. With a flick, the place where the scepter slashed easily tore open a dark dimensional rift. The brother and sister jumped in together, and then the dimensional rift slowly distorted and shrunk and disappeared under the effect of spatial correction. On the other side, the space in front of Qin Yan, who was slowly observing the flight around, seemed to have been cut open at this time. Seeing this vision, he simply stopped and waited patiently. The next moment, Dapra and Tova had already appeared from it and came to Qin Yan's face. Seeing the two people who suddenly appeared, Qin Yan clasped his hands into fists and glanced at the other party and asked. Dapra, the king of the demon realm. Exactly. Dapra was vigilant in his heart, after all, he was a mysterious person who could unknowingly come to this dark demon realm that had been sealed outside the universe, and he planned to spy on the other party's reality first. I am Dapra. Who is your excellency, who came to my demon realm secretly, what are you trying to do? Hearing the other party's answer, Qin Yan only said in a faint tone. Oh, I didn't look for you. Then he no longer looked at him, but looked at his sister with an unscrupulous gaze, and then said in a satisfied tone. Well, you must be his sister Tova, and she is indeed a beauty worthy of her name. My name is Qin Yan, please advise. Allah, this little brother has a good eye, said so, but he was not really happy to be flattered, and he felt new about Qin Yan's attitude in his heart. I wonder what the other party dares to rely on arrogantly in front of his brother who is the king of the demon world. However, she clearly understood the information of the powerhouse in the world at this time, and she still didn't think that the strength of this mysterious visitor would be stronger than Dapra, so she said. It's just that the little brother is a little ignorant of current affairs, and you have already made my sister and my elder brother angry. However, if you are willing to surrender obediently and do me a little help in my experiment, my sister can save your life. Dapra, who was despised by Qin Yan, was indeed angry. Although he knew in his heart that compared to the real powerhouses in the universe, his so-called king of the demon realm was really in vain. But after all, he has been the master of the first realm for so many years, and this unknown person in front of him dares to talk to himself in this tone, which really makes him a little annoyed in his heart. That's enough, if you want to do an experiment, you can use a corpse. Dapra immediately refused to give his sister face and refused sharply. Remnant thoughts, it seems that you have no chance, little brother. Shrugging her shoulders, Tova flew backwards for some distance. Place the scepter in your hand horizontally in the air at a higher place, and simply put your hips directly on it. Crossing his legs and lifting the slender red high heels under his feet, revealing the beautiful curves of his calves, he watched the play from the sidelines. The two looked like they were eating each other. It's no wonder that at the current level of the 7th universe, 530,000 is enough to dominate one side. And Dapra's strength, even if he is no longer at his peak, can kill the current Frisia with one finger. Qin Yan didn't bother to argue, but focused most of his attention on Tova's body, absent-mindedly glanced at Dapra casually from the corner of his eye, and then replied, "You're really annoying." Then he glanced at Dapra with the eyes of a dead man, sighed slightly, and said in a helpless tone, "Well, if I don't let you see the gap between the two sides, I won't be willing to die even if I die. If you have any ability, you can make me take a step back and count me as losing. You're dead, little ghost." The appearance of no one in his eyes made Dapra immediately furious. Scolded angrily, raised his fists and rushed in front of Qin Yan. Countless times faster than the speed of sound, the sound of air exploding kept ringing in his ears, and at the same time, the 5 fingers of his left hand stretched out in the form of claws towards the heart of the enemy, trying to pierce it with a sharp fingertip. Unlike the scions on Earth, people like Dapra don't usually deliberately suppress their combat effectiveness. In other words, at this moment, the power he used was already the vast majority of the power he could currently use. He was confident that even Frisia, the strongest person in the universe now, would be able to pull out his heart by this move without the ability to resist. Just as he was thinking like this, the next moment, at a speed several times faster than when he came, Dapra flew backwards as if he had hit an invisible wall. Before she had time to think carefully about what was happening, the high-speed airflow in front of her made Tova instinctively grab her scepter and block it in front of her with both hands. At this time, Dapra on the other side is under this force. The whole person was embedded in the interior of a mountain dozens of kilometers away, and he could stop his figure. Chapter 43. The wind blew away a few strands of silver hair from her ears, making Tova's charming face look a little embarrassed at this time, and she no longer had the calmness of a talent. Qin Yan shook his head indifferently, loosened the stiff bones in his cervical spine, and then pretended to be tender with a curious expression and an innocent tone. It seems that we underestimated you, but if you think that you can defeat the Demon King so easily, you are very wrong." Tova raised the scepter in her hand with a nervous expression, and waited for the battle. Saying this, Dapra, who was dozens of kilometers away, finally regained his strength. "I don't know how many bones were broken all over my body, and after barely treating it with the magic power in my body, I flew back here. Alas, I said that I was not interested in you, and I had to come to die." Sighing, Qin Yan was not in a hurry, just waited for the two of them leisurely, and asked curiously, "Do you have any other way to deal with it? Big sister, you better surrender. Don't look at your brother who looks like he's going to die now. I respect women very much, in every sense." Looking at Tova with an unscrupulous gaze, in Qin Yan's opinion, the two brothers and sisters were just fish to be slaughtered on the chopping board. Tova didn't answer, but looked at her brother who came here silently. The enemy does not hinder them, just as they want. The scepter in his hand was waved, a dark purple light shone, and an unknown magic was applied to Dapra's body. In Qin Yan's perception, Dapra's entire person's strength increased a lot, and the level of Qi actually skyrocketed to the level of the original Fat Demon Bu. Big sister still has this kind of trick, it's amazing. Qin Yan applauded, praised without hesitation, and asked with a little doubt. "But there seems to be a strong hidden force in your body, don't you use it?" Hearing Qin Yan say this, Dapra and Tova were shocked. Can this person perceive the power of the demon god? Who is he sacred? The two of them secretly said in their hearts that it was not good, and he did have a powerful force in his body. But it's not that he doesn't want to use it, it's that after the person who gave it this power is sealed, this power can no longer be used by him. Don't you need that power yet? Qin Yan continued to urge. In his opinion, although Dapra's strength has increased dramatically, he still doesn't even have the qualifications to be his own food, and the only thing that interests him is that strange power, whose nature is somewhat similar. God! Against you, this is enough for now. Dapra roared angrily, clenched his fist and slammed it on the young man's body. The high-speed movement formed countless after-images, so fast that even Tova couldn't see clearly. Today's Dapra strength is extremely close to Super Saiyan 3, and the breath has reached about 4 times that of Super Second level, and every move can easily defeat the enemy of the second boss in Dragon Ball, Lightning Shrew. However, no matter what kind of attack at this time, it was like sinking into the sea, and it did not change the face of the enemy in front of him from beginning to end. Dapra took 2 steps back, panting. After all, it was the power that was forcibly pulled out by magic, and the attack just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength. There was no smugness, and in this regard, Qin Yan only showed a slightly disappointed expression. It looks like you can't use it, it's really in vain that little bit of my anticipation. He was indeed curious about what that godlike power was, but obviously, Dapra, who has been cornered, doesn't want to hide it as a whole card, but he really can't use that power. At this time, Dapra took advantage of Qin Yan's indifference and unexpectedly spit out a saliva from his mouth towards the other party. This is his own magic power, and he can turn them into stone if he touches them. I have no interest in experimenting with my body, so I can't ignore Dapra's attack with Qi, because this kind of trick is really a bit disgusting. Even Tova's sister has to think about it, not to mention the saliva of an uncle who looks like a devil. In this regard, Qin Yan just waved his hand, and he blew it all away with a burst of energy. Magical saliva fell to the ground, instantly staining the ground it touched into the shape of stone. Qin Yan looked at the petrified place and the brother and sister who seemed to have nothing to do about it, and decided to end this boring game. Didn't switch to the demon form, just emitted a purple light from the fingertips in a normal state, and just like that, the king of the demon world who was still gasping easily turned into a regular snack. Elder brother! Tova shouted in a terrified voice, but by this time his eldest brother could no longer hear his sister's voice at all. For a strong person who far exceeds the level of the Super 3 Goku, although Majin Buu's magic can transform his body, it cannot erase his will. But apparently, the current Dapra does not have such ability. What's more, Qin Yan's strength now is far above the demon who absorbed Son Gohan in his memory, and his magic strength is undoubtedly even stronger. So there is no doubt that Dapra has literally turned into a piece of chocolate in the shape of a miniature person. Chapter 44. In front of Tova, Qin Yan grabbed the Dapra brand chocolate in his hand with his mental power. Unfortunately, it seems that you don't have the power to make me take a step back, King of the Demon Realm. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp without chewing. After a few seconds, recalling the taste in Fang Cai's mouth, Qin Yan tapped his chin and commented helplessly. Sure enough, the power of growth is almost zero, and there is no value in eating it at all. This is a matter of course, before devouring the life energy of the people who have not remembered how many people have the strength of the Super Saiyan 3 times or dozens of times more than the replicator body. Even if Qin Yan didn't use the realm of the gods now, relying only on pure strength, he was definitely not weaker than the god of destruction, or even stronger. This bit of energy in Dapra's body is really a drop in the ocean for him now, and the use can only satisfy his appetite. And it doesn't taste very good. After eating Dopula like this, Qin Yan continued to laugh at his sister as if he remembered something. Miss Tova, you just said I was very wrong, right? I'm going to correct you for a mistake. It's not that your brother has the ability to survive my attacks, it's that I honestly believe that he is not worth being killed by me. That's all. It turned out that Qin Yan's judgment was not wrong, Dapra did not even have the value of being absorbed, and he proved it with his own life. Hearing this, Tova's face turned pale, although her relationship with her brother was okay, and she was willing to avenge him if possible. However, judging from many performances, the mysterious powerhouse in front of them is far from being an enemy that their brothers and sisters can deal with. I wanted to run away for a long time, but I realized that under the leisurely surface of the enemy, the chi around me had already been locked by it. If you want to make a bad move, I'm afraid you'll be killed on the spot, right? Damn, when did such a strong man suddenly appear in this universe? He was even much stronger than the elder brother who used to be in the form of a demon god. Tova kept thinking about a way to get out of it, but Qin Yan didn't want to continue doing these boring games. For the roles he likes, he will generally show a little more patience. However, this woman is not one of Qin Yan's two-dimensional wives in his previous life, changed every few months. It is just a whim of the collection addiction. For him, this skin is not very important. What really makes him value is the ability that these people in the demon realm have. As shown in the Dragon Ball Hyperverse series, the ability to travel through dimensions can even interfere with different universes. Jillian, a powerful warrior in the 11th universe, was once invited to the 7th universe by the abilities of these people. Namex Divine Dragon Bolunga Qin Yan didn't know much about it, but he once asked the Divine Dragon on Earth. At least in terms of the performance of the Earth Dragon, it can't interfere with other universes. Dapra and his sister, although they are average in combat, are very good at some strange things. And although the skin is very strange blue-purple in terms of the aesthetics of Earthlings, but on the whole, the appearance is unexpectedly quite in line with Qin Yan's own appetite. In this way, there is already enough value for Qin Yan to make a special trip. That's where the value of the siblings comes in. Thinking of this, Qin Yan flew towards the opposite side unhurriedly. As a last resort, although he felt that he was locked up and down and there was no way to escape, it was impossible to let Tova be restrained, so he turned around and ran away without hesitation. Qin Yan didn't stop her, and let her run. It's just that every time she is about to leave her field of vision, she is a little more serious, and instantly uses a speed hundreds of times faster than Tova to come to the other party's body. Tova's body is not tall, only a little more than 1 meter 6, and Qin Yan's body is now more than 195 centimeters under the influence of the supercell. On one side, he leaned forward, and on the other side, he waited in midair with his hands folded and shoulders folded. There was no time to care about the physical pain. Tova hurriedly fled in another direction, but Qin Yan was already waiting there again. This man is full of bad taste and enjoys this kind of game. Tova's mood is terrible, but Qin Yan's mood is very good. After repeating this more than a dozen times, seeing the beauty on the opposite side gasping and stopping, Qin Yan finally got tired of playing. A pink aura erupted from his body, his black hair turned silvery white, and the whites of his eyes were swallowed up by blackness, and red light appeared from his pupils. The scion's tail disappeared and was replaced with a thick tail closer to Frisia's, which was in its Magian form. No longer giving the woman Tova a chance to speak, her arm instantly became longer and grabbed the woman's neck in the air. While retracting his elongated arm, Qin Yan slowly approached the other party, admiring Tova's gradual devouring and struggling appearance. The demon cells generated from the lower arm wriggled and proliferated, gradually spreading to various parts of Tova's body, and enveloping her whole person. Use Majin Buu's cells to transfer the other party's memories, abilities. Absorb it completely. Dimensional Shuttle. Feeling the skills that suddenly popped up in his brain, Qin Yan touched his stomach and showed a vicious smile. Chapter 45. Majin Buu's absorption capacity is divided into two types. One is to eat it as food, and the other is to wrap it in pieces of meat that have been separated from the body and absorb them. In the manga, the first way was to deal with Mr. Buu, and the second way was to successfully absorb Gotenks, Vic, and Son Gohan. In terms of efficiency, the second is better. The first type needs to be used with black magic, although it can change its form against the strong, but it cannot extinguish the will, and there is a possibility of overturning. The second type, even Veget, which was much stronger than Majin Buu at the time, would have been absorbed by it if he hadn't made a protective shield in advance. As long as it is successfully wrapped in the separated piece of meat, even the strong person who is far stronger than himself will not be able to resist. It's a nirvana. In other respects, there is not much difference, and both methods can perfectly obtain the memory, strength, wisdom, and even moves of the absorber. The only disadvantage is that in this way, there is a possibility that you may be influenced by the absorbed person and change your form. However, Qin Yan now doesn't have to worry about this kind of thing. Because when he first accumulated his power, he absorbed enough copies of himself. Since he is his own replicant, his appearance naturally looks the same, and his appearance will not change. And now, he has accumulated enough strength that in terms of the strength of the dapper siblings, it is completely unable to affect his appearance. Closing his eyes and searching for memories in his mind, Qin Yan stretched out his index finger and gently swiped the space in front of him. Originally, although Qin Yan's strength could also break the space, it had to burst out with a strong enough force. Big Bu and Super 3 Gotenks once broke the space of the Spirit Time House, and the battle between Broly and Gogeta also broke the space of the universe. However, Qin Yan just now didn't use much qi, he just followed the method in his memory to use his magic power, and the space in front of him was like paper that was instantly cut open. That's the terrible thing about Majin Bu. The gap in the dimension that was cut open was dark and faint, and it shone with a strange light, and the edge was constantly squeezed by the surrounding spatial correction force, gradually shrinking. Qin Yan jumped in directly without the slightest hesitation. In the strange hyperspace, the bizarre colors make people lose their sense of time, and the feeling is similar to that when using teleportation. I determined the coordinates in my mind, and somewhere here I made the same gap as an exit to get out of it. In an instant, the surrounding scenery has completely changed. What appeared in front of me was a blue planet, constantly revolving around the huge fireball in space at a speed of 30 km per second. He had actually left the Dark Demon realm and returned to the interior of the solar system in the Yang realm. He nodded slightly, satisfied with the effect of this teleportation skill. Qin Yan had a feeling that if he wanted to, it was not impossible to leave this seventh universe. This was something that he couldn't do with teleportation before, because he couldn't feel the biological qi of other universes for the time being. I guessed in my heart that maybe after leaving this universe once and having the coordinates, it would be more convenient to feel the qi of life in other universes. In addition, there are actually some things in the demon realm that Qin Yan is more interested in. It's not that the legendary Dark Demon King God who is still in the seal, Mecha Capra. Although it sounded terrifying, this person's old opponent was an existence of the level of the King God of the Time Realm, and it was not even Beerus's turn to deal with him. Of course, it is even more unlikely to be Qin Yan's opponent. Of course, he doesn't have much interest in enemies of this level these days. What Qin Yan was really interested in was something called the Dark Dragon Ball. The ability of this kind of Dragon Ball is very strong, and in terms of performance, whether it is the Earth Divine Dragon, the Namek Star Divine Dragon, or the Black Star Divine Dragon in Dragon Ball GT, it may be inferior. However, from Tova's memory, it is known that the Dark Dragon Ball has not yet been created at this time. And after thinking about the Super Dragon Ball that he planned next, the Dark Dragon Ball was not a necessary thing, so he didn't want to do any more trouble. Therefore, Qin Yan had nothing to be nostalgic for and left the demon realm directly. Counting the actions this time, a total of Dapper 1, Miss Tova, good figure. And the most useful dimensional travel ability. The Earth Divine Dragon's performance could not give Qin Yan the ability to leave this seventh universe. And now, with a new trick, he has made up for it and has the ability to go to the sixth universe. In order to collect Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 46. I don't know the ceiling. Tova looked at the fleshy world in front of her and muttered to herself. I don't know how long I spent in the dark, but when I opened my eyes, I was already in this strange place. The vision was very blurry because of the loss of strength, and I couldn't use all my strength. I tried to control my hands and feet to move, only then did I realize that my entire body was actually wrapped in a strange substance. The strange touch immediately woke Tova from her daze, and remembered everything that had happened before that had terrified her. I was by that monster, devoured. Everything in the demon realm is vivid, and it seems that there are still remnants of the irresistible pieces of flesh on the body, constantly eroded and swallowed. In the end, the whole person is wrapped in a sense of despair. No, it's not a residual touch. Tova finally discovers that the thing that binds her now is not the same strange substance that was attached to her body before. It's a strange space that can't be seen at a glance. The air is very turbid, and the walls are a pink color like a piece of meat, emitting a faint light, and it seems to be a living substance that pulsates regularly. Tova's whole person is like a zongzi wrapped in zongzi leaves, imprisoned in it. Only a circle of the face is exposed. Unable to move, unable to leave, calling out to the surroundings, trying to find a living being. However, to her disappointment, no one responded to her after waiting for a long time. Just when Tova was disappointed, she found a human face in an inconspicuous corner, also wrapped in a piece of flesh. This face belonged to his brother, the face of Dapra, the king of the demon realm. And on the flesh wall behind Dapra, there are still tens of thousands of human faces with the same facial features. These people had countenances that terrified her, the faces of the mysterious man who had defeated Dapra and her in the demon realm. More than 10,000 people, all same. The horrific scene made her scalp tingle and her heart felt as if it was about to stop beating, and this strange feeling made Tova scream. "Brother, wake up! Now is not the time to sleep, get up, brother! Big brother! Who's coming, save me!" No matter how Tova called, Dapra still looked very peaceful, asleep and motionless. Only the slight rhythm of her body let her know that her brother was still alive, his body was still breathing, and his heart was still beating. There is no way to calculate time. I don't know how long it has been. What is a day? 1 month? Or a year, 10 years? In this kind of dayless days, Tova feels like she is here, being pushed to the edge of madness little by little. Then she discovered something that terrified her even more. At some point, 1% of the more than 10,000 identical faces around his elder brother began to slowly disappear. All that's left is a slight sarcoma-like protrusion on the wall, as if the faces that had been placed on those faces had all become part of the wall. This discovery made her feel creepy, and then in the following time, these protruding sarcomas began to slowly disappear. Along with the tiny sounds of the people's breathing and heartbeats disappeared. Eventually, the walls became as if they had been nothing from the beginning, as smooth and tidy as anywhere else, without any difference. Then, a tenth of the remaining identical 9,000 odd faces began to gradually cover the same lumps of flesh as the surrounding walls. Repeating the same process as the faces that just disappeared. Think of your own situation. Eventually, the fear of execution made Tova beg for mercy in the space. However, there was still no response, and all she could do was keep pleading. Time passed slowly, the faces on the walls were still gradually decreasing, and Tova began to beg for mercy from the initial begging for mercy to scolding. "I don't know how long it has been since then, but now I'm numb to it." She just wanted to die quickly now and not have to suffer this torture again. Finally, when the surrounding flesh walls pulsated almost 1,000,000 times. These 10,000 identical faces have all been completely turned into a part of it. In the distance, Dapra and Tova's faces began to be gradually covered with proliferating pieces of flesh. Little by little, starting with the lower jaw. Then the nose and forehead were gradually wrapped, and finally the lump of flesh began to gradually cover her eyes. The view was completely obscured by it, and at first it was just a thin layer of flesh, and Tova could still feel the light outside through it. Gradually, even the little bit of light began to disappear, and all of it was swallowed up by the darkness. The inside of the ear is also poked into by the wriggling pieces of flesh around it, producing a strange stimulus, as if the whole person seems to be combined with the flesh. Tova thought she was numb to this, but in the moment of complete darkness, she knew she was wrong. The faces that disappeared into the wall of flesh one by one before reminded her of the boundless fear she had before. At last she couldn't help but plead again, but soon she couldn't even do it. A wriggling strip of flesh poked through its lips and sealed it in Tova's tears. Chapter 47. Inside the Spiritual Time House, Imperial Royal Research Institute. Qin Yan put his hands behind his head, and the whole person was in a good mood, lying lazily on the office chair. Cyborg 21 walked over with 2 cups of coffee and handed him one by the way. Seeing his wife, Qin Yan immediately sat up and took the cup, but there was still a happy smile on his face. "What, did you encounter anything to be happy about?" "Yes, very interesting." "Well, a play." "Please answer casually with a smile on your face while drinking your coffee." Seeing that Qin Yan didn't want to say anything, he didn't ask much on the 21st, so he went to do his own thing. "I went back and forth in the place where my wife experimented, and found that there were things I didn't understand at all, so I simply gave up." Touching the area of a certain muscle on his stomach, Qin Yan couldn't help but smile strangely again. Majin Bu's absorption ability has a characteristic: the absorbed person is only temporarily stored in the body at first, although at this time, it can also call on their powers, memories, moves, etc. But there is also the possibility of separating it. It takes a short period of time before it can be completely digested as a part of your body. Just now, the last batch of replicants he absorbed was also completely digested by him. Then, by the way, scared the poor Miss Tova. Every piece of flesh in his body was a part of his body, and just like each of his fingers, the tactile nerves on it could naturally be accepted by Qin Yan's brain. That is, the piece of flesh that wraps Tova's whole body. The whiskers that covered her face, protruded into her ears, and entered her eyes were not actually the spontaneous digestion actions of this body, but an intentional act under Qin Yan's control. The negative distance felt Miss Tova's almost collapsed face, which really made him feel very, very indescribable pleasure. And the touch is also very good. The coffee in the cup bottomed out, and Qin Yan stopped bothering his wife at the right time, and left here with a strange smile on his face. It's 8 p.m., so it's too early to go to bed. But today, he had already come to the harem early, and after a while with the other hostess here, the beautiful vase Miss Lankai, Qin Yan left alone. He didn't order anyone to follow, and he came to a side room that was not named for the time being. Although it is said to be a partial house, the area is still very large, and the decoration is also very gorgeous. After all, it is a place for the concubines of His Majesty the Emperor in the preparation of the empire. Although there is no one living in it for the time being, it is still cleaned by the hard-working maids in the palace every day, leaving no dust in every corner. Open the window, one hand dragging against the delicate wooden window railing. Listening to the chirping of insects in the grass that was specially reserved, I enjoyed a sultry moonlight from the house. It is impossible that the scenery is not good, not to mention the selection and construction of the super first-class craftsmen in the imperial capital. It is God who wants to use dark clouds to cover the beautiful moonlight of this midsummer. For a strong person like Qin Yan, with a wave of his hand, the clouds will all disperse. Thinking of this, the tail belonging to the scion shook dishonestly, and Qin Yan couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Lying down alone. He is going to complete the game with Miss Tova inside his body and draw an end to it. Next, the dungeons of the Empire may welcome a beautiful prisoner. Or perhaps, this room will welcome its new owner today. Closing his eyes, Qin Yan's spirit was concentrated in the internal space of his body. At the same moment, a lump of flesh was separated from the internal space of this body. Squirming, gradually condensing into the appearance of Qin Yan himself. It wasn't the first time I'd been here, and I walked to the place where he had placed Tova himself. Gently stroke your hand on the protrusion of the flesh wall, and the moment it touches, the piece of meat covering the surface gradually disperses. From it emerges the upper body of the woman. Although theoretically, this person has not eaten here for a long time, but in this space, while being wrapped in the flesh wall, he is receiving the nutrients provided by Qin Yan's body organs. So Tova is not in a big deal physically, more just mentally on the verge of madness. Qin Yan stroked her cheek carefully, the healing white magic was used, and the woman gradually recovered a trace of vitality. Breaking open her eyes, she saw this face at a glance, which she will never forget again in her life. Qin Yan didn't speak, but used a finger to continue to move on her face, and at the same time, there was an expressionless look on her face. At this touch, Tova gradually came back to her senses and barely lifted a trace of energy. Please, please, there was no trace of resistance in his heart, and he said the words of pleading. Physically, she was fine, but the mental torture made her voice hoarse and a little unpleasant. Seeing this, Qin Yan stopped the movements in his hand and smiled with some satisfaction. That's why I just said it, let my sister surrender quickly. He. Chapter 48. Qin Yan has always believed that his greatest merit is honesty. He is very honest with himself, and he is extremely loyal to his own hopes. Make a plan very early on in time, then know what you want to do, and don't hesitate to execute it. So, Qin Yan ate Miss Tova very simply, and there was not even a bone residue left. And in the next 3 days and 3 nights, through personal demonstration and teaching, he excited the mystery of most of the postures that Qin Yan mastered. Although he was unable to comprehend the essence of it for the time being, through the teaching of the past 3 days, Qin Yan understood that Miss Tova's XI talent was very high. In the future, with Qin Yan's personal help, he will definitely master these tricks completely and study and XI them soon. Congratulations, congratulations! The mystery of interdimensional shuttle in the universe has been thoroughly XI, and Qin Yan found that Dapper can actually use this skill. Unexpectedly, the two of them will even be able to manipulate the abilities of powerful warriors like Babadai. In Dragon Ball, Hyperverse 2, Dapper even manipulated Jiren, who surpassed the power of the God of Destruction, and transferred it to the 7th universe. Compared to Babadai's magic that requires an evil heart to use, and even for a strong-willed strong person who can't control it perfectly, the siblings' abilities are much more useful. It's just that that's an ability that they can only use after strengthening it with a lot of energy, and they can't do it with their current strength. But Qin Yan is different. His strength is comparable to that of the God of Destruction, Jillian. To be stronger, Dapper was plagued by a lack of strength and could not use the ability, but he could use it perfectly. As for Tova, Qin Yan couldn't look down on this woman's combat power. So he directly released her from the space inside her body temporarily, and there was no loss anyway. Miss Tova, who was completely subdued, now does not dare to resist His Majesty the Emperor at all. Even if the deity is not there, in his perception, Tova honestly stays in the harem and does not dare to run around. Sometimes when I meet Lan Qi, who also lives here, she is also soft-spoken and has a very good attitude. As the younger sister of the Lord of the Demon Realm, she is naturally also arrogant, and she lowers her posture and speaks with a good voice from a mere earthling, which was completely unimaginable before. Poor her, she didn't know that Lan Qi, who seemed to him to be just an earthling, had also experienced the transformation of an android at this time. It's just a small surgery that makes it easy to gain strength, longevity, and youth. Even His Majesty the Emperor, as well as the 21st, who is also His Majesty the Emperor's concubine, have already undergone this transformation. Naturally, this woman will not produce anything, isn't it inhumane, and so on. The chi of artificial humans cannot be perceived, and its concealment can even be concealed from the powerhouses at the level of the great god. With the level of a half-person like Tova, it is natural that she can't feel the threat of an artificial person. Lan Qi real combat power has reached more than 1 billion at this time, while Tova is not good at frontal combat, but is better at supporting abilities. In fact, the strength of Qi is only 3 or 400 million. In a real fight, this woman has the upper hand in magic, but her pure strength is not Lan Qi opponent. What's more, the ordinary maids who seem to be defenseless in the seemingly calm harem. But all of them are purely mechanical androids wearing artificial skin. The character design of the character is designed by the Big Elbow artists on the famous illustration exchange website P-Station of the Empire. After that, the computer automatically produces models of different shapes. Lori Girl Royal Sister. All kinds of attributes are readily available. Because the models are not exactly the same, there is no way to mass produce them like the governor. For each production, a separate production line had to be opened, and the number was much less than that of 1 million governors, and the total number was only about 200. There's no unified uniform. All of them are dressed in a variety of popular old and new made clothing styles. This is the legend of the 7 metropolises of the imperial capital, His Majesty's private harem troops, the Mechanical Sister Sheikh Legion. The core system, in addition to requiring absolute loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor, has a variety of characters, which is a pleasure. With these sisters from all over the palace, Qin Yan didn't have to worry about anyone being able to fool around in his own territory. Theoretically, the strength is not much different from the previous governors. Each of them can kill a cosmic Emperor Frisia with a single punch without any pressure. At this time, all the members of the Sister Sheikh group are existences that can easily kill Tova in seconds. Under the supervision of so many people, even if Tova ignited the idea of resisting again and wanted to try to escape by using dimensional shuttle, it was basically impossible. What's more, she didn't even notice that the maids around her actually had this level of combat ability. What a pathetic fool who was kept in the dark. Even people like Qin Yan couldn't help it in their hearts, and apologized to her a little. It's just that for Tova, Qin Yan can't think of a better way to deal with it. He can't look down on that bit of combat power, and all the magic moves have been learned to be mastered by himself with the talent of the Majin Bu Cell. Oh, by the way, this woman is also a scientist in the demon world. Like Dr. Gro of the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences, this woman's work is also an artificial human. Biochemical android, Myra. However, it should not be finished at this time. Qin Yan didn't intend to support her in doing these things, because at this time, the Empire's Super Shrew and Super 17 experiments had come to an end. In comparison, Miss Tova's work, unfortunately, is completely incomparable in intensity. There is harm only when there is contrast, and it really can't get into Qin Yan's eyes. So in this harem, it can only obediently become another beautiful vase. Give orders to the sisters to monitor her closely. Qin Yan left Gentle Township. Before the time machine's energy is collected, he has to find the next goal to strengthen himself. Chapter 49. The world of Dragon Ball is not only the basic energy of Qi, but also has many unique power systems. For example, superpowers. In Frisia's Kainu team, there is a team member named Gudu, who can even stand still in time. In addition to this, there is magic, and Majin Bu is suspected to be a product of magic. In addition, there is the target that Qin Yan is looking for this time, the Phantom Demon Hilda Gang. This is a boss from the Dragon Ball theatrical version, which means that it is not a canonical history, but a character from another parallel universe. Qin Yan didn't know if there was any existence in this universe, maybe there were, maybe not. It's like Broly in a parallel world, although the experience is different, the growth is different, and the personality is different. The official history timeline also has Broly's existence, but in the previous plot, they did not contact Vegeta, Goku and others. Compared with Broly in the parallel universe, Broly on the canonical universe line appeared in front of the protagonists more than 10 years later. All the disagreements came from a thought of King Vegeta. Broly father and son in the parallel world were directly killed by him, and Broly escaped by bursting out of the potential of the legendary Super Saiyan. And Broly in the timeline of Dragon Ball's canonical history was ordered by King Vegeta to be banished to a no-man's planet. In a thought, there is a world of difference. Although he was not 100% sure, Qin Yan guessed that the phantom demon Hilda Gang might probably exist somewhere in this universe. He is a powerful monster born from a group of magical magus who have infused evil energy into the statue sculpture located on the southern Galaxina's planet. During the chaos of the universe, the body that was defeated by the brave finally split into two parts, each sealed in a music box. It should now be in the hands of the Magister, who fell into the hands of one of them. In the mood to give it a try, search for the chi of the magus throughout the universe. As mentioned earlier, people with similar properties will have similar chi feelings. With Qin Yan's strength now far beyond that of the god of destruction, even if he observes the chi of all the people in the entire seventh universe, he can easily do it. After half a day, he finally found targets that were more similar to his impression. Unlike ordinary scions, Qin Yan has the cells of Majin Bu after all, and can survive without pressure in various cosmic environments. So he doesn't need to worry about whether the environment where the target is located has toxins or whether it can allow normal creatures to survive, and so on. It is impossible for a star-exploding powerhouse like Sun Wukong to die of a viral heart attack. So, after roughly determining some goals, Qin Yan immediately teleported over to this strange planet and scanned it with his telekinesis. Super Scion 3rd level powerhouse Majin Bu, in order to kill all the humans on the Earth, it only took a moment to scan the chi of everyone on the Earth one by one. For Qin Yan, it was even more of a moment. If no target is found, he immediately rushes to the next planet. Teleportation doesn't cost much chi, and the cost to him is almost zero. Magisters are also a very rare race, they all have a lot of power, and there are not many of them, so it didn't take much time. Probably less time than it takes to find the Dragon Balls. In just a few minutes, Qin Yan had already patrolled more than hundreds of billions of intelligent life forms on hundreds of planets. It didn't take much energy, but it didn't make him feel good and he started to get a little impatient. Finally, on a planet that he didn't know what it was called, Qin Yan found his goal. A red-skinned, short, old-looking magister, the dark magician Wo. Finding someone who suddenly appeared on this uninhabited planet, he was very surprised. However, Qin Yan was not interested in him at all. After all, it's just a trick, and it's not a beauty. Using his telekinesis, he discovered that he had two music boxes hidden on his body, which were exactly the items he was looking for. Too lazy to say a word of nonsense in a bad mood. Qin Yan stretched out a finger, and a purple light radiated from it, directly piercing He's head. Suddenly, blood and brains spurted out of the back, and the Magister's body was completely crushed along with his ambition to use the Phantom to rule the universe. I've become the savior of the universe again. Alas, I was so kind. Qin Yan thought so in his heart. I didn't care about the corpses that were still wriggling and squirming on the ground. Not wanting to touch it with his body, Qin Yan used his telekinesis to hold up the two music boxes on the Magister's body, the void, and move them in front of him. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 50. These two music boxes are made of special substances, and even Qin Yan can't see the doorway inside at this moment. Each of them seals a part of the Phantom Man, and as long as the upper and lower bodies are close to each other, the music box will resonate and desire to merge. Next, as long as you find a way to turn the respective switch and make it make a sound, you can break the seal that sealed the Phantom Demon. In my memory, Son Goku and Son Gohan after the Dragon Ball Bu chapter have tried to turn this switch. With their strength, they couldn't move it even a bit, and in the end, they used the power of the Divine Dragon to free it. However, for Qin Yan, not to mention that the 1-year CD time of Dragon Ball on Earth had not passed, he was too lazy to go out of his way to find Dragon Ball for this. The world of Dragon Ball is a world where power reigns supreme. No matter how strong the magic and superpowers are, as long as the strength is enough, you can break free from the shackles of magic, break the attack of superpowers, and ignore these special abilities. With a slight pinch, the 2 boxes that made the Super Saiyan Level 3 powerhouse helpless burst into a mass of crumbs. Grey smoke swirled from the pile of debris, condensing into 2 men, one tall and one short, with pointed elven-like ears. The bodies of Tapian the Brave and his younger brother Minasha and the Phantom Hilda were divided into 2 parts and sealed into their bodies. The elder brother Tapian had not yet realized what was happening, and was playing the flute with his eyes closed. Probably he spent it in the long years that were sealed for thousands of years, reminiscing about his past life and spending it in a music box. The crisp sound of the flute was beautiful and accompanied by a heavy sense of responsibility, and even Qin Yan couldn't bear to interrupt. Honestly, sit on a rock with a smooth surface, close your eyes and admire it. But it didn't take long for his brother to come to his senses and put an end to the brief silence. Brother Tapian. Minasha. Tapian first hugged his brother in surprise. The 2 brothers had been separated at opposite ends of the galaxy for thousands of years, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. Shattered music box crumbs, the corpse of a completely dead magister on the ground, as well as the blood and brain plasma that began to coagulate on the ground. All this leads to a fact. Tapian protected his younger brother behind him, pulled out the sword of the brave from the scabbard behind his back, and made a vigilant gesture towards Qin Yan. Looks like the seal was broken. You did it, right? That's right. Stupid, you don't even know what you've done. The music box made of special materials had been destroyed, and it was impossible for him to even want to go back. Qin Yan didn't get angry, he just stood up and praised lightly. Brave Tapian, it's really hard for you to stay in that kind of small place for thousands of years. Let me introduce myself, my name is Qin Yan, and the purpose of lifting your seal is to completely destroy the phantom demons. Tapian didn't believe that, judging from the tragic death of this magister on the ground, the person in front of him was by no means good, and he was afraid that he also had his own purpose. After all, it was the sealing body that was chosen as such a powerful monster. And the basic qualities of being a brave man still existed, and it was impossible to remove the vigilance of the 2 of them in just a few words. Do you want me to believe you when you say such things? Tapian asked. When Qin Yan heard this, he just smiled lightly in response. No, you don't need to trust me, you brothers just need to get some sleep. As soon as the words fell, his figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the spot, and he had already come behind the 2 brothers in an instant. Then 2 knives lightly hit the arteries in the neck, and the 2 were instantly killed and fainted. Didn't kill again, Qin Yan kept his hand. Because if they die unexpectedly, the phantom may have an accident too. The 2 brothers have been fighting against the monsters in their bodies with tenacious spirits. And now, while they were asleep, there was no one to suppress the Phantom Hilda gang. The surrounding space seemed to become distorted, and in Qin Yan's senses, 2 powerful auras continued to emerge from the bodies of these 2 people, and they began to gradually coalesce into one. In the void, this smoke loomed, and finally turned into an entity. The appearance of an insect-like Saru, but the body size is different from that of a humanoid warrior, and it is unusually huge, with a height of more than 10 meters. The huge body brings great strength, and it is so strong that it can even knock down a super 3rd-level powerhouse with one blow. However, the speed between actions is not slow, and even Gohan, who has been exploited by the potential of the king god of the old realm, is difficult to hit. The long tail behind him swayed back and forth. This tail was similar to the structure of Sharu, and the end could also be opened to absorb life energy and strengthen himself. Just like the name, it constantly switches between fantasy and reality, and only at the moment of attack will the powerful monster of the entity be revealed. After 1,000 years, the illusion Hilda has just descended on this universe again. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 51. As soon as the Phantom Hilda regained his freedom, he began to wreak havoc on the planet. Soon, he spotted the humanoid creature in front of him, and began to attack Qin Yan as his enemy. Qin Yan was very interested in the Phantom Man. From Tapien's hands, obtain a sacred sword called the Sword of the Brave. Shook a sword flower in his hand, suppressed most of the power, and accompanied it for a small test. Roar the Phantom screamed, his massive claws swinging at his enemies. Seeing this, Qin Yan directly raised his sword horizontally and used the sword body as a block, perfectly blocking Hildegang's fierce attack. The attack power transmitted by the sword body is very strong, judging by the power transmitted by the huge claws. Each hit is on top of the former Fat Demon Bu, which is a unique strength advantage of giant bosses. The speed is also very fast, although it seems to be an entity, but in fact, without attacking, this huge body is just an ornament, and it is completely impossible to attack. The recovery ability is average, but it also has some regeneration ability. Even if Qin Yan took the opportunity to cut it in half, after spending a while, it could be restored to one place again. No wonder it is an opponent who needs the Super 3 Wukong to defeat by using the magic skill of the Dragon Fist. Qin Yan couldn't help but sigh. What kind of trick is Dragon Fist? Monkey King, who is in the form of Super Saiyan 4, once used this move to punch the Super 1-star dragon. If it weren't for the fact that most of the later enemies had the ability to regenerate, there would be no need to use the vitality bullets made from the energy of the whole universe to defeat the boss. It's really a very powerful move, and the Phantom Man died under this move. After fighting a few tricks, Qin Yan was very satisfied with Hildegang's ability. But it's not over yet. This insect-like monster is just like Shrew. You can also evolve through molting to become stronger. In order to stimulate him to make the final evolution, Qin Yan dodged the opponent's attack and raised the Sword of the Brave in his hand high. The sword was filled with qi, and with a slight swing, boom, the valley cracked, and a large amount of seawater was directly evaporated by the energy contained in this blow. The air in the vicinity of the attack trajectory was wiped out, leaving it a vacuum for a short time. If you watch this scene in space, you will find out. Qin Yan's blow directly split the planet, which was twice the size of the Earth, into two halves. Although the planet that was split in half under the influence of gravity did not continue to collapse, the fate of this planet is not far from destruction. The Phantom Man was directly cut in half by this move, and a huge amount of blood flowed from his body, and a painful and loud wail came out of his mouth. Although it has some recovery ability, it is obviously not very good at it. Qin Yan was not in a hurry, holding the Sword of the Brave in his hand. Torture this poor planet to the brink of shattering, while waiting for the rebirth of the Phantom. Finally, the Phantom seemed to be relieved, but this time he didn't directly attack the enemy recklessly. Instead, it stood still, and the whole shell became lifeless, as if it were dead. But Qin Yan knew that it was not dying, but mobilizing the energy of its body to prepare for the last evolution. Just as he was thinking this, the evolution of the Phantom was complete. A crack opened from the shell behind it, like a cicada, and the new body had been condensed inside. The weakened tissues and organs that had just formed inside hardened and surpassed the past in the moment they came into contact with the air. Roar, the newborn Hilda just yelled at the sky, sending out a powerful shockwave. It seems that there hasn't been much evolution in intelligence, Qin Yan said with a smile. The Phantom Man didn't understand, of course, but instinct made him want to kill the enemy in front of him with all his might, otherwise it would be the one who was killed. It's just that seeing that the Phantom Demon has evolved to its final form, Qin Yan's goal has been achieved, and there is no need to continue making games. He casually threw out the Sword of the Brave in his hand, and the sharp blade was directly inserted into the land beside the Tapien brothers, who were still unconscious. Taking advantage of the moment when the Phantom Demon wanted to attack him, Qin Yan disappeared from his eyes with an instantaneous movement. And with a speed that the Phantom Man couldn't react to, he slammed a punch into his head, knocking his huge body to the ground. And through the surface of the earth, even uncontrollably into the depths of the earth. Looking condescendingly at the huge crater on this planet that was bombarded by him, Qin Yan clasped his hands on his shoulders and did not continue to move. Soon, Hilda's huge chi began to move again from the depths of the Earth's core, flying back to the surface of the planet. It's just that at this time, he was covered in purple blood from his body. Unwillingly, he continued to attack Qin Yan, but it was a pity that its speed was almost equal to stationary in Qin Yan's eyes. Mobilize the Bu cells in the body, and instantly transform into a demon form. At the moment when the phantom demon was about to attack his body, Qin Yan stretched out his right index finger. A purple glow emanated from above, striking the phantom's body with unmistakable accuracy. The giant monster with a height of more than 10 meters shrank into a jelly bean with a diameter of only 1 centimeter at the moment it was hit by black magic. Hildegang was easily killed in this way. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 52. Holding this small jelly bean in his hand, Qin Yan unceremoniously opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The increase in energy is minimal. After all, Hilda is only a little stronger than Super Saiyan 3 after all. For Qin Yan today, devouring this bit of life energy is of little significance. However, the skills taken from the Phantom Man's body are very useful. Compared with the natural abilities in One Piece, the ability to perfectly defuse attacks will not be restrained by the elements. Compared to the Uchiha Obito in Naruto, the Void ability is not inferior, and there is not even a time limit. This ability to transform the virtual and the real is very useful even for Qin Yan today. It's like the relationship between a villain named Zamasu and the god of destruction. The power of the combined Zamasu is far above the combination of the two Super Blues, and because of the immortal body, countless clones with no weakening power have been produced. Although a single individual is weaker than the god of destruction, how many can Beerus defeat alone? But in the plot, the god of destruction doesn't take Zamasu seriously. This is because the power of the god of destruction is not just a mere force. They also have all kinds of hole cards that Monkey King and Vegeta don't have. After all, they are all gods who have lived for at least tens of millions of years, and there are many means. For example, the destruction skills learned by Sun Wukong's Stealing Master, as well as the sealing skills revealed by Weiss that are better than Demon Sealing Wave. The power of the Phantom Demon Hildegang was not seen by Qin Yan, but his special ability was still very valuable. It was worth Qin Yan's effort to hunt it. Closing his eyes and sensing his body's newfound abilities, he dissolved into disembodied smoke in place and regrouped back together. This is a very unique kind of magic, and the illusion is itself a creature of magic. Qin Yan was very satisfied. So next, let's get started. The underworld is the territory of King Yama, who rules all the rules of the underworld. As usual, this Hades is dealing with the fate of souls from the earth, judging whether they will go to heaven or hell by the sins of their lives. From one of his ghosts, a report was submitted to him. Hey? Has a imp disappeared? King Yama looked at the report and muttered to himself. The vast underworld is the same size as the universe in terms of the size of a human world. Naturally, it is impossible for Hades to be in charge of such a large territory alone, and there are many imps under him who are working for him. Disappear and disappear. Hey, find someone to fill in this position. Hades said, throwing aside the paper report in his hand, and kept busy with his hands, continuing his work. One of the imps took the piece of paper and prepared to arrange new staff. The last thing in the underworld is this kind of ghost, and since there is no major problem, it is naturally impossible for him to bother with such a trivial matter. What's more, today is extremely busy, and there are more life forms that have died and come to the underworld to report than usual. In the demon realm, followed by the honest Tova, holding a humanoid creature with horns on its head, Qin Yan came here again. Obviously, the little ghost lost in the underworld was taken captive by him. There are generally two endings for the souls of hell. One is to go to heaven, which will not be discussed here. Another ghost who needs to go to hell, they will go before reaching their destination. In order to cleanse these souls of evil hearts, they will enter a machine called a soul cleansing device beforehand. The sins of the body are washed away through this machine, and these evil spirits are stored in jars made of special materials. Depending on how evil each person is, the amount of these jars can accumulate a lot. You have to be careful and cautious. If these unwashed demonic chi are released in one go, you will be born into a monster. The strongest villain in the theatrical version of the Dragon Ball Z era, he is even stronger than the Phantom Man. That is Qin Yan's goal this time, and its name is Evil Thoughts Bazaba. Evil Thought Wave can lay magical enchantments that absorb attacks and are difficult to break. It can even completely destroy the laws of the underworld and the human world, resurrecting the dead, and causing chaos in yin and yang. In the end, it was the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta that defeated him. In order to prevent the human world from being affected, Qin Yan came to this dark demon realm, which definitely did not belong to the normal universe, as the place where the evil thought wave was born. Throw the imp in his hand to the ground at will. He threw a universal capsule out of his hand, and then hundreds of jars taller than a human appeared from it. These jars are filled with the evil aura of the soul cleansing device. With a wink, the two stepped back a few distances. Qin Yan's eyes glowed with purple light, and he used his telekinesis to attach to these jars and cause them to explode. A large amount of unidentified material spilled out of it, quickly attaching itself to the imp in the middle. A large mass of unidentified matter began to multiply and envelop its entire body. Larger, more evil bodies similar to those of the fat demon gradually emerged in the smoke. The chubby body, with the sluggish and somewhat cute face, is actually an evil and ferocious big dick. It looks almost 10 meters tall, and its powerful chi is stronger than Super Saiyan 2's Monkey King. The magic that spontaneously escaped from the body caused a strange ember-like barrier to appear in the space in an instant, and sealed the entire demon realm. Wave of Evil Thoughts, born. P.S. The author's mobile app is still infinitely flashback. Use the computer to update a chapter and see. I heard that this incident has caused the flow of people to plummet, and many readers' bookshelves have been emptied. Anyone else? Asking for reviews, flowers, reviews. Please, squeak. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 53. This is the life form where evil energy gathers in hell. Tova looked at the newly born evil thought wave and asked with great interest. Because of these days of getting along, Qin Yan confirmed that she no longer had the courage to run away. This time, he just needs to use his hometown demon realm for experiments, so by the way, take her to sea for a long time, don't sit in the well and watch the sky. As a result, as soon as she saw the evil thought wave, the scientist's research nature exploded, which actually made her suppress the fear of Qin Yan in her heart and take the initiative to provoke words. Qin Yan looked at him and just said lightly. That's right. Make a protective shield and take care to protect yourself. Okay, okay. Tova was moved in her heart and replied honestly like a little mouse. At the same time, a transparent circular shield was propped up in accordance with the order. After those unforgettable days in Qin Yan's body space, this woman now has a bit of Stockholm Syndrome. For Qin Yan, who is obviously the perpetrator, he has a unique feeling of dependence. Although her strength is not strong, her magic attainments are not bad, and this protective shield is enough to support the battle of the Super 3 or even stronger level. Seeing Tova honestly carrying out her arrangement, Qin Yan nodded, and used the dancing void technique to fly directly towards the evil thought wave. Evil thought wave, evil thought wave, the huge fat body clapped its hands and let out a strange cry. An innocent expression like a harmless child, but Qin Yan understood how evil and cunning his nature was. Seeing the enemy in front of him who was obviously not good, he was obviously still far away from Qin Yan, but evil thoughts suddenly threw a heavy punch in front of him. And in front of the fist, at this time, a dimensional black hole appeared out of thin air, and at the same time, the space in front of Qin Yan also showed a trace of fluctuations. Knock evil thought wave's big hand passed through this place, instantly attacking the place where the enemy was, with a fist as big as a person hitting Qin Yan's body. Evil thought wave, the fat all over his body trembled, and the evil thought wave scumbag let out a happy laugh because he hit the target. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. It turned out that one of his fingers teleported through the dimensional black hole was grabbed by the other party, making it impossible to recover. Before he could react, Qin Yan on the other side held the finger that was thicker than his arm and shook it down vigorously. The whole person of the evil thought wave was uncontrollably pulled by this huge force that could not be resisted, and his face was even pulled and deformed under the action of the force. Then this huge body was thrown heavily to the ground under Qin Yan's feet along the dimensional black hole he had created by himself. The hypertrophied body threw the earth out of a huge crater, as if another meteorite had struck, creating a powerful shockwave. However, the fat did act as a cushion, so he didn't take much damage from the blow. Evil thoughts. Shaking his head, he finally recovered his strength, and raised his head to look at the young man in the world, just when it was about to continue to attack. From Frisia's move. A purple beam of death emanated from the opponent's two fingers. In a world where science is not spoken, and even the theory of relativity may not exist. At this moment, this attack, which was faster than the speed of light, instantly pierced its entire huge body through the top of its head. Although the attack range is not large, the energy condensation of this blow is quite strong. And it has a high lethality that is not available in large-scale attacks, which is just right for dealing with evil thought waves that have no regeneration ability at this time. A powerful blow that directly penetrated and took the life of the evil thought wave. Evil thoughts. Wave, exhaling these words with all his might, evil thought wave's fat body fell, his limbs twitched weakly and stopped moving, and finally he lay on the ground and became motionless. It worked. Seeing this, Tova, a silly woman, said in surprise. What are you happy about? Hearing this, Qin Yan secretly complained in his heart. This sister is really sick, and at this time, she has really begun to regard Qin Yan's affairs as her own personal matter. Seeing her stupid move of about to lift the protective shield, Qin Yan hurriedly stopped it and warned. It's not over yet, don't let your guard down. With these words, a hollow appeared in the center of the huge corpse of the evil thought wave that was still motionless, and the surrounding wreckage quickly and continuously condensed towards this point. The evil chi formed a powerful cyclone, and even nearly broke Tova's shield. Qin Yan had no choice but to stretch out his finger helplessly, and casually waved out a pink light, injecting part of his magic power into the woman's protective shield. On the other side, the original corpse disappeared, eventually forming a new body more than 2 meters tall. Orange-red skin, purple carapace. It has a pair of horns on its head and a long tail in the shape of a magic lizard. Compared to Fang's fat body, this new body form was obviously more suitable for fighting, and the degree of chi refining also increased dramatically, even surpassing the level of Super Saiyan 3. The newly emerged monster smiled confidently, picked up a small stone from the ground, and attached the evil energy from its body to it. Controlling and reassembling the inorganic, a sharp four-sided sword eventually appeared in his hand. It was the second form of the evil thought wave that had overwhelmingly defeated the Super Third Monkey King. P.S. On April 3, 2019, from 15 o'clock to 16 o'clock, the database was fully upgraded after the system maintenance. At that time, there may be temporary data unavailability. I don't know when I can underscore, the author's app still flashbacks. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 54. The evolved evil thought wave still does not have a strong language ability, but its wisdom has been greatly improved. At the same time, the ability to predict opponents' moves has also been strengthened, so that the effect of reading minds is almost like mind reading. The degree of qi is also several times stronger than Fang Cai. He. As if he was about to deliberately demonstrate, the sword wind just passed by Qin Yan's ears, easily separating a mountain peak of tens of thousands of meters in the demon world behind him into a canyon. "You're funny, boy." Seeing this scene, Qin Yan was not annoyed. Instead, he shook his head slightly, and then laughed happily. It's been a long time since he got Majin Buu's cells and devoured a large amount of life energy in one go. The monster in front of him is stronger than the Phantom Hilda gang, and unlike the monster-like Phantom and the huge first form, it is a warrior-type enemy. The level of qi was just about the same as before Qin Yan obtained the power of the demons, which made Qin Yan nostalgic, and he had a long-lost interest. It's not crushing, but the interest of wanting to fight. After all, he also has scion blood in his body. The tail behind him swayed happily a few times, then retracted and tied it around his waist and tightened it, and he also picked up a small stone and held it in his hand with telekinesis. Dark magic, which can reshape matter, has an immediate effect, transforming it into a great sword that is nearly 2 meters long and even larger. The hilt alone is the length of an ordinary person's forearm, and the thickness of the middle of the pitch-black sword body is close to 3 fingers wide, and there is no sword edge at the very edge. "Man, you have to use a giant sword." Ha ha ha, seeing that evil Nianbo was very sensible and didn't come to make trouble, and it didn't matter if it understood it or not, Qin Yan smiled at him like this. After pouring qi into it to strengthen its hardness, he swung it twice, looked at his work, and nodded with satisfaction. "Turn around and adjust your strength to a similar level of strength to your opponent. Tap your feet on the ground and fall to the ground, standing on the same level as the enemy." The atmosphere seemed to begin to freeze under the gaze of the two, not an illusion, but a confrontation of thoughts that the body inadvertently radiated around it. Boom! After a while, both sides moved at the same time. From a distance of 100 meters, they collided in an instant, and the blades of the two swords mercilessly kicked up a large cloud of dust within a radius of dozens of miles, completely blocking the view of Tova, who was watching the battle above. In the blink of an eye, thousands of moves had been battled, and the sword wind was like a storm, spreading to the ground thousands of kilometers away, drawing countless cracks. Sideways dodge a cutting beam from the enemy's sword. Qin Yan held the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands and swung it, not so much with a slash as with a smash, smashing half of the evil thought wave's body directly into the ground. Although the strength is controlled at the same level, the Earthling's qi-gathering skills are much stronger than those of this newly born monster. Seeing that his body was suppressed and unable to move, Evil Mind Bo hurriedly used demonic magic to turn his entire body into particles and dissipate from the spot, making Qin Yan fill in the void. Then a part of the particles appeared out of thin air in the dead corner behind Qin Yan, and quickly condensed into a hand and pinched his neck. After a short period of temptation, he had already discovered that his strength was not an opponent, so he no longer fought head-on with Qin Yan, but instead used demonic combat instead. Qin Yan seemed to have discovered this. Without looking with his eyes, he slashed the giant sword in his hand towards this hand, directly smashing the hand of evil Nianbo into a puddle of rotten meat. Shhh! Qin Yan was faster than him, and he stepped up in 2 steps to cut it in 2. Before the upper body fell and the pain in his body was not reflected, the evil thought wave was shocked and subconsciously opened his mouth and spewed out a powerful cyan light wave attack from his mouth, in a vain attempt to distract Qin Yan's attention. Idiot! The killing intent boiled. Qin Yan didn't dodge or dodge, and at close range, he just turned the 2-meter-long giant sword in his hand and smashed it into the head of the evil thought wave. With a bang sound, the huge sword body directly smashed the entire head of the evil thought wave into the body. Didn't give him another chance to recover his body, for a moment. Qin Yan's body switched to a demon form, and a hand pinched the neck of the evil thought wave, and a large number of demon cells began to attach to his entire body. Tova, who was in the distance, saw this scene and remembered her own experience, and was so frightened that she wanted to slip away on the spot. Didn't care about this woman, didn't even let go of the arm that had just been cut off. Qin Yan had already completely absorbed the evil thoughts into his body at this time. Close your eyes and check the changes in your body, although the energy still hasn't increased much, but there are suddenly a lot of magical and used abilities in your mind. Delicious. P.S. You may not believe it, but new programmers are poor in learning XI. I've been killed again, and now we're hiring new programmers with high salaries. Neil. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 55. The barrier that covers the entire demon realm gradually disappears as the evil thought wave is swallowed. Putting away the qi on his body, Qin Yan turned into particles and regrouped in another place. Feeling the changes in his body, he smiled with satisfaction, and then saw Tova in the sky. Looking at this stupid woman who was frightened by the power of the demon and didn't dare to approach, Qin Yan said unhappily. What are you doing? Hurry up. Okay, okay. Tova replied with a trembling voice. Seeing that she looked submissive, not at all as confident as the sister of the Demon King, Qin Yan was amused in his heart. It's not just covetous, this woman is very useful. For Qin Yan, the time machine is very important, related to his future plans. However, in fact, this woman not only has the ability to travel to other universes that dimensional travel can give Qin Yan. She and her brother Dapra even have the magic to go back in time. Their siblings once traveled back to the past in Dragon Ball Heroes and Dragon Ball Superverse, two parallel universes, with her android subordinate, Myra, to wantonly tamper with history. And collect the combat energy in this warped time and space and use it. Dapper once used this energy to strengthen from the scum of the house who was killed by Fat Bu in one breath to the extent that he could easily defeat the demon Bu. So it's not like Qin Yan has always belittled her, this woman's usefulness is very great. It's just that what Tova is doing is to change history, and her ability to travel through time and space will lead to changes in the timeline. For example, if you kill Trunks in the past, then Trunks may disappear in the future. Bulma's time machine will create a historical divergence in the past, creating a parallel universe with different directions. For Qin Yan, Bulma's research is more preferred. Because he was not willing to start his evil plans on this plane. This plane is his territory, and the earth here is his kingdom, his second home, which he has spent 300 years in his previous life. If there is a slight mistake in the plan, I am afraid that the whole situation will be lost, and there will be nothing left. And if you can come to 300 years ago, this era that he has not yet come. Doing something here will change the original history, and it will be a new universe that will not affect the time and space where Qin Yan is located. No matter what you do, you don't need to worry about the back road. Therefore, Qin Yan was still patiently waiting for Bulma's research. It's already fast, and it won't take long. Now that the energy of the entire universe has begun to be transported to Earth with all the power of the governors, it will not be long before the energy of the time machine can be filled and a lot of reserve energy will be produced. But even so, Tova's ability to revise history is very useful. Although, having absorbed Dapra's Qin Yan, theoretically it is also possible to use this trick. Just to avoid some potential troubles, no attempt has been made to change history. After Qin Yan traveled to this world, this universe became one of the parallel universes like the official history and various theatrical versions, as well as the follow-up Dragon Ball GT. Although he didn't know the reason why he had crossed over, Qin Yan himself did not make changes to history. And if you use the skill of time to modify what has happened in the past, you may incur unnecessary trouble. In the Dragon Ball world, there is also an organization similar to the Time Police, which is called the Time Patrol Team, which is subordinate to the king god of time. The combat effectiveness of these people is average. No matter how strong they are not as strong as Beerus, the god of destruction, but they should not be underestimated too much. Qin Yan himself understands the horror of time best. This is a very troublesome ability. It is unclear if the timeline of this universe is also maintained by such a group of warriors, and he wants to minimize unnecessary trouble. Therefore, after absorbing Daprus so far, he has not even used the ability to go back to history once. Now he is not strong enough to ignore everything. Although he is already far stronger than the god of destruction, according to the impression in his memory, he estimates that if he goes all out, he can easily destroy the plural universe, and he can defeat the god of destruction Beerus with one move. But there is also an unidentified angel Ves on it. It is said that he has a neutral position and will never participate in battles in normal times, but if Qin Yan wants to kill the god of destruction, will he really sit and don't care about anything? Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe, is his disciple? Qin Yan didn't know this answer, so he could only count the worst possibility among them. And this is nothing. Above the angels there are great priests and kings who are far stronger than the angels. Vesco himself said that he himself could not even compare to a finger of the Grand Priest. In the comics, it is even stated that the Great Priest is the strongest person within his cognitive range, that is, he may be stronger than the whole king, and the whole king once erased 12 universes in an instant. So it's not enough to surpass the god of destruction, it's not enough. Now he still has such and such scruples. Thinking like this, the happiness of absorbing the evil thought wave became nothing left. He grabbed Tova's slender hand and pulled her into his arms, and then vented his frustration in the woman's cry full of joy. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 56. A day later, use Qigong to completely erase the traces of previous joy. Qin Yan and Tova came to the depths of the demon realm, in a valley suspended by countless huge black spheres. This is it. Qin Yan looked at these strange things, touched his chin and asked in a low voice. There are many traces of time that can be felt in this valley, and I am afraid that this valley has maintained this appearance here for tens of millions of years. Yes. Tova replied honestly, and then her face looked like she wanted to say something. There's something, but it doesn't hurt to say it. Hearing the other party say this, Tova showed a look of some fear and asked resignedly. Lord Qin Yan, do you really want to do this? It was the creator of the dark demon realm who was sealed, Mech Capra. The black ball is a seal, and inside it is sealed the acquaintances who used to be Tova. One of the largest black balls, sealed inside is the king god of the dark demon realm, Mecha Capra. A long time ago, the king god of the great realm imprisoned a magician in time and space. In the endless years that followed, the mage united some of his subordinates who were also mages, such as the boss of Dragon Ball Super Universe Demigula and others. Together, they created the demon realm in this isolated space and became the creator gods of this world. The so-called king of the demon realm, Dapra, was just a lucky man who escaped from the seal, and Tova and he were both of his subordinates. Mech Capra has a strong magical power, and if you give a part of the power to your subordinates, you can reach a level far stronger than Super Saiyan 3, or even Super 4. It's no wonder that Tova is so jealous of this person. However, for Qin Yan today, this strength is completely insufficient. No matter how strong Mecha Capra is, it can't be stronger than Beerus, the god of destruction, and it can't even be said to be a threat to Qin Yan today. He didn't care at all about the so-called demon realm creation god. The reason why I came here was just for the men to show their strength in front of the women who had just applauded together. That's all. Tova's performance made him very satisfied, and he dissuaded himself only because he didn't trust his strength enough. Probably this woman thought that the battle with Evil Mind Wave was Qin Yan's full strength, right? Although it was a battle that surpassed the third level of Super Saiyan, he didn't even use 1/10,000th of his true strength. Not wanting his former boss to break the seal at all, this kind of behavior is tantamount to betrayal, which is equivalent to completely throwing himself on his side. It's just that this kind of worry is unnecessary, and being looked down upon by his own woman makes him feel a little unhappy. Don't play games with the so-called Dark Demon King God, just crush him to death with 1,000th or 100th of his power, right? Qin Yan thought so, and after calming Tova for a while, he put away his thoughts and asked. So, how do you open this seal? You need to gather a huge amount of energy, Lord Qin Yan. Tova glanced at the black balls in awe before continuing to explain. I originally planned to create an android warrior who would collect an energy called Jili by constantly fighting the mighty in the distorted history of time and space. If you accumulate enough base power, you can use this power to successfully unlock this seal with a little guidance. Isn't this similar to Majin Buu's method of breaking the seal? I see. Qin Yan seemed to think of something, and whispered to himself. What? Tova asked. Nothing, don't care. Qin Yan reached out and touched Tao's long silver hair. If Lord Qin Yan needs to lift the seal, I'll go and prepare the machine that collects the base force. There's no need, Qin Yan interrupted her with a smile. One hand wrapped around her small waist, and the other stretched forward in a palm. Boom! A Saiyan Qigong wave with a diameter of more than 100 meters emanated from his palm, instantly devouring everything in this valley. The shock wave directly blew the poor Tova almost unable to stand. Qin Yan pressed the woman into his arms slightly, and her tall body of more than 1.95 meters blocked part of her strength. Generally speaking, the Qigong bullet needs to be controlled to a certain size, and a huge energy ball like the one that Frisia destroys the planet is actually not practical in a battle of the same level. It seems to be huge, but in fact, the power has been dispersed a lot, so he can only bully the Saiyans whose strength is far inferior to him. Qin Yan's move is the same, based on the wanton squandering of absolute power. Qigong waves with a diameter of hundreds of meters, even Super Saiyan 3, as long as a part of the body is touched, it can be destroyed instantly. Put away your palms, except for the curling white smoke that rose from the high temperature, the huge valley was now nothing. The seal. Gone? Lord Qin Yan, there is such power. Tova, this little girl, had two cold and tender palms attached to Qin Yan's two chest muscles, and her face showed a look of disbelief. It's no wonder that this is the first time that she has used too much power in front of Super Saiyan 3. Looking at Tova's deflated appearance, Qin Yan had a confident smile on his face, and his heart was secretly refreshed. Read books on Friday. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 57. Just as the two were whispering, a rough male voice suddenly came out from above. Amazing Qigong, so strong that you can directly use your power to destroy the seal full of magic power, what's your name? From the cliffs on both sides of the road that had been bombarded by Qigong, several figures suddenly appeared there. And quickly jumped down from it and came to Tova and Qin Yan. The alien male magister with a hammer-like weapon looks very happy, and it seems to be a simple-minded martial arts faction, the demon god Gerbi. Looks like a strong guy, and he's found a good backer, Tova. A young man with a giant scythe and a turban on his head, the demon god Sholem. Holding the power to harvest souls, it is also a particularly powerful one among the demon gods. Gorby, Sholem. Tova couldn't help but scream, these were her former colleagues. At this time, from behind the two male demon gods, another pretty female voice came out. It scared me to death, but luckily the seal helped block some of the power. Sister Tova is trying to kill us? As he spoke, he seemed to find the men around Tova and began to play playfully. It seems that you have found a good man. A girl with blue skin, long green hair, and a seemingly innocent appearance, demon god Putin. Qin Yan ignored the other two until this one made his eyes light up. Seems to be pure. In fact, the character is ruthless. He likes this type of girl the most. Because you can teach them wantonly without pressure and mustard in your heart. Thinking so in his heart, Qin Yan hugged Tova in his arms hard in excitement, and praised with a happy look on his face. Oh, you're very discerning. For the sake of this sentence, you are qualified to live this beautiful young lady. Hey, it's so much to praise people, hee hee. The kind-faced and black-hearted girl demon god pretended to stick out her tongue. Thinking about how to concoct this chick. A shadow appeared from behind the demon gods, and an old man with a much stronger chi than these people walked out of it unhurriedly. He was followed by another cloaked little demon god Salasa, followed by a large number of demons who appeared from it one after another. As soon as this person appeared, the surrounding demon gods immediately saluted, and one by one honestly did not say much. This old man is naturally the king god of the dark demon realm, Mech Capra. That's all the top of the dark demon realm. Except for the low-level demons, each demon god has a power far above the Super 3, and it needs at least the strength of the Super Scion level 4 to be eligible to win or equal it. Well, it looks like a great guy, but it's almost the level of Super 4. However, with a lot of magic methods, it finally has some value as food. Qin Yan looked at these people and licked the corners of his mouth. The old man seemed to notice Qin Yan's bad gaze, and instead of being angry, he smiled interestingly, and he also had absolute confidence in his own strength. I heard it all in that seal. Tova, betrayed us? But for your sake, for helping me open this seal that is hard to break from the inside. I can forgive you if you are willing to surrender to me again now. Hearing the old man's words, Tova's body couldn't help but think about Qin Yan in fear. I'm sorry, Mistress Mech Capra. Saying this, seeing Qin Yan's displeasured look. With a chill in her heart, Tova quickly and completely dissolved the boundary between her and them. No, Mech Capra. Then he cautiously looked at Qin Yan's expression, as if he was not angry, so he put his mind at ease. Yes, it's a pity. Young man over there, it's you who unlock our seal. The old man is very curious about what you did to Tova. You can actually let your former subordinates betray the old man for you. Can you solve the confusion of me, an old man? I'm sorry, I don't respect the old and love the young. I only respect virtue, not the elderly. Qin Yan replied with an upright look. In his induction, this old man's killing intent was obviously about to overflow, and he was still pretending like this. Qin Yan naturally wouldn't be polite to him. So, let's ask you demon gods to die. Saying this, Qin Yan grabbed a handful of stones from the ground with his mental strength and held them in his hands. Upside down, almost a dozen. The magic in his body acted on it, and the small stones floated out of his hands one by one with purple light. The crisp sound of bang, bang, bang continued to sound, and a burst of smoke flashed. The stones in Fang Yan's hand just now all turned into the appearance of Qin Yan himself at this time. This is one of the abilities that was taken from the evil thought wave, the doppelganger technique. Each of them is only less than 1% of the strength of Qin Yan's ontology, and their appearance is fixed, and they cannot be transformed into Super Scion or demon forms to enhance their strength. The resistance to blows is also not very strong, and it will disappear when attacked excessively. However, the above shortcomings are only for the powerhouses of the same level as Qin Yan. In his opinion, it is appropriate to use these clones to deal with these demon gods in front of him. Up, kill them. Dragon Boat Festival book discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, June 22nd to June 24th. Chapter 58. With Qin Yan's order, these clones rushed towards the demon gods one by one without saying a word. Unlike the deity, Qin Yan himself may not use all his strength for various purposes. Although these clones are only less than 1% of his normal strength, they will not show mercy. The clones didn't care about Mecha Capra, but each faced a demon god, who was Qin Yan's prey, and the rest of the clones were to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers of the demon legion. These arrogant demon gods didn't pay much attention to each other at first because their opponents were doppelgangers, and they didn't look down on each other. As a result, when I suddenly got started, I found that I made a big mistake and suffered a big loss. Even if he uses all his strength to become a demon god form, he is suppressed one-on-one head-on, and he is at a disadvantage. Hey, is this woman Tova looking for such a strong concubine? The simple-minded demon god Gerbi cursed, flicking his hammer to barely cope with his enemies. On the other side, Xiolam had a slightly better time, but it was also full of dangers. His ability can deal with the souls of living beings, harvesting the soul energy of the other party with the swing of the huge scythe in his hand. However, the enemies at this time are only clones who change form with stones, and they have no souls of their own. The biggest skill was sealed, and his heart was depressed. It's just a clone, this human is looking down on us. Shrum sweated profusely defensively, complaining as he spoke. The devil knows why this human who appeared out of nowhere is so much stronger than the former enemies of the king gods of the realm. Shouting loudly, Gerbi was extremely aggrieved. At this time, another careless weapon in his hand was knocked away, and then he was kicked in the heel by the enemy. He got up in disgrace, but the enemy had already come to him and stepped him under the ground. One hand grabbed one of his feet and smashed it on the ground. Seeing the miserable appearance of his companion, the demon god Putin, who looked like a black girl with a black belly, curled up and clenched the wand in his hand, and asked cautiously, Hey! You guys shouldn't be heavy-handed to me, right? Hey? Sticking out her tongue and selling acute, the doppelganger naturally won't answer her questions, and stares at her motionless at first. Just as Putin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was about to slip away, the doppelganger suddenly burst into strength and approached, and punched her in the abdomen with lightning speed. The poor belly black demon god girl directly foamed at the mouth and fainted. Qin Yan laughed secretly in his heart when he saw this. Putin, that idiot! In the distance, the demon god Salasa parried an enemy attack with his sword, cursing in his heart that he didn't care about his companions. I know my own things best as the weaker one of the demon gods. There is neither the special ability of Shuram, nor the great strength of Gerbi. Now that Putin has been defeated, doesn't it mean that one of them has to face an extra clone? And he is the weakest one, obviously the easiest to break. Thinking of this, Salasa's heart fluttered, and he launched a huge tornado-like attack from the sword in his hand. This is his strongest move that gathers the power of the demon god in his whole body. And it will not be easy even if a Super Saiyan level 4 powerhouse is hit. The strong wind and dust gradually dissipated, and there was no one in front of him, and there was no breath of life. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, a hand came out of his chest and pierced it, and it turned out that Qin Yan's clone had read this trick in advance and did not fight hard, but chose to use molecular teleportation to move, and then carry out a sneak attack. Fatal with one hit. The demon god Salasa weakly let go of the sword in his hand, fell to his knees, and changed from the state of the demon god to the appearance of an ordinary demon man. His chi was gradually dissipating, but the clone did not wait for him to die slowly. Instead, he chose to stretch out his hand, and a Qigong wave was launched in an instant, eliminating not a single cell left of the enemy. Seeing this, Mecha Capra, who had been watching the battle as a bystander, was already very bad. Only then did he realize that Qin Yan's strength was much stronger than the great realm king god who had sealed him. And it's not magic, it's pure power. This human, does he have more power than in my prime? Mech Capra has aged a lot because of the long seal that has lasted for tens of millions of years, and his strength is not 1 in 10, but the other party only uses a clone made casually. The demon god form of the demon gods is the power he bestows, and the clones of the other party are also made with magic power. As a result, both in quantity and quality, he was completely at a disadvantage. Mech Capra was silent on the surface, but secretly she was secretly accumulating strength, ready to make another plan. As long as he doesn't move, the demon gods will still have the courage to fight with him. If he also looks flustered, I'm afraid that his side will collapse immediately. However, even so, time did not drag on for long. In just a few seconds of fighting, the demon legions have been completely wiped out, and none of them have escaped. The extra clones immediately went to join the battle against the demon god again. One-on-one is hard enough, the battle situation becomes 1-on-2 or even 2-on-2, and the defeat of Gerbi and Shuram is only in an instant. Dragon Boat Festival Book Discount. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush up immediately, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 59. The breath was locked by Qin Yan's deity on the side, and he couldn't get out easily. Mek Kapra finally couldn't help but make a move, and he was going to try one last time. Drink raising his wand, 2 powerful bolts of magic power were applied to Gerbi and Shuram. The strength of the two of them immediately increased dramatically to a degree that was visible to the naked eye, and the form of the demon god underwent a wonderful change. The symbol of a beast appeared on the original human form, but it also became violent for a while, and the person gradually began to become a beast. With this change, the two of them have changed from being pressed and beaten by the doppelganger at the beginning to being a pair of twos that can barely compete. It's not about how powerful Mecha Kapra is, it's about the power of magic. It's like Babadai, who is the magister of the Dragon Ball Bu chapter in his memory, but it's just a small character who will be killed by Vic in seconds. However, he can use his evil thoughts to control Dapra and even Vegeta, and greatly increase their strength. Seeing Gerbi and Shuram, Mek Kapra just let go of his heart a little. However, soon, more clones joined, and each of them was surrounded by 5 Qin Yan's clones. Originally, it was not easy to compete with Qin Yan's 2 clones, but at this time, one pair of 5 made the two of them miserable. One of the brute force flow Gerbi's hand was even cut off, and in order to regenerate this hand with a severed limb, it cost him a lot of demon god's power. After exchanging a few moves, the two quickly became unsupported again, and were treated like balls by the clones. Fortunately, in the world of Dragon Ball, group fights are not very efficient ways to attack. One can't beat it, and often several of them are still delivered together. Otherwise, with the numerical advantage, these two people may be killed in an instant. Just as Mek Kapra was about to once again forcibly increase the strength of his subordinates regardless of their physical endurance, a strange change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. Bastard human! Gerbi's body was pierced by a death beam of Friesia's special move, and he hurriedly blocked the wound with his hand, healing his own injuries with magic power, while scolding bitterly. With these words, the doppelgangers surrounding him suddenly looked like cracked porcelain, the skin automatically cracked, and large pieces of fragments peeled off. Although it soon began to regenerate, Gerbi did indeed affect all 5 clones just now. Seeing all this in his eyes, Shuram, who was pressed and beaten, instantly burst out of the attack net with his strength and asked eagerly. "What did you do?" "Oh, I don't know," Gerbi replied gloomily. On the other side, Qin Yan looked at this scene, but sighed as if he remembered something. "Well, I forgot." Qin Yan muttered to himself. "Lord Qin Yan." Tova was puzzled. Qin Yan didn't want to answer. "Close your eyes, wrap the evil thought wave that you are absorbing in the body space with a piece of flesh, and then pull it off the wall of the flesh and throw it aside and sit idle." Soon after all this, the consciousness returned to the outside body. Almost at the same time, all the energy on Qin Yan's clones dissipated, turning into the original pebbles. The demonic art of the evil thought wave is relatively special, not only magic, but also the energy that uses a special evil nature. Although it is still in Qin Yan's body space at this time, it has been separated, and it is not a state of being absorbed. Naturally, the doppelganger technique was also lifted as a matter of course. The reason why he did this was because in the battle just now, Qin Yan finally discovered the weakness of the evil thought wave that he had forgotten: swearing. As long as they are swearing, the body of the evil thought wave will be affected. Although this is not a big problem for him with the ability to regenerate, it is a bit more than worth the loss for Qin Yan today. For his degree, the slightest mistake can be fatal, and there is no delay. I forgot, after all, I saw it 300 years ago, alas. Looking at the three demon gods on the opposite side who took the opportunity to gather together and recover, Qin Yan sighed in his heart. That is, Dragon Ball, a world-class big IP, is more impressive, so it is not easy for him to remember the abilities of these bosses a little. The rest of the less important things are naturally forgotten for a long time. Find a way to remove the weakness of the evil thought wave and absorb it, but you can't run away anyway. I thought so. The doppelganger technique can't be used for the time being, but it doesn't matter, just use other means. Qin Yan has a method to brand these demon gods. P.S. It's been a real pit in the last few days. It exploded again just after the update in the afternoon. The collection has risen by single digits. I don't know that after this wave of divine operations, there are still a few readers left behind. Anyway, set a small goal and try to see if you can hold back another chapter tonight. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 60. The Dark Demon Realm King God Mechacapra and his men saw Qin Yan's clone disappear automatically, and it was not clear what had happened. Not intending to let go of this God-given opportunity, Mechacapra wanted to take this opportunity to open the gap in the space and escape with his subordinates. But before it was successful, it was easily offset by Qin Yan's magic power. The gloomy eyes regained their energy and magic in place, raising the chances of victory in the next battle. Qin Yan took advantage of this time to use his mental power to grab the girl demon master Pu Ting, who had just been beaten in the lower abdomen and fainted, through the air. Mechacapra didn't have the energy to care about this subordinate who had lost the ability to fight, and watched her fall into Qin Yan's hands and be grabbed by his neck. Without transforming into a demon form, he used black magic to turn it into a pudding and swallowed it in one gulp. The demon god who had been vigilant here was shocked when he saw this, and even Mechacapra had a bad premonition. The previous doppelganger technique was not just a simple magic trick, and Mechacapra was just afraid in his heart. And seeing the black magic that turned pudding into a pudding, he didn't expect that the other party was not even under him in terms of magical attainments. This is really, I don't know if the little brother over there will eat us like he did with pudding. The state of the demon god is quite a lot of physical exertion, and observing the remaining magic power in his body, Xiu Lumua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hey, I'm not tasty. The simple-minded Gerbi began to be timid in his heart, but he still forced his complaint. And what are we going to do next, Master Mechacapra? Sholem asked tentatively. The Dark Demon Realm King God didn't speak, but his eyes became more gloomy, and he stretched out his hands from the robes on his body and used magic to speed up the recovery of the physical strength and magic of the two. The demon realm is not united, these demon gods are just gathered together because of the powerful power of Mechacapra. If you feel that he doesn't have enough strength to suppress yourself, it's normal to think differently. It's like the former subordinate, but now the demon god Demigula has started anew. 1. Obviously, Qin Yan was even stronger than Mechacapra, if it weren't for the fact that the opposite side looked like he was killed. There is no hope of surrender, and Sholem is afraid that he has already rebelled. Even though this hasn't happened yet, there is still a rift in the relationship between the three demon gods. Naturally, Tova and Qin Yan didn't hear these conversations between the three of them. Of course, it is useless to listen to it. Qin Yan pursues the doctrine of eradicating grass and roots, and he will never let go of his enemies. On the other side, seeing the scene of his former colleague Putin being turned into a pudding and swallowed, remembering the bad memories, Tova in Qin Yan's arms couldn't help but shudder. Seeing this, Qin Yan touched her little face and asked her to calm down as much as possible. Rest assured. As long as you are obedient and don't do anything to betray me in the future, you will find that I am very easy to get along with. After doing this, Qin Yan used teleportation to move extremely fast back and forth, throwing Tova back to earth. Turning his head to look at the three demon gods, he used the void dance technique to fly unhurriedly to a position 5 or 6 meters in front of them, while grinning cruelly. Now that he has no one around him, he can use his power without any scruples. The body has changed into the form of a demon, and this form can be used for better magic. The red pupils revealed the eyes of the beast when it hunted its prey, and Qin Yan asked the three people opposite. Demon gods, what kind of snacks do you like to eat? Hearing this question, Xiaolam remembered the fate of his companion, swallowed his saliva in his mouth in fear, and said cautiously. Well, can you not say it? Hearing this, Qin Yan shook his head lightly with a smile. At the same time raised his hand and stretched out a finger, on which a faint pink light appeared, rejecting his question. No, that's your last word. Sholem hurriedly took 2 steps back and stood behind their boss with Gerbi. At this time, Mechkapra's body had accumulated the greatest strength he could muster. While raising the staff with his old hand and aiming it at Qin Yan, he said to him with a smile. Hehe, the old man doesn't like to eat those sweet things. Hearing this answer, Qin Yan was no longer reluctant, but aimed his right index finger at his staff. Well, then, to my liking. Half a minute later, Qin Yan appeared at the intersection of the 7th universe and the demon realm. Stretching his waist, he glanced at the small insects that were hiding not far away and peeping here. I wanted to solve it, but after thinking about it, I felt that it was not interesting, so I didn't do much to deal with it, and flew away on its own in a certain direction of the universe. After he left for a long time, he had been paying attention to the red-haired boy here, and the demon god Kamal lifted his magic and revealed his figure in place, covering his heart and fearing. Mechakapra and those demon gods were easily wiped out like this? Shocked by the fact that he was shocked, Kamal left with unease. A day later, in the Realm King God realm, Realm King God Xin also received a message from the gods of the Nether Realm from his servant Jeffet at this time. Unbelievable, Demon Realm. Gone. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22nd to June 24th. Chapter 61. Let's not talk about the matter between the King of the Realm God and Demigula's side for the time being. Anyway, the forces on both sides are far from being Qin Yan's threat, so there is no need to worry. Demigula is the clown in the eyes of Beerus, the god of destruction. The other Realm King God is useless at all, and the god of destruction, Beerus, doesn't bird him at all, and even dealing with the demon Bu can only go into battle himself. Even if they discovered this anomaly in the universe, they would not have any way to take Qin Yan. Besides, I don't have time to pay attention to them now. Imperial Capital, Qin Yan raised his eyebrows with a paper report printed out of a supercomputer. You're saying that several of the Imperial Army's androids exploring resources in the universe have been destroyed? Yes, 16 units have been lost so far. Cyborg 21, dressed in a white lab coat, replied. As he spoke, he picked up the small computer in his hand, and after a quick operation on it, he projected it on the screen. This is the last video sent by numbers 8898, 10,010, and 12,007 before they were discontinued. Your Majesty, please take a look. Oh, there's a video, let's talk about it earlier. Qin Yan secretly approached from behind, and gently hugged number 21 in his arms and said with ill intentions. Even if you win a few governors, it's not a big deal at all. These purely mechanical artificial people say that they are not strong, and they say that they are weak or not. In terms of potential and strength, it is not comparable to the biochemical androids that the Empire is currently developing. A governor's combat power is only about 1 billion, and it can't be strengthened through cultivation, so it originally exists as a consumable. And even if these unidentified people are stronger than the strength of the Robot Legion, at most Qin Yan is a little curious, this kind of strength will not be taken to his heart at all. Compared with these, Qin Yan is more interested in number 21 at work, and has recently been obsessed with Tova and snubbed his wife for a long time. In order to prevent his wife from being unhappy, Qin Yan plans to make some interesting games. Originally, it was intended to be so. Ah, it's these guys. Looking at the group of strange-looking characters that appeared on the big screen, Qin Yan couldn't help but blurt out. "You know?" asked number 21 as he slapped away Qin Yan's dishonest hand. A group of dark-skinned and orange-haired eccentrics appeared on the footage, led by one of them, and one of his men easily eliminated one of the Empire's androids. Qin Yan looked at the report again, and it seemed that several other damaged governors in the nearby star fields were also the work of this group of people. I looked at the image again, and confirmed that it was not much different from the person in my memory for a long time, and it was probably confirmed. These people are supposed to be cosmic villains called the Bojack clan. He once roamed between the 4 galaxies of the South, East, West, and Northwest, destroying the planet and implementing the Reign of Terror, and was later sealed by the 4 Realm Kings to seal him and his men on the planet at the end of the galaxy. Hearing Qin Yan say this, Cyborg 21 finally knew the identities of these people, and then asked curiously. "In that case, how did these people suddenly come out of the seal again?" "Yes, what's going on?" Qin Yan was also curious. These people in the original book are the bosses of the theatrical version, and the reason why the seal was lifted was because the king of the Northern Realm was implicated by Sun Wukong, and they were affected by Shailu's self-explosion and died. Bojack and the others escaped from the seal. Wait, the planet sealed at the end of the galaxy. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something at this time, lowered his head and looked at the coordinates of the destroyed android on the report in hand again, and compared it again and again with the impression of the location of the galaxy in his mind. "I'll go, planet at the end of the galaxy. Isn't this meowing right near the demon realm? Could it be that when I blew up the demon realm, the aftermath spread to the human world, causing these people to break the seal and let them escape?" After confirming that it was correct, he probably guessed what happened. Qin Yan kept complaining about himself in his heart, and suddenly he couldn't cry or laugh. In his arms, number 21 checked the data transmitted by the governor and asked with his black-framed eyes. "So, do you want to order the artificial people to go and annihilate them?" These androids can't beat theirs," Qin Yan said casually. After confirming the identities of these saboteurs, he found that they were minions who had no effect on him, and his interest in them was greatly reduced at this time. Number 21 was not discouraged and said, "Your Majesty forgot, this batch of artificial people has not used the ultimate means. Based on these data, the model is built and compared, and the results are compared with the results of the simulated combat calculations. As long as they are given permission, it won't be difficult to eliminate Bojack's gang." With that, my wife raised the small computer in her hand, and the program running on it turned into a fighting game at some point. At the top of the screen, 2 Bojack and the governor-like villains are engaged in an automatic battle. Looking down, the name of the game made Qin Yan's eyes widen. The title of the program has these words: Dragon Ball, True Martial Arts Society. Dragon Boat Festival Book Discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 62. Hey. Number 21, what is this? Qin Yan was surprised, and immediately took the computer in his hand and played with it. This computer was fundamentally different from the commercial models circulating on the market, and although it was only 10 inches in size, it was a miniature supercomputer that only scientists within the Empire were qualified to use. This one alone can kill all the personal PCs on the market in seconds, and it will definitely not get stuck when used to play Minesweeper. Seeing Qin Yan's difficult fiddling appearance, number 21 stretched out his finger and pressed it a few times to help him get started before continuing to explain. Dragon Ball Z, Shin Budokai is a game that began development 5 years ago by Shameco, Limited, a veteran game developer in the Empire. According to the legend of the 7 Dragon Balls in your hand, Your Majesty the Emperor, the theme is adventure, and at the same time, it is integrated into the fighting elements of the world's first martial arts tournament. It has been on sale on all platforms since the end of December last year for 8 months, and the cumulative sales volume has exceeded 180 million copies. Qin Yan was taken aback by hearing that the figure of selling 180 million copies in 8 months was simply a joke. He thought to himself. Stop the game introduction interface in your hand and start listening carefully to what your wife has to say. On the 21st, he was operating the demonstration, trying to make Qin Yan understand as quickly as possible. This is to support the online function, and the final winner of the all-grid fighting tournament organized by the official empire can get the 7 Dragon Balls in the hands of His Majesty the Emperor, and get the right to make a wish. Excuse me, please wait a minute. Qin Yan couldn't help but interrupt, and then asked suspiciously, what does the so-called Dragon Ball wish mean? Well, it's a simulated game. After clicking on the computer a few times, Android 21 opened a new page, pulled the page to the bottom, and let Qin Yan see the text on it and then explained. But in fact, it's about the same. In reality, it's a total of 3 years worth of 30 billion bonuses, and the top 1,000 of each of the 36 regions of the Empire have rich rewards. There are even some hidden rewards, such as limited qualifications for the Empire's android transformation, and so on. The ability to live an extended life, stay young, and be healthy from disasters and diseases is much more attractive to some players than money. Coupled with the high quality of the game itself, it has been very popular since the day it was released. In terms of the ranking version, it has left the second place completely stealth VR game Sword Art Online far behind, and its own VR project is also in full swing. Ordinary 3D actually killed the VR game, and Qin Yan's palms itched a little when he heard this. Qin Yan has also played the game Sword Art Online, and the gameplay is very good. As a VR virtual game, there are already about 50% of the effects that can be comparable to reality in various senses. Inside, his tuba has already reached the full level, and with a few ministers who specialize in sneaking around and shooting horses, he is the largest Red Name Guild organization in it, the head of the underworld forces. Hearing this, it was almost enough. Qin Yan's game control soul was already a little uncontrollable. However, at this time, the computer was firmly held in the hands of number 21, and he only continued to listen patiently. Number 21 also noticed his absent-mindedness, so he began to speed up his speech while operating. The free mode is like this, and you can participate in the battle by setting all kinds of combat data to the battle. Is this okay? On the 21st, you just entered the data of the android, so that some secrets of the Empire will not be revealed. Qin Yan asked with some curiosity as he looked at the governor inside the game. Although it is not a high-level secret, it is not good to casually reveal it to private enterprises, and the 21st quickly answered his questions. Shame is originally a state-owned enterprise, and this is also a national game with the participation of the Research Institute, and the purpose is that you have to find something to do for the people. And for the last 10 years, 10% of the money in your little private coffers has been contributed by it. Qin Yan didn't know how much money he had. Money was really just a number to him. In fact, the so-called small treasury was actually in charge of number 21. However, hearing this, Qin Yan still expressed his good feelings and praised it. That's a good boy. Number 21 seemed to remember something, his eyes fixed on Qin Yan's expression and interrupted his words at the same time, and asked in a serious tone. Wait. The files of all the state-controlled enterprises in the Empire that I gave you years ago, are you fooling me that I actually didn't read them at all? How is it possible? Qin Yan replied with a little weakness on his face, trying to maintain a calm appearance. Quickly stop this topic, grab the computer in your hand, and click to enter the battle mode. Controlling the pre-established Bojack character of 21, he began to stand up against the robotic AI-controlled cyborg governor. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 63. Qin Yan didn't believe in evil, and opened the game again to prepare for the second battle. This time it was an improvement from the last time, and it lasted 0.3 seconds more. Wait, wait! I'll tell you to wait, bastard! In Qin Yan's unwilling roar, the governor pulled Bojack together and blew himself up. In the midst of extreme displeasure, Dairy's very flat voice came from the computer again. After all, it's a low-level warrior, it's really embarrassing. Silently remembering Dale's in his heart on the small notebook in his heart, Qin Yan quietly returned the computer to number 21. Although it was a self-explosion, only Bojack, manipulated by Qin Yan, was completely destroyed, and the core memories and personality of the android could be uploaded back to the supercomputer before it was damaged. Next, as long as you recreate the body and download the backup personality and memory module, you can easily reset the entire program. So the system verdict is a victory for the governor. Unlike Vegeta-chan, who is repeatedly slapped in the face after being arrogant and making big words, pure robots generally don't make a big fuss. The energy detector built into the governor's body is not only on the upper limit of energy detection, but also on the equipment of the Frisia army. It is very accurate. In the original book, Cyborg 16 judged that the power ratio between himself and Shailu's first form was about the same, and the battle ended correctly that it was evenly matched. And the extremely powerful self-detonation device on his body, according to his calculations, the power is enough to blow up the entire body, and Shailu is naturally not bragging, and he will not brag. Now, this bomb is also retained in every man-made person. It's just that Qin Yan, the controller of the artificial people, doesn't know. He doesn't care about trifles of this magnitude. I don't understand any of this. Bojack is about the same or even weaker than the Fulsharu in the end, and if the governors lift the restrictions, they will naturally not be able to take the power of these bombs. After seeing the potential abilities of the governors, and being unexpectedly capable, there is no need to send some more advanced combat power from the Empire to solve this incident. Stop playing, asked number 21 teasingly. Qin Yan was speechless, and his wife seemed to have a lot of opinions about himself. If you don't play anymore, just send a few androids from nearby planets, and tomorrow they'll put down their work and go kill Bojack and the others. Wipe them out and leave them alive. Well, so be it. Qin Yan gave an order casually. Speaking of which, in the current universe, shouldn't there be a theatrical boss named Hakyak? Forget it, whatever, it's all a bunch of minions anyway. Thinking like this, he yawned, and Qin Yan looked at number 21, who was giving orders to the artificial people. Yes, said on the 21st, as he continued to play the video of Fang Cai. I thought you would ask for a captive. How is it possible? It's just some worthless villains who dare to destroy the precious resources of the Empire and kill all. Said viciously, although it is a consumable, but these people are too arrogant, and every governor uses his money. Although the cost has been reduced a lot after mass production, otherwise this million army would not have been created. Mentally calculating, at this time. From the video materials transmitted by the governor, I suddenly saw on the screen, the appearance of a female subordinate who seemed to be Bojack appeared. Wait, wait! Qin Yan hurriedly stopped number 21, who was about to give an order to erase, and then changed his tone and said. Ahem! I suddenly felt like it was too wasteful to kill. The basic combat power of these people is not bad, and it is still very valuable if they are transformed into artificial humans. It is necessary to capture these people alive, like Frieza, and study the secrets of this race. Seriously, Qin Yan held his chin with his hand and made an analytical appearance. I understand. Then change the order to take this female warrior prisoner and wipe out all the rest. King Glee said in a faint voice. As he spoke, he kicked the thin black high heels under his feet unhappily. Android 21 clasped his hands on his chest and raised his chin slightly, and his eyes showed undisguised contempt. Completely seen through. Qin Yan complained in his heart. Ever since his true nature had been seen through, this woman had completely erased the image of the great emperor who had been established since childhood and had ruled the empire for more than 300 years. Began to disrespect Qin Yan more and more. And he himself has a weak heart, using hypnotism on girls or something. Although he's not one of those male protagonists in the book, but it's pretty much the same. It's a super low-level scumbag. After all, he was at fault for this matter, so he didn't say anything, so he had to change the topic. Isn't it a little more difficult to capture alive in terms of the performance of the governors? Although the robots can eliminate targets by unconventional means such as self-detonation, their combat effectiveness is still far inferior to Bojack's. Once you change the mission from obliteration to capture alive, the difficulty immediately increases by more than one level. If that's the case, then who is better to send your majesty, those scions? Number 21 searched for the soldier's information and displayed it page by page. Qin Yan thought about the appearance of the scions who grew up under his cultivation, shook the tail behind him and shook his head to deny it directly. No, those scum are probably going to run away before they can complete their mission, and they're going to get them back in a bare way. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 64. Then several lists were denied, and finally the 21st came up with a bad idea that was a little unhappy. I think it's better to let the members of the maid group go. Didn't your majesty secretly upgrade some of the sisters a while ago? With their current energy intensity, it should be just right to deal with these enemies. As mentioned before, the legend of the empire has a private army, and harem, directly under His Majesty the Emperor, the Mechanical Girl Shake Legion. Sister Shaking refers to the maid. This is certainly true, and it is not some urban legend. Because Qin Yan has a strong sense of possessiveness, there is not a single male in the entire harem, and there is no special eunuch of the feudal dynasty in the previous life. The palace of Nuda is usually maintained by these maids. Usually dressed in uniform, she transforms into a maid who works hard for her master, and underneath the maid's costume lurks the fighting power that can kill a Frisia with one punch. Naturally, the hostess of the 21st could not have known this. And Qin Yan secretly used some of the precious computing resources of the empire's largest supercomputer to upgrade and transform his favorite maids, and he couldn't hide it from others who had second-level permissions. It is not surprising that the ability of the 21st discovers these things sooner or later. Qin Yan didn't rush to deny it, it would make his score lower again, so he directly admitted it. That's right, so be it. Anyway, you don't have to worry about Bojack's group, just leave it to me to handle it myself. From his memory, he mentioned the characteristics of several troublesome characters who may exist at this point in time, and asked him to pay attention to it, and then prepared to end the topic. However, number 21 was not ready to let Qin Yan go like this, but sighed and said a little tiredly. Yes. But pardon me for being rude, I'll still have to talk a little more about the maid. It's not that they're biased because they're just machines, there's not a big difference between advanced AI and human thinking. However, Your Majesty's recent game between some of these robot maids has been spread among the servants. All in all, it's better to pay a little attention to the image, please, in moderation. To put it mildly, he poked at the other party's old bottom. With that, number 21 gently pushed Qin Yan's hand on her shoulder away, leaving Qin Yan to leave here alone. Jealous. Anyway, definitely. Maintaining a tangled mentality like this, Qin Yan returned to the palace after taking a look at the situation everywhere. His wife is in a mood, and life has to go on, and he is really interested in the girl next to Bojack. So he wandered around the gardens of the palace while thinking about who to send to clean up Bojack's gang. What's that girl's name? Zanja, is it? Let's catch it as a collector's item. Just like this guy. Examining the process of teaching a newly captured demon god Putin in the dark demon realm in the body space. Taking other people's misfortunes as fun, the gloom in my heart was swept away and I laughed proudly. Welcome back, Master. There were constantly mechanical girls dressed in various maid costumes to greet Qin Yan, waving comfortably to let them do their own things. Although the uniform looks more regular and beautiful. It doesn't matter if the drunkard doesn't mean to drink in the first place. It's more of a cosplay than a maid, and the uniforms are as varied as the heavenly kingdom of cute maids, and even the air is filled with pink. British, French, Japanese. As well as a variety of bizarre styles that can only be found in anime, these are all things that are customized by special people for His Majesty the Emperor to enjoy. Qin Yan has always believed that the greatest charm of maids is this kind of work spirit that dedicates themselves to the master no matter when, where, and under what circumstances. It's like this, hey, hey. Smack. From behind, the funny hand of the long English apron was slapped away mercilessly. H is not going to work. She looks like a 16-year-old high school girl. In fact, the maid lady who is only 9 years old and 2 months old from the factory educates her master with a straight look. Well, this one is the exception. Emerald green pupils with big eyes, a blue-purple single ponytail that is long above the waist, a pure white decoration on her head, and a petite maid in a very traditional England-style blue long-skirt Mahoro. He has a more serious personality among the crowd. Sometimes it's a little unreasonable, but this kind of inflexibility is also its charm. Listening to the maid's criticism full of resentment, but because it's cute, it's not torture but enjoyment. After immersing himself in this kind of game for a long time, Qin Yan thought of the purpose of coming and said suddenly. By the way, Mahoros, there's something you need to do, okay? Yes, Master, please speak. It's a completely different style from the current cute maid, Miss Maid said with a straight posture. Qin Yan told the other party the time, place, and task in 1510. Mahoro is a battle-enhanced maid who has undergone several upgrades and has the power of a pure demon view close to the original among the people, so it's absolutely no problem if the combat mission is done by her. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 65. That's the way it is. By the time Qin Yan finished speaking, the maid's eyes were already filled with a sense of distrust for this person. Looking at the other party's eyes, Qin Yan pretended not to understand anything and asked curiously on the surface. Miss Mahoro. At this time, the maid was sitting precariously, as if she was trying her best to endure something, and finally exceeded the threshold for a long time, and said with a bad face. The hosts. Yes, I'm listening. Qin Yan happily admired Mahoro's angry cuteness in his heart, but responded to her honestly on the surface. It's rude, there are some things that shouldn't be said by me as a subordinate, but... Miss Maid hesitated a little, but thought of the rumors that had spread among her servants recently. As for the very ridiculous things between the master and the other maids, it was decided that he had to say it, and he would never let the master go on in such a depravity. The culprit has taken the initiative to dump the property of the empire, and there are good reasons to carry out the extermination. The woman who was asked to be captured in the mission. Master, it's not going to be something bad, is it? With extremely dissatisfied eyes, the petite and lovely maid lady shook her long ponytail with momentum, staring at Qin Yan's face and saying seriously word by word. Of course Qin Yan wouldn't admit it, and he thought of a reason in an instant. Nothing. The other prisoners have destroyed more than one of the Imperial's machine soldiers, and I decided to do so for the sake of the lady not committing such a misdeed. In fact, several people have made a move, but the only one who didn't do it was Bojack, the leader of the group. Qin Yan naturally didn't care about this, and talked nonsense in disregard of the facts. Mahoro's eyes were still full of suspicion, but her duties as a maid still made her less entangled. Then I'll take your word for now, master. Please don't continue to consume your trust points with me. Of course. Qin Yan replied with an oath, and then asked a little curious about the meaning of the unfamiliar words in the other party's words. By the way, the so-called trust value, my score is -30 points. The maid closed her eyes and turned her head to look unhappy. Haha. That's it. Qin Yan choked for a moment, originally thought that if he scored a full score of 100, he would at least have a passing score, but Ma Bao's words made him feel a little cold. After confirming the task, Miss Maid put down what she was doing and handed it over to a short-haired maid named Mina Wa, who was even more petite than her. Mina is her sister mechanical maid who she recognizes, but she can't match Mahoro in terms of performance. Because of the defects in the transformation, it often happens that the flat ground will fall, which makes people feel a little relieved that they are not a little natural and stupid. After dealing with this, the maid lady clasped her hands together and hung down, bowing slightly to Qin Yan. Then I'll go on my mission now, please wait a moment, master. As he said this, his eyes darkened darkly. There seems to be an extra layer of mirror-like stuff in the pupils, and from above you can see something appear and disappear in an instant. In the combat effectiveness test, it was found that it was in line with the energy source. Coordinate input. Teleportation execution. The girl's crisp voice came out of her mouth, and the maid's body disappeared from the spot in an instant. Teleportation is similar to Qin Yan's teleportation, but the source is completely different. The ability on Mahoro is a new technology obtained from an alien technology called Hitaka Star. At present, only a few models of robots have the ability, and Miss Maid is one of these few. Because it's really reliable. Probably. No, it can be perfectly solved in 5 minutes, right? Thinking like this, Qin Yan sat on the ground, and the maid next to him, Minahi, offered a cup of tea and some snacks. It's delicious. Such a delicious snack must not be made by Mina and Mahoro himself, which is even better than all the grandmasters in the empire. If it is in the world of spring medicine, even if you make exaggerated movements to express your praise for this deliciousness. Happily covered his cheeks while tasting the food. Although I want to find something interesting to do during this time, such as teaching the natural maid Mina in front of me and growing up. But thinking about Miss Mahoro's excellent efficiency, Qin Yan still decided to wait patiently. Patience, find a way to save the impression points. Thinking like this, I sipped my tea and ate snacks, admiring Mina and my cute movements, while quietly waiting for the maid lady to return from her mission. In the world of Dragon Ball, the galaxy is an administrative unit, which is divided into 4 major galaxies, East, West, North, South, and are governed by the 4 kings of the world. And each galaxy includes countless galaxies. In the Southern Galaxy, in space, Bojack and his party destroyed a galaxy not long ago, and now they are planning to travel to a new planet to enjoy the fun of destruction. In front of her, a girl dressed in a maid costume blocked the way, and it was the maid lady who had come by teleporting. These races that don't deliberately suppress combat effectiveness are simply easy to find for her with high-precision detectors. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 66. Blocking the path of the group in front of her, the maid lady compared the information from the database and took the lead in confirming in a crisp voice. Bojack, that's right. The chi of an artificial human is very difficult to perceive, and it can even be concealed from the great priest. The group of villains on the other side naturally couldn't tell the difference, and no one would take her seriously. So one of Bojack's strong men in Moxican directly sneered. Who are you, to come to Lord Bojack, or to die? These words drew laughter from everyone, and Bojack was also in a good mood. Although he didn't know how the seal of himself and the others was opened, this universe was really weak now. It is said that the Frisia Fan, who is the strongest person in the universe, has disappeared, and only one Kurdish king is left to support the field. Bojack didn't see this man as his opponent, and there were also people of these people who were active as cosmic pirates in his time. Although the strength is not bad, it is not an opponent for himself or his subordinates. In this era, the strong man is hidden, and God simply released him from God to rule this universe. Having just destroyed another planet that refused to obey him, Bojack is now preparing to take out the Kurdish king and take over his territory. Feeling proud, he gave the order. "Don't talk so much nonsense. I can't feel any powerful energy from this little girl, so kill her." Seeing that the other party refused to cooperate, Maha was helpless, and it happened that the data comparison in the program ended at this time. According to the energy comparison from the previous android, after confirming that it was correct, the maid lady said in a regretful tone, "Looks like that's right. Destruction of state public property, on the instructions of His Majesty the Emperor, the execution of the Order of Erasure." Glancing at the time, a total of 15 seconds had elapsed since the teleportation arrived. In other words, she had already wasted 15 seconds on the affairs of people who had nothing to do with her own master. "Hurry up and settle the matter here, and go back to prepare today's dinner for the host." With this in mind, I carefully rolled up the cuff of one long sleeve slightly. This is a uniform specially made for them by the owner, and it is made of materials that are very cherished. Not only the fabric feels good to the touch, but the defense is also excellent. Subsequently, a sharp knife is protruded from under the artificial skin on the wrist area. "Do you want to resist, stupid?" Seeing the actions of the little girl they looked down on the other side, the bearded man who had just spoken said with a look of disdain. Then he obeyed his boss's orders and clenched his fists and rushed towards the opposite side, intending to clean her up. The maid didn't even look at him, and after the detector detected the other party's rapid approach, she waited intently. The jade-colored electronic eye instantly analyzes the easiest position to attack, and then lowers his waist slightly the moment the enemy comes to him. With a speed that was completely invisible to Bojack and his party, the hand knife made of special materials on the wrist part slashed through like a ray of light. "Bojack! People!" Moxican screamed with difficulty, his body divided into upper and lower parts in the shock of his companions. Floating powerlessly in the vacuum of space. The dead subordinate had a good hand, and in the original history, it was Trunks in the Shalo game, and it was only after transforming into a Super Saiyan that he won with difficulty. Bojack himself is almost as complete as Shalo, and all of his men are much stronger than Shalo's first and second forms. This kind of strength is enough to deal with the governor of the mass-produced android, but in the face of an android like Ashura that has been upgraded several times, he can't go through a round at all. The maid didn't even look at him again from beginning to end, and at this time, her electronic eye had already calculated the abilities of the remaining 4 people. As with the analysis, all members do not have the ability to regenerate, and using a slash attack is the most energy efficient and efficient way to attack. "Don't be careless, this chick is not simple, use all your strength to go together," Bojack hurriedly ordered. Can kill his subordinates with one move, this strength is far more than them, and it is an opponent that he also needs to be careful about. Hearing this, everyone increased their own strength, and one by one, it seemed that Frisia, who had used 100% strength, glanced at Frisia, and his muscles swelled greatly. This is a transformation-like ability of their clan, which can greatly increase energy. However, the maid lady had already taken these into account as well. "Ah, right." Suddenly something came to mind and paused. Because Qin Yan's order did not wear such an incomprehensible thing as a safety jacket, he carefully lifted the skirt slightly to control the close-fitting position to prevent it from leaking. Using the powerful chi as a springboard, he tapped his feet in plain coffee-colored Japanese-style round-toed small leather shoes, and faced these people with a blank face and killed them. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 67. Poof. In just a few tenths of a second, another enemy was defeated, and the green blood floated aimlessly in a vacuum. The maid lady, surrounded by these bloods, was indifferent to this, with no feelings of sadness or joy, only to complete a task given to her by her master. Bojack shuddered. If it was said that Fang had just killed one of his untransformed subordinates, he could easily do it. However, now that they have used all their strength, they are still killed in one move, which is something he can't do. The heart was not good, and in the short moment when his mind was turning, the maid lady had already shifted her light body to the front of the next target. This is a small man who is good at superpowers, and his ability can even control the Sun Gohan of Super Saiyan at full power. It once made Tenunks and Sun Gohan suffer a lot, and even Super Saiyan struggled to maintain. But the strength and speed of Miss Maid are far above the Super 2 level. In the eyes of the others, Mahoro at this time seemed to be dancing, and his feet turned half of his body slightly, and their companion was already separated. Bojack's only remaining subordinates didn't dare to go up again. If they flee rashly, they will face the wrath of their boss again. I don't know what to do, but I don't know that their boss is also thinking of escaping, and at the same time looks at the two of them with a gloomy gaze. At this time, on the field, except for the dragon set called Zangia that Qin Yan's master asked to capture alive, only Bojack himself and another of his young-looking subordinates were left on the opposite side. Miss Acero naturally chose the most efficient way and made this person her next target. The long ponytail and bow-like hair ornament at the back of his neck fluttered slightly, and it had disappeared from the spot and flew behind him at high speed. When the young-looking Bojack henchman felt pain in his chest, he realized that the other party had already pulled out the blade that had not been stained with a trace of blood and left, and turned towards Bojack himself. Consciousness plunged into darkness at the end. I saw Bojack showing a fierce gaze, pushing Zangia, who was a companion, towards Miss Maid to try to escape from the moment. Of all the villains in Dragon Ball, Bojack is also the most despicable and shameless. When she saw that the other party pushed the female subordinate to her side, and even wanted to use the sword to attack her former companion and herself, even the maid lady was a little angry. It just so happened that she also had some questions that she wanted to confirm with this woman, and one hand grabbed the collar of this person's clothes. So instead of choosing the most efficient way to knock him out, he directly stretched out a large circular shield that could wrap the two of them together. Boom! The Qigong wave bombarded it, but after the smoke and dust, there was no damage at all, and Bojack's attack was completely defended. However, he also achieved half of his goal, and took the opportunity to run away in one go, aiming at an unfamiliar galaxy nearby. On the other side, his former subordinate, Zangia, was frightened and covered his chest that had escaped death. When she didn't know whether to thank her original enemy or do something else, Mahoro carried her and disappeared from the spot in an instant. It is the use of high technology from Baigaoxing, teleportation. Even if Bojack escapes farther, he will not be able to hide under Miss Maid's combat power detector. At this time, Bojack thought that he had run far enough to descend on a planet, and wanted to hide his tracks. But the maid lady took Zangia in one hand and appeared in front of him in her surprised and puzzled gaze. In an instant, Bojack's years of combat experience made Bojack subconsciously raise a fist and want to hit Acero's face, but before that, the forearm of his right hand had left his body unobediently. But this counterattack is just useless. Miss Maid sliced through the Qigong cannon that Bojack had squirted out of her mouth with a slight slash, and then her body turned into an afterimage, slashing several times from the top of her head behind her before retreating without any more movement. With one hand carrying the target of the mission to be captured, Bojack's body fell apart in front of his former subordinates who he had just betrayed. Except for the blade on her wrist, Miss Maid didn't come into contact with Bojack and his henchmen in any part of the process. Mission accomplished. The jaw looked at the time, and it took a total of 28 seconds. In order to save the target and ensure its life, it took some more time than expected. Miss Asaro's analysis report quickly found out the reason, and then thought about it. Just let the host wait a few more minutes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she had a question for this foe named Zanja. 11 is happy to read books every day, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, November 11th to November 11th. Chapter 68. Qin Yan silently and easily opened the hand that grabbed the corner of the maid Mina and the white long apron skirt. Because at this time, Miss Asaro had returned from a perfect mission, and she was still carrying a prisoner who had been knocked unconscious after her questioning. Saw everything in her eyes, and the maid quietly checked her surroundings to make sure that there was no smell in the air. Summoned his sister to his side and blocked him, began to make a report with a blank face. That's it. Annihilate 4 opponents and capture 1. Miss Maid concluded. Basically, there's nothing to say, it's just a group of people who don't even have the strength of Super Saiyan 2. But he couldn't really say that. Qin Yan applauded happily after listening to the report. Awesome, worthy of my Maharo. Saying this, he wanted to take the opportunity to touch the maid's head as a compliment, but Miss Asporo gently avoided it seemingly casually. This makes him a little confused. As long as it's not doing HS thing, usually as long as you touch the head like this, the maid lady will be very happy? Well, when doing HS things, he was happy in his heart, and on the surface, he looked unhappy, but Qin Yan said that he could understand. However, he quickly put the matter down and instead focused on the mission goal that was put down by Mahoro. Turned over and took a closer look. In fact, although the appearance is quite cute, it is far inferior to the maid lady. Qin Yan wasn't too interested in her, he was just a little collector, and he even forgot the name of this female dragon set. That's her. What's it called? According to the interrogation, the name is called Zanja. The maid replied with a blank look. Oh, that's a bad name. Wait, interrogation. Qin Yan suddenly caught a strange word from the other party's words. Is there anything else that needs to be interrogated on Bojack? It's just a personal question for me, the host doesn't need to understand. Miss Maid said, her little face bulging with some displeasure. The more you say that, the more I want to know what you asked. Seeing her like this, Qin Yan thought with interest, but soon suddenly seemed to remember something. Qin Yan instantly remembered his previous words about the reasons for the erasure and capture of Bojack and his party. Miss Asaro is very rejective, at least on the surface, about HS thing. Fearing that she was trying to do something bad by capturing the female captive was a serious depravity in her eyes as a strong self-disciplined person. The core setting of the appearance program is like this, like to supervise and care about the master type of maid. For this reason, Qin Yan casually made up a reason, fooled the maid lady, and asked her to run errands. Now it seems that people may not believe it at all, but choose to directly ask me for verification. Because the maid lady has always completed tasks at the fastest speed and rarely does superfluous things, Qin Yan didn't think about these. Suddenly playing cards out of common sense made him a little nervous. Qin Yan remembered that he had been reduced to a trust value of only -30 points in front of the maid lady, and he was uneasy in his heart, so he said tentatively. Miss Asaro, what's dinner today? Yes, what does the master eat? Let me think about it, let's make a rice bowl with onion and green pepper stewed carrots with raw celery today. Is this what people eat? Qin Yan complained in his heart. The vast majority of the population of the huge palace is a mechanical maid and does not need to eat at all. Even if you suddenly have a flash of inspiration and want to taste human food, you can try to do it yourself by following the steps in the cooking textbook, which is actually more of a hobby than a necessary living condition. In addition, you can spend money for free anywhere in the country without spending money. The urban legend of the mechanical girl shaking in the imperial capital was also accidentally exposed when a maid sneaked out. In addition to them, the only real living people are Qin Yan, number 21, Lan Qi and a few others. And all of them are transformed androids, and they usually don't need to eat at all, they only need to replenish water to maintain their body functions. Qin Yan doesn't need to eat, he can't be considered a human anymore, but this person is more greedy. Food is also an important part of pleasure. Therefore, the imperial dining room of the palace is actually enough to prepare food for Qin Yan's one person. And almost all of these foods are in charge of Miss Mahoro, who has the best cooking skills in the harem. Qin Yan believes in the craftsmanship of Miss Maid. She is a magical woman who can make very delicious dishes even with ingredients that are about to expire. In addition to traditional cooking, there is also the power of science such as molecular cuisine. However, in this strange rice bowl with a bad name, all the ingredients he usually hates the most are selected, and it is obvious that he has a very bad opinion about him. Don't want carrots, eating too much is not good for your health, Qin Yan tried to negotiate. Rest assured, host, I just got the supranational nutritionist and the combination of food is definitely the most reasonable. The maid lady said that she didn't give Qin Yan a chance to shirk directly, and turned around angrily, flicked the long ponytail behind her, and walked away with her sister Minahi. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 69. Qin Yan looked at the distant figures of the two sisters in disappointment, and then looked down at the female captives lying on the ground. I wanted to slap her twice to wake her up, but after thinking about it, after all, it was a girl and not the group of scion scum who were kept in captivity, so I gave up. He lowered his head and carefully examined a girl named Zanja. She has long orange hair, beautiful skin with an aqua blue complexion, and a petite body, which is about more petite than Miss Mahoro, who looks like a high school student, and is generally cute. In the original book, I was fascinated by Clin. It's a pity that the character is an out-and-out scumbag, and he has done a lot of bad things with Bojack over the years. Stretching out a finger, he unleashed healing white magic on the fallen woman. The magic worked quickly, and all the injuries on his body were healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Soon, the woman slowly touched her head and got up and half sat down. The body is curled up, and although the swollen lump on his head caused by Miss Mahoro's blow has just been healed, his body still seems to have a fear instinct because of fear. Qin Yan stood in front of this person regardless of it, and didn't care whether she understood it or not, looked at this woman condescendingly and said her robber theory. You said you, not only caused me to be looked down upon by number 21, but also caused the maid's favorability to decline. How do you think you're going to pay me? In fact, it was obviously his own responsibility to run the train, but he didn't reflect at all, but pushed it all on others. He even felt at ease and didn't feel the slightest inappropriateness. According to the laws of the empire, the destruction of the public property of the state was a felony, and it would be nice to spare this woman's life. Therefore, she should be grateful to herself from the bottom of her heart, and if she is not satisfied, go and accompany her companions who have been dismantled in the universe. Others naturally didn't know Qin Yan's mental activities, and Zanjia, who had woken up, shook his head and asked as if he couldn't figure out the situation. What are you talking about? Who are you? I don't think there will be sequelae. Speaking of which, the power that Mahoro used today is extraordinarily large, it hurts to look at. Miss Maid is probably in a bad mood, so she pushes too hard, right? Qin Yan looked at the female captive in front of her and thought badly, and kindly poked her forehead to remind her. You are my maid's captive, I am the master of the maid's lady, and naturally you are your master. Maid. His hearing this word, she instantly thought of the figure of the demon in the dream, and accidentally bit her tongue. This bite oozes a trace of blood and bloody smell from her mouth, which immediately made her sober up, and she quickly jumped up and stood up on alert. Qin Yan didn't want to say anything more to her, and now he was worried about the dinner problem on the maid's side, so he sighed and said, "Forget it, you can let me in and accompany that female demon god." Saying this, Qin Yan's body turned into a demon form, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed it, and then directly stuffed it into his body. The two of them are like hugging, but this hug is not beautiful. The demon cells on her body became like a slime-like liquid that preyed on humans, and began to slowly swallow her whole person. However, what happened next stopped Qin Yan's next move. "Surrender, I surrender, please, please don't kill me." Wow! This woman was different from the previous captives, she had no backbone at all, and she was immediately coaxed before she was completely swallowed. The speed of begging for mercy was faster than he absorbed, and it was the first time Qin Yan had seen this kind of person. Worthy of Bojack's scumbag subordinate. Spit out the woman, and Qin Yan turned back into his normal human form. Using magic to make a spacious chaise longue, he leaned back and looked at each other. "Your name is Zanjia, right? My name is Qin Yan, you just call me master. Do you know what you should do?" Qin Yan secretly signaled with his eyes. The woman named Zanjia didn't understand at all, and asked cautiously, "May I ask what the master means?" Glanced at this person and found that she might really not understand what she meant, so Qin Yan said helplessly, "Come and give me a shoulder squeeze." "Yes." Zanjia replied quickly, obediently approaching like a licking dog. Just when she was about to pinch her master's shoulder according to the instructions, Qin Yan directly held her little hand, and then dragged it all over and took it into her arms. After half a ring, Qin Yan confirmed something. Judging from the words and deeds of Bojack, a despicable villain, he is not a decent gentleman. I remembered the way he fought with Gohan in the original book, holding little Gohan in his arms and squeezing him with his muscles. Even in Dragon Ball, there are not many and very rare fighting methods. This person may be Yang Wei or... Qin Yan thought as he stroked Zanjia's long orange curly hair. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22nd to June 24th. Chapter 70. Zanjia's performance is very good, and he deserves to be a fighter. A slight injury is a common thing for them, even if it is something they have never experienced before, but they can quickly adapt to it with excellent physical fitness. Seeing that this woman was so desperate to please herself, Qin Yan also completely dismissed the plan to use demon cells to absorb it into her body and let her accompany another female demon god named Pudin. Zanjia breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. God knows what it was like to be caught by a demonic maid and almost swallowed alive by another person, she really didn't want to suffer from it. As for the original boss Bojack, let him die, and actually used the old lady as a shield to push the terrible maid. To die, to die, to die 10,000 times. Oh, no. It seems that this guy has already died, and now he may be divided into several parts and wander around the universe. Well, then may Mr. Bojack go to heaven when he dies. Zanjia changed to a new master with peace of mind. This woman's character and bottom line are very low, and she has done a lot of bad things such as destroying planetary civilizations, and she surrendered to Bojack only because of her great power. If it weren't for his good looks, even if he was executed together, he would be innocent. Her strength is good, and she is also a small female warrior, and she is much more powerful than the android 18 who appeared at the beginning in the original book. 18 can only rely on the advantage of infinite physical strength to defeat Vegeta, who has just turned into a Super Saiyan, while she can have a few tricks with Tenunks, who is in the form of Super Saiyan, where the game ends with Shailu, and even Son Gohan. But even so, there is no flower in this harem. Qin Yan didn't even have any intention of teaching her to completely surrender. What if you don't have any loyalty? Even though most of the mechanical maids here can't beat her, there are quite a few members who have reached close to Super 3 combat power after several upgrades. Asamora is one of them, but it's not the only one. With the presence of a reliable maid lady who made this woman frightened, Qin Yan was very relieved. Now Qin Yan is more concerned about his dinner. Although he can choose not to eat it, but after thinking about it, Qin Yan still likes the maid lady with a serious personality. Besides, this incident is really wrong. Admit your mistake to Miss Mahoro, who is in charge of her important 3 meals. The tongue that has been raised in her mouth is now not used to eating other people's food. It took about an hour to applaud with Zanjia just now, and the sunset was soaking in the imperial capital at this time, and the sky was getting dark. Qin Yan thought about it. The female demon god in her stomach was a little threatening and needed more education. Compared to Zanjia, this woman was much worse in terms of strength. Simply called another member of the mechanical girl shaking beautiful long straight hair reaches the knee 100 cm proud and fierce owner Yariko. In addition to having an excellent appearance, this is a cleaning and cooking. And so all the basic skills are the same, idle all day long and have nothing to do, a useless maid with a poisonous tongue. Qin Yan simply found something for her to do. Tell her to take Miss Zanjia to choose a uniform. And then indoctrinate her with some necessary teachings. Just threw it directly into this harem and became a glorious maid of His Majesty the Emperor. Qin Yan himself came to the place where Miss Asamoro was with trepidation. Although he is the head of a country, he does not have a fixed place to eat. Because it's not a necessity for him, it's an interest. When you want something to eat, you can go to the place where your favorite maid lives, and sometimes you can take a nap. Although it is said to be an imperial palace, it is actually more like a city within a city. Naturally, it can't be a structure similar to the Forbidden City in the previous life. For example, 200 years ago, the Heart Cultivation Palace, which still needed to be dealt with by the court and rested, has long been demolished. To the northeast is the area where the maids live. Vampire-style castles, luxurious villas, modern apartments. It's also very strange that buildings of different styles are gathered in one area. Miss Asaro lives in a small Japanese-style 2-story building, which she built entirely with her own hands, and has lived with her sister Minawa for 9 years. After all, although she is wearing a more traditional British maid outfit, she is a pure Japanese-style girl shake on the factory setting. Jumping lightly into the outside fence, through the courtyard planted with flowers and plants outside, and scaring the robot black cat pets Laxiu used to watch the door. Qin Yan took out the key to the house from his pocket as a matter of course, opened the door and slipped in. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 71. Mina and are carefully wiping a vase that is 1 person high. Suddenly, when he saw Qin Yan coming in from the door, he couldn't help but make a timid sound. Ah! Sister! Qin Yan stepped forward to cover his mouth, and then dragged him to the entrance. Because she recognized the person, Mina, and didn't resist too much, and the two stared at each other in the small corner. Mahoro, who was busy inside the house, heard his sister's voice and responded from the inside. Minawa, what's wrong? Not wanting to expose himself, Qin Yan hurriedly hinted with his hand and expression. Minawa's personality is very imperfect, but she also understands the meaning of the master, so she replied to her sister. It's okay, sister. Qin Yan then touched his head to show his gratitude. The hair made of super simulation material felt even better than that of real people. Then let her continue to do the previous thing, and Qin Yan himself touched it from behind lightly. At this time, Miss Asaro was in the kitchen, processing the ingredients with a Japanese knife on the cutting board. I said I didn't like carrots the most, but I really did it. Qin Yan shook his head in a bad way. Creeping close from behind, intending to surprise the maid. Was about to make a move, but Miss Asahoro suddenly turned around, and at this time she was still holding a knife to cut fruit in her hand. The knife edge was right at Qin Yan, which made him tremble in his heart and stop his small movements, pretending to be stupid at random. It's been discovered, ha ha ha. Of course, host. are close to this distance, and the combat power detector will automatically prompt. Miss Acero explained without being angry or happy. I see, it's a useful feature. Qin Yan said. He is not a robot, he can feel the breath of life himself, so naturally he doesn't need this kind of thing, and he has forgotten about the combat power detector. Tear it down the next time you upgrade this useless ability. Make a decision in mind. Then leave it to me to do it, try my craft, and take a break. Qin Yan approached and took down the fruit knife in the maid's hand seemingly casually and put it aside, while forcing her to sit down on the cushion next to the small table on the side. Although I don't have to worry about the knife hurting myself, I still feel like this sharp weapon in the maid's hand will be split by the firewood knife, and my heart is frightened. Miss Maid said as she was being pushed. Master, you don't have to do this, I'm not angry. I'm sure you're not angry, Mahoro. It's true, if I had been thinking about it every time I encountered this kind of thing, my chip would have exploded a long time ago. The maid told the other party the truth. Qin Yan was speechless. Have I been completely abandoned? Please be angry with me, Mahoro. Urging the master is your budding point, just like this modest murderer. Don't throw away the cuteness. As he spoke, Qin Yan rubbed Miss Maid's modest face and then was slapped away with a palm. Age is not good, his face gloomy clenched his fists, and he endured and did not attack his master again. Pushing away the host, who would only cause trouble, Miss Maid returned to the kitchen. Qin Yan didn't give up, and stayed here to give her a start. I also traveled to the very beginning of this world, and when I was cultivating alone in the wild, I would often hunt game, make barbecue, or something. It had been almost 200 years since he had cooked by his own hands, and this feeling made him miss it a little. Soon the fresh onion and pepper stewed carrot with raw celery rice bowl was ready. This one doesn't. In the end, the maid relented and used the leftover ingredients to make delicious curry rice and miso soup. Together with Mina, the three of them enjoyed this delicious home-cooked meal together. Then came the Neon People's XI bath, rubbing each other's backs. Then in the maid sister's room, spent a good night. The next day, Qin Yan got up early, earlier than the industrious Meiho. The degree of simulation of robots is quite high, and if you think about such things as sleeping, it is no different from ordinary life. All the functions that humans have, and all the functions that humans don't need are removed. After quietly admiring the sleeping faces of the two, they quietly left here. He probably won't be back here for a long time. In fact, he had already received a message from Bulma yesterday evening. The energy storage of the time machine is complete. The most important part of the plan has been opened, and it is possible to go back to the past. I don't have the same scruples about the people and things I care about in a world that I care about. The era of 300 years ago, wait for me. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 72. Instead of going directly to Bulma's side, Qin Yan first went to see the situation on the Scion Monkey's side. The place where they are now located is not a training ground, but a backyard dedicated to the most heinous criminals, the royal prison, where the prisoners are re-educated through labor during their sentences. As soon as I entered the Iron Gate, I heard several people cursing each other from a distance. Monkey King. No, it should be Cockroach. The hands are cuffed with special metal handcuffs called Cassin steel, and the ends are linked together by a chain, which is limited to movement but can work. At this time, he and the other scions were all dressed in the clothes of grey prisoners, and each of them had a very haggard face, obviously suffering a lot. Swinging the hoe in his hand again, today's work is only a third of the work, and lunch has not yet landed. The more Cockroach thought about it, the more angry he became, and suddenly threw his hoe on the ground, grabbed Darius by the collar and scolded angrily. Bastard Dales, it's all your bad idea that will cause Uncle Ben to fall to where he is now. Who do you blame, cockroach, you scumbag? Don't forget that you are the one who shoots the hardest, you are the longest sentence of our people. Dales was not a good bird either, and it was impossible for Cockoroat to throw the pot all over his head, so he immediately opened his eyes and quarreled with him not to be outdone. Do you want to fight? Cockoroat threatened. It's just that Dales obviously doesn't eat this set. I can't use my gas, who's afraid of whom? Although Cockoroat comprehended the transformation of the super second level earlier than him, Dales did not intimidate him at all, and the chi here was suppressed by a special device, and everyone except the robot had no way to use the chi to strengthen himself. It's another lively day. Seeing the way several people were arguing, Qin Yan specially instructed the jailers to give Dales a lot of care, and his mood couldn't help but feel better. All of these scions will continue to work here for several years before they will be given the chance to be released on parole. Because of the relationship between several people who used to often go in and out of the Spirit Time House, even the youngest Monkey King's actual physical age was already in his 20s at this time. The cells in the body are sufficient, plus the perfect training plan formulated by the plot foresight. Several of them have already advanced to transform into super scions. It's just that even if this kind of thing is supervised by outsiders, if you want to go to the next level, it still depends on your personal consciousness. Broly's dad Paragus, Vegeta's two henchmen, Nappa and Raditz, and Bastard Dales the last super scion. Bald super race, bearded super race, long hair super competition. The only contribution of these people was to answer Qin Yan's long-standing doubts. Vegeta and Monkey King have reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. This is already very good. Vegeta in the original book and GT parallel to the time and space did not reach Super Saiyan 3 no matter how much he trained. They stopped at the Super Second class, and it was also expected. Because Qin Yan was able to invite the best teacher to guide them in training, there were only two people, Sun Gohan and Turtle Immortal. The better conditions he can provide than the original plane are a higher gravity chamber and a super effective healing chamber made of fairy beans as an important ingredient. But anyway, whether it is the root of the Super Saiyan in the future, or the root of the Super 4, the ape-like Super Saiyan, the transformation of the Super 3 is not a necessary condition. Super 3 or even Super 2 are just variants of Super Saiyan, as long as they can transform into Super Saiyan. But it's a pity that a few people are estimated to have lost the transformation of the Super Saiyan like Qin Yan in this life. Even after a long period of house culture, a group of people are all corrupted, and in the end they still have nothing to do with the heart of justice. The only possible Monkey King also has an extra cockroach's personality, and the time of the day has to be discounted. By now, Qin Yan no longer has unrealistic expectations for the scumbags. These scumbags even launched a rebellion under the leadership of Cockroach's personality. Although the governor's supervision has imprisoned their freedom, they are usually treated at the highest level, and they also have a lot of vacation after completing the phased training. But the monkeys didn't hesitate to do it. Die. The strength of Super 2 is only a sneak attack on a limited governor who is stronger than an ordinary super match, and directly beats it to scrap in an instant. The only one among the people who didn't move was Vegeta, who knew the existence of the god of destruction, Beerus, and could probably guess a little bit of Qin Yan's strength. So he didn't hang out with these people, but he couldn't stop them. He didn't report it, and was arrested as an accomplice afterwards. In the end, it was Qin Yan who had the secret killer of these secrets, and the little fan brother Broly stopped these scumbags from further evil deeds. Jian Tobeo, the kind character of nature is really fantastic. I always remember Qin Yan's kindness to rescue their father and son from the border planet Wampa, and I have it in my heart. Since then, I have been training hard and striving to become a useful person for the country. Finally, he achieved his goal in life. Without Pelagas being completely unaware, little Broly was training these scion monkeys to learn hard XI transform into a super race. He has graduated from the Royal Academy and has become a senior constable in the glorious Imperial Royal Police. Because he stopped the rebellion of the Scion monkeys, he was honored with second-class merit. As a rising star in the Imperial Police Circle, he has now been successfully promoted to the position of Inspector of XI. The scum he caught was guarded by the promoted governor and held next door to the Frisia brothers' room. The flesh of the newborn android is the body of the latest successful production model of Android 17, but only the brain part is mechanical. His Majesty the Emperor was to reward them for their selfless dedication to the Empire, and the consciousness of these people was not a new personality, but was a programmed backup of a battle-damaged mechanical android. Guarded by the governor of such a dozen upgraded units day and night. Even if the Scion monkeys and the Frisia brothers were scolding each other across the room, one by one mutated into Super 4 and Golden Frisia, it would be enough to clean them up. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22 to June 24. Chapter 73. Ignoring the noisy Scion monkeys, and the frozen demon clan, who were useless to him. Qin Yan turned around and went to visit little Vegeta again. Unlike that group of scumbags, he was only an accomplice who did not report it in this incident, and belonged to the category that could still be saved. Little Vegeta, I've come to see you. Qin Yan waved his hand happily from afar. Damn! Didn't I say it? Don't bother me to make up for it. Qin Yan walked silently to the special tempered glass and looked inside through the small window. Very nice room, it is better to say that it is a prison than a luxurious apartment, the sparrow is not small, and the modern equipment is all a lot. You can even see a lot of entertaining things, animations, comics, games, and light novels all over the place, all of which are the latest in this quarter. What kind of prisoner is this? It's just a little young master who has been carefully served. It's just a little bit of a house. Observing Bay 08 Geta, who had already regarded the supplement as a XI, Qin Yan couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Unlike the felons on the side of Kakarot and Dales, the environment on Vegeta's side is very good. It's almost the same as the prisons in Western European countries in Qin Yan's memory, and even more comfortable welfare facilities. The conditions are excellent, and this kind of prison is really enviable. It was here that he continued to make up for this, which made Qin Yan a little worried about his future. Ah, I'm sorry. Didn't see it was you, Your Majesty. At this time, Vegeta also noticed the visitor, hurriedly threw down the PS14 handle in his hand, and talked to his boss through the window. This attitude is so much better than Dare's skang that he doesn't know how much, and he is worthy of Prince Vegeta, who can dance in front of the god of destruction. If you can bend and stretch, you will become a great tool. Thinking of this, Qin Yan comforted Vegeta unhurriedly. No, it's little Vegeta, you've been wronged. I've already seen the file when I came, and you're not in the same league as the others, you're innocent. No, it's all because of me, so that my uncle died. Vegeta remembered the scene at that time, and said with a bit of loss on her face. Oh, I'm talking about androids, uncle. Vegeta doesn't know that androids can be resurrected through program backups. Forget it, there's no need to tell him anyway. It's not your fault. Thus comforted him. Let's just assume that the old governor is completely dead. Qin Yan decided never to tell him the truth, so it would be more interesting to let this person continue to feel guilty like this. After a few more conversations, he took out a strange little box from his pocket that wasn't U or a CD. This is the world's great law PS14 gaming device. Said to Vegeta with a mysterious face. Look, I've brought you something. This, is it? Vegeta excited. That's right, that's it. Wow, the new work of the old thief Miyazaki. Handing over the game to the other party, looking at his happy appearance, Qin Yan persuaded him. Little Vegeta, you don't always want to be obsessed with cute anime, and you should play some hardcore games once in a while. Okay, I see. Vegeta blushed. Bidding farewell to Vegeta like this, Qin Yan then went to meet and praise the hero of the Empire, Broly. Cockroach's group can't be counted on at all, most of the Scion's hope lies in Broly, and the Otaku Vegeta can only be counted as half. I'm sorry about what happened to your father, Mr. Paragus. Qin Yan held the epaulets on Broly's shoulder uniform in a very low tone. He himself is tall enough, and his height can exceed 1.95 meters in the second development, but Broly's height is more than a head taller than him. Yesterday was still a cute little Gengtai, and in a blink of an eye, he became a muscle brother, and if he transforms into a super race, he must not exceed 3 meters, and if he is super 4, he will have to be 3 meters 5. Thinking wildly in his heart, Qin Yan's face showed a melancholy expression. Broly didn't know what he really thought in his heart, thinking that it was because of his father, the life-saving benefactor was disappointed, so he said in the same low mood. Nothing. Your Majesty is not wrong, it is all the fault of the scum cockroach who took the lead. And the trash of my own husband, who has failed you to save the lives of our father and son. After despising the culprit, but this Broly's nature is still a filial son after all, and in the end he still couldn't help but make a promise to His Majesty the Emperor. Your Majesty the Emperor, please believe me, I will definitely make my scumbag husband change his ways. Of course Qin Yan believed him. Hearing that Broly threw all the pots to the Scion monkeys, and didn't resent himself for half a point, he couldn't be moved in his heart. At that moment, he laboriously squeezed out a few tears from the corners of his eyes, and kept patting the broad shoulders of this positive young man as if he was moved. Woo-woo, you've grown up, Broly. After a long time, Qin Yan's eyes caught tears, and he looked like he was watching the child grow up and become a talent, and he was moved to hold Broly's shoulder and continue to encourage. What an empathetic and good 897 child, he must become a pillar of the country. Keep up the good work, little Broly. Yes. Broly's heart warmed, and he gave a military salute. After delivering the rancid chicken soup to the two of them like this, Qin Yan left the area while sighing at Broly's excellent character. Bringing the father and son back from the border planet was really one of the best decisions to make. The development of these people has completely exceeded his expectations. Now, Qin Yan doesn't plan to place any more hopes on Kakarot and these people, anyway, his strength has already far surpassed that of the god of destruction, and there are very few places where a few people are useful to him. And now that the time machine is completed, he can even go to other time and space to capture scions in different time and space, such as Kamba, and absorb them to master the transformation of Super 3, Super 4, and so on. Kakarot just let them continue to rot, Qin Yan really didn't bother to care about them. Sighed slightly, and threw aside the bad things on Kakarot and Dairy's side. The next stop is Dr. Giro's side. Before using the time machine to leave this era, Qin Yan wants to strengthen himself as much as possible. Whether it's Super 17 or Super Shuru, the fruit that has been nurtured for a long time has ripened, and it's time to harvest it. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the FALU novel. Chapter 74. In the Research Institute, compared to the last time Qin Yan came, there were hundreds of researchers with the same appearance at this time. They all have a bit of Dr. Giro's looks, but each of them looks younger. These are Dr. Giro's replicant research troops, and each of them has a brain that rivals that of the deity. Qin Yan really admired this ordinary human being on the earth. A simple transformation can turn an ordinary person who is powerless into a powerhouse with hundreds of millions of combat power. Therefore, he decided to squeeze the surplus value out of it, and this team of replicants was born. After being manipulated by Qin Yan, these people will burn their youth in this place and dedicate the rest of their lives to their masters. Qin Yan didn't have the slightest reluctance, not to mention that he was originally a black-hearted boss. Dr. Gro was also a character he hated very much, so he naturally wouldn't show mercy. Although he has now become one of his doglegs, he has only been modified by his will, and it is a forced nature, and there is no need to have pity for this person at all. For these reasons, even if it was enough to be a replicator as a scientific researcher, Dr. Gro's own deity, Qin Yan, did not let it go. The body is used as the material of the replicant, and the brain is removed and soaked in the culture medium alone, inserted into the electrode, and continues to squeeze its value. Seeing that these people were loyally busy for themselves, Qin Yan nodded with great satisfaction. Without interrupting the work of the replicants, he ordered one of the beauty's assistants to come and show him the way. The female researcher was one of the people who volunteered and was approved to transform into an android, and women always cared more about their appearance than men. For her, although she hadn't seen His Majesty the Emperor for several years, the appearance of the two of them had hardly changed as before, and this was the benefit of the transformation. Thank you again to the friend of women, Dr. Gro, Qin Yan really likes him so much, haha. The two chatted as they moved forward, and the assistant kept introducing the latest achievements in the institute. Because of the time difference in the spirit time house, the information about some things is not very timely. The institute, located inside the spiritual time house, has become much bigger than the last time I visited. As mentioned before, Qin Yan's spiritual time house is not as vast as that of the gods, and he does not have this need. But even so, this place is still the size of a first-tier city. And the current research institute is almost about to expand to the boundary of this space, and the speed of development is really beyond Qin Yan's expectations. It's because of the new android production factory. He thought so. I didn't use the way of flying, I sat in a hovercar to observe all this, and finally passed through most of the research institute before finally reaching my destination. Researcher Nain, the eldest sister, opened the door and said in a crisp voice. Here it is, Your Majesty. Well, thank you. Qin Yan replied lightly, his eyes constantly examining the large area of buildings in front of him. He could feel the very high-quality energy response from the outside, which was just 100 of them, and it made him a little excited. From the moment Qin Yan received information from Bulma about the time machine's energy collection, he issued an order to stop continuing research on androids. At this point, there are no more replicant humans in production, and now this should be all the results. A huge laboratory surrounded by transparent reinforcement materials, surrounded by machines that can suppress Qi to prevent the rampage of test subjects. In it, a total of 100 dormant chambers more than one person high were left. Judging from the distribution of locations, there were originally tens of thousands of such devices here, but now, there are only hundreds of warehouses left. They are the final experiments, Super 17 and Super Shrew. Saraflasa and Broly cells. Super 17 equals cyborg plus mecho. In fact, Qin Yan could have given them more, such as Shalo's original assimilation and absorption ability, which could allow them to continue to assimilate, strengthen, and gain more. However, the strength of these experimental objects was already extremely close to Qin Yan's own strength, so he stopped this for the sake of safety. A greater harvest and greater risk were denied. Science and technology in this Dragon Ball world can greatly shorten the distance between the strong. Transform an ordinary bad girl to have the strength to surpass the Emperor of the universe. Clone it to copy the abilities of the legendary super warrior. But there are limits to it. This limit is ineffective against the gods themselves, at least for now. Qi suppression machines can suppress the energy of these replicating human bodies, but they cannot work on the gods. Even if hundreds of Dr. Gro joined forces, they did not discover the secrets of the Scion God's realm. Obviously, their experimental objects have far surpassed the God of Destruction in terms of pure combat power, but they still can't decipher their mysteries. Maybe it's because there's not enough time, but it's not important anymore. Frisia can maintain the level of empty shell cultivation for decades in 4 months, and Broly surpasses the God of Destruction and Vic assimilation in half a day, increasing several times or even dozens of times at a time. Through decades of continuous use of gravity chambers in the Spirit Time House to squeeze the potential of Broly cells and frozen demons, and the infinite assimilation of this bug function. Now, these experiments have surpassed the god of destruction Beerus and the super one-star dragon in terms of combat power. If you mobilize the energy in your body, you will have no pressure to destroy the multiple universes in one go, and the average person will reach a level that surpasses the single universe, and even force, to know how, to get close to Qin Yan's own strength. And the best part is that none of them have any consciousness of their own, just low-level AI that can only act mechanically. Transform into a demon form, and unceremoniously turn these into jelly beans. Theoretically, they are stronger than Super Veget, and they can also retain their consciousness. But Qin Yan is their master in the setting and can't resist. I ate these jelly beans into my mouth in one gulp and swallowed them. The energy in the body increased almost 100-fold in an instant, and even the demon form couldn't help but be affected and wanted to produce new changes. Strive to suppress this change. Wave everyone around her to leave. And send a message to Bulma to go out and wait outside the spirit time house. Qin Yan found an empty space and sat down. What he had to do now was to spend time absorbing these life energy completely. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collection and recommendation. Chapter 75. Immerse yourself in the world of your body and speed up the digestion of foreign substances in your body by concentrating your mind. This time the life energy is amazingly strong, although it is not difficult to absorb people who are far stronger than himself with the physique of Majin Buu. Majin Buu didn't see any indigestion in absorbing and beating his own son Gohan, and if Veget hadn't opened the shield beforehand, he would have been devoured by it. However, it takes a lot of work to completely digest the absorbed person, and it will take a very long time. Qin Yan didn't want to be like the demon Buu in the original book, who was rescued by Sun Wukong and Vegeta one by the hostages absorbed in his body, which eventually led to his irreversible degradation. This kind of process can only be consumed with time, and the last thing Qin Yan lacks is time. There is a spiritual time house, even after 1,000 years, the outside world has only passed about 3 years. The only thing that troubles me is the monotony and boredom during this period, which is also something that cannot be helped. If you don't want to leave sequelae, it is impossible to replace all the cultivation with open hanging after all. So, Qin Yan used his visceral cells to conjure up a mini-body of his own in the internal space, and his consciousness was completely immersed in it, completely devouring these foreign bodies one by one as quickly as possible. At the same time, when he couldn't bear it anymore, he began to occasionally go to his female captives and rely on applause to pass the long and monotonous time. I almost accidentally, in fact, intentionally, melted the demon god Putin in the next room who was teaching, and scared this woman half to death. Now in front of Qin Yan, he has become more obedient than a puppy that has been domesticated for 10 years. In every sense of the word. If this continues, when she is released, will she have children? Looking at the 4 female demon gods who were powerless to spread out to the ground and rolled their eyes, Qin Yan once again walked out of the small house that was specially separated from this side refreshed. At this time, the place outside where the other absorbed people were taken in was completely different from when Tova was here. Except for the small rectangular room on Powden's side, which was separated by fleshy walls, the exterior was completely transformed into a lake. The purple liquid flooded the original space, which was the result of Qin Yan manipulating the body to produce more digestive juices. ZZ seems to be the unpleasant sound of sulfuric acid burning, and the white smoke that constantly rises from this lake will be eroded by the life form soaked in it all the time. Little by little, these beings are absorbed into the purest energy at the bottom of the lake, and become something that belongs entirely to the body itself. Time passed in a hurry. Qin Yan enjoyed this process of becoming stronger, but in fact, it was not as boring as he imagined. This feeling is addictive, and it becomes stronger. It is difficult to succeed without hard work, but even if you work hard, ordinary people with qualifications may not necessarily gain something. The gap in talent is desperate, like Tianjin Fan and his former Monkey King. It can be said that this is a fighter who works harder than Sun Wukong, and when Sun Wukong was forced to farm to support his family. He had been cultivating non-stop all the time, and even gave up such a thing as love. It's just that the result is cruel, and the gap with the scions will only get bigger and bigger, and it won't shrink at all. When I sweated but still stagnated, because I was sad and frustrated, I finally lost my confidence and patience and fell into self-doubt and gave up. Qin Yan didn't want to be like this, so he decided from the beginning to seize the talent of the strong for his own use. At this time, he is in an extreme and completely different situation, and the current situation is like 100 times the experience in an online game. The original boredom has all turned into a feeling of open chopsticks. Every minute and every second, a new evolution is taking place on the body, and you can't help but feel that what a low-level creature you were when you were weak just now. This feeling of more energy in every cell of his body made him addicted and poisoned. Finally, by counting the time with the beating of the heart. After about 10 years in this mental time room, the foreign objects in his body became completely his own. The consciousness that had been lost for a long time returned to the external body, and Qin Yan looked at his hands and felt both surprised and delighted. It's as if the whole person has evolved into a creature belonging to another dimension. Qin Yan before, it was no longer a problem to break the space and timeline with one punch. For example, Gudu and the Kainya team and Hit, the killer of the sixth universe, have the ability to control time and have no influence on him. Now he has a strong feeling in his heart. If you don't deliberately suppress your qi, even if you don't move and do nothing, just exist here, the energy that escapes will cause this spiritual time house to be torn apart and collapse. It's like the aftermath of the three fists of the super race god Wukong and Beerus destroying the universe, but the difference is that Qin Yan doesn't need to do anything, and he will blow up this universe. This made Qin Yan very dissatisfied. If it was the power to destroy the universe, he already had it before. Even if he exerts his full strength, he cannot affect the flowers and plants under his feet, and this kind of power that can be controlled is what he wants. So it took another half a year to finally grasp this surging power in the body. Each of the 100 jelly beans absorbed contained more power than Broly, who surpassed the god of destruction. Qin Yan, who absorbed them all. Even if you don't need to belong to the realm of the gods of Frisia and don't become a super scion, your basic combat power is already more than 100 times higher than that of the god of destruction realm. If you transform into a super scion, the energy in your body will instantly skyrocket 50 times. Super 2 is twice as strong as Super 1, that is, 100 times as normal and 10,000 times stronger than God of Destruction. The transformations of scions and frozen demons are difficult to stack, and the current Qin Yan can't do this. If you don't use the transformation of the scion, but instead use the transformation of the God realm that belongs to the cells of the body in the Frisia, it will far surpass the Super 2 transformation, which is 10,000 times more powerful than the God of Destruction, and step directly into another distant dimension. The angels all have perfect freedom in their hands. Enves's single-handed sword killing the rampaging Beerus is by no means the upper limit of their strength. But now that the energy in the body has reached 10,000 times that of the God of Destruction, there is no need to be afraid of them anymore. Leaving through the gate, looking at the air and sunshine of the outside world that he had not seen for a long time, Qin Yan made up his mind in his heart. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the FALU novel.